Thank you, sir.
Good morning and a very warm welcome to all of you to Vigyanika, the Science Literature Festival of the India International Science Festival 2020. I am Bhavya Khanna, a scientist for communications at the Ministry of Earth Sciences, Government of India. The ministry engages in last mile science communication activities for societal benefit since its very inception. On behalf of the Ministry of Earth Sciences, which is a co-host for IISF 2020, the very talented team of Vigyanika from Nisker and Vignana Bharati, I thank you and welcome all of you to this super interesting session entitled Socio-Political and Economic Canvas Reflected in Biographies of Scientists. The session will take us through various interesting aspects of socio-political and economic realm of lives of eminent Indian and other scientists. The session is a platform for all of us to come together to understand and celebrate some great lives, their achievements, and to feel the canvas of their extraordinary, exemplary personalities. First of all, I welcome the chair of the session, uh, uh, Shiv Prasad, Dr. Shiv Prasad Kennedy. Please excuse me if I mispronounce the names. It is unintentional. Shiv Prasad Kennedy is the director at the Nehru Science Center, Mumbai, with an additional responsibility of the director of the National Gallery of Modern Art, Mumbai. He has served as the director of National Science Center, New Delhi, and the Vishweshwarya Industrial and Technological Museum, Bangalore. He has published more than 100 articles on science communication and history of science and has presented several papers in national and international science museum and science communication conferences. He has more than 150 blog posts on various subjects to his credit, and he has also published 5 books and monograms. Kennedy was responsible for the establishment of 3 new science centers in Dharwad, Pilikula, and Coimbatore. He has also established 4 new science innovation and activity centers in Maharashtra. He is currently involved in the development of a science center in Kottayam and Udaipur. He has curated several articles, several science and culture exhibitions. He is a member of the National Committees of Cultural and Scientific Institutions, including Scientific Steering Committee on Science Olympiads, National Screening and Evaluation Committee, and the International Museum Exhibitions Committee. He is the recipient of the prestigious National Award instituted by Sri Jayendra Saraswati Shankaracharya Kanchi. He was nominated for the Eastern IARTS Culture and Theatre Awards of 2018, England, for the curation of the cricket exhibition. We welcome you, sir. And now let me take the honor of introducing our speakers. We have 4 speakers with us today. Our first speaker, Dr. Aditya Kulakanaji, is an assistant professor in the Department of Humanities and Social Sciences at the Indian Institute of Technology, IIT Madras. His research delves into the history of science in India, particularly the study of mathematics and astronomy, manuscriptology, and scientific literature in Sanskrit. Our next speaker, Dr. Madhura Nipatkarji, has a doctorate in ecology from the prestigious Ashoka Trust for Research in Ecology and Environment, with a background in geography and professional training in satellite image mapping. Her primary interests lie in mapping and geospatial analysis for biodiversity conservation. She has experience in mapping invasive alien plant species in different habitats within India. She currently is a postdoctoral fellow with Azim Premji University, Bangalore, working on the project which uses satellite data to map forest cover changes in Maharashtra. With a strong belief in scientific data sharing and open access to information, she was a part of the team which built the India Biodiversity Portal, an open access public web portal for collation of Indian biodiversity data. With a team of 6 dedicated naturalists and social workers, she has co-founded a non-profit called Foundation for Environment Research and Conservation. This organization works on biodiversity documentation, solid waste management, community-based ecotourism, and social awareness in Goa. She has an eclectic interest in reading, and she enjoys travelogues and natural history narratives and poetry. Welcome, ma'am. Our third speaker is Dr. Rajiv Singh Ji. He is an inorganic chemist with research specialization in materials chemistry and organometallics. He is a doctorate from the University of Delhi and is a Third World Academy of Sciences TWAS postdoctoral fellow. He is also in charge of technology business incubator set up by the Ministry of Micro, Small and Medium Enterprises. He has been working in the field of revival, communication, and awareness of knowledge of ancient Indian sciences. We welcome you, sir. Our final speaker is Ms. Sharvari Kulkarni ji. She is a research scholar of experimental condensed matter physics at BITS Pilani Goa campus. She was awarded the V. Subramanian Prize by the Indian Physics Association. She has keen interest in science outreach and hence is a freelancer, columnist, and blogger. We welcome you, ma'am. I now request our chair, Dr. Shiv Prasad Kenechi, to take over the session. We welcome you, sir. We welcome all of you.
Thank you, Bhavya. It was a wonderful introduction to the members, and you gave a brief about what is expected from the panel. We have a very interesting mix of scientists who are going to be speaking on this excellent subject, socio-political and economic canvas reflected in the biographies of scientists, which is very relevant to India because, if you really talk about the scientific and modern scientific renaissance, we had this great luminaries from Bengal, Meghnad Saha, C.V. Raman, Satyendranath Bose, Mahendralal Sirkar, Ashutosh Mukherjee, P.C. Ray, J.C. Bose, Mahalanobis, and others. Similarly, post the independence, again, we have this wonderful scientists like Bhabha, Sarabhai, Dhawan, Swaminathan, Varghese Kurian, who have brought about the changes that we are all witnessing. So I'm sure this over the next 1 hour, 1.5 hours or so, we'll be witnessing a great discussion. So I think the rules of the game have already been defined by the organizers who are all in the background and made this wonderful opportunity for us to meet virtually in this pandemic times. So on behalf of all of us, the panelists who are going to be speaking on this, I would like to place on record our profound appreciation to all of you, Bhavya, Javed Bhai, who is in the background, Shubhda, Kapil, and all others, many of you who have made this possible. Without taking much time, I think the rules are already known. Each of the speaker perhaps will get about 15 minutes to present your thoughts and post that questions, if any, both within this group and maybe something if it is online, maybe through YouTube or whatever it is. Those questions perhaps will be posed by Bhavya or some of the members who are monitoring this. So may I request Dr. Aditya Kalchana ji, the Assistant Professor from Department of Humanities and Social Science, IIT Madras, to present his thoughts, please.
Thank you, sir. I hope everyone can hear me. So I was told that I have to speak on the socio-political and economic backgrounds of two mathematicians, one preferably Indian and one foreigner. And it was also suggested to me that obviously the name with the Indian name which immediately comes to mind is Ramanujam. And one foreign name of my choice. I was originally planning to talk about, as far as the foreign person goes, to talk about a French Fields medalist. But the more I read about Ramanujam, I felt that once we are talking about Ramanujam, the foreign scientist, the foreign mathematician had to be Hardy, his collaborator, because then it makes for a, the story, it's intertwined and it makes for much more interesting discussion than to go off on a completely different person. So the two mathematicians, Hardy and Ramanujam, are a study in similarities as well as contrast. Everything with regards to their birth, their education, their religious beliefs, their personal lives, how World War I impacted them. We must recognize that their entire collaboration coincided with World War I and it greatly impacted both their lives. And their approach to mathematics was also quite interesting. So let me start off with the birth. Ramanujam was born in Erode in Tamil Nadu, and he grew up in Kumbakonam, in what is considered perhaps I'm sorry, should I also turn off my video?
No, sir.
It's
Please
perfectly fine.
continue.
You
It's
should be there.
perfectly fine. Yeah.
Okay, everyone has turned it off. That's why I was wondering. Okay.
Except the speaker.
So basically, we want the speaker to be, on the screen.
Okay. Okay. So yeah, so born in Erode and grew up in Kumbakonam, bastion of tradition in Tamil Nadu. He was born to what is generally considered to be a poor family, not particularly well off. His father worked as a clerk in a store selling silk fabric and clothes, and his mother seems to have been the great influence in his life. His father was busy with work most of the time, and it appears that it was his mother who was the great influence in his life. Described as a pious lady, deeply steeped in the Indian scriptures and the Hindu way of life. And obviously, she inculcated similar thoughts and beliefs in Ramanujam as well. And so he had what we could say was a very traditional and religious upbringing. And there are numerous accounts of his numerous visits to temples and his interest in the philosophical literature of India, the religious and philosophical literature of India, as well as he did receive what by the modern standards we would call a modern education or a formal education. Not in the initial days. He started off in the initial days studying in a Tamil medium school, but subsequently he did enroll in the town high in Kumbakonam, where he was exposed to a number of subjects, including English, mathematics, etc. And the records do show that he was quite good at mathematics. And as far as he was in school, he was also good in other subjects. But subsequently, he failed in his attempts to obtain a BA degree. He in two colleges, in the government college in Kumbakonam, as well as college he enrolled in Chennai later, then called Madras. And this, the turning point, it appears to be, was him coming across a mathematical text by an English mathematician called Carr, and which contained a number of theorems, a long list of theorems with no proofs, just a listing of long list of theorems. And Ramanujam found this endlessly fascinating, and he spent a lot of time trying to prove those theorems and trying to understand how they were derived. And it appears that this fascination was what actually drove him to fail in his college education, because he became singularly obsessed with mathematics to the detriment of the study of the other subjects, which he didn't find interesting at all. This is the background, and for about after he completed his school education, at least for 5 years, he was sitting idly, doing nothing but obsessing about mathematics and its theorems, and developing his own methodology and notations, and trying to. So in some sense, he had only a basic education in mathematics, and most of what he developed subsequently in those 5 years was his own individuality and originality. And in fact, whenever we read about Ramanujam, his biography, or about his contemporary and later mathematicians talking about him, the word which constantly pops out is originality. And Hardy later said that if Ramanujam had been caught and tamed at a younger age, he may have been a better mathematician. But then he also said that then that may have also perhaps done more harm than good and may have curbed his originality. So, so that's the interesting thing. So there is the flip side to this. It has to be said that the Indian educational system in some sense failed Ramanujam because it had no place for someone singularly and deeply focused on one topic, mathematics, to the detriment of the other subjects. It had no place for such a person. Whereas ultimately, when he wrote to Hardy and Hardy recognized the brilliance of Ramanujam, Cambridge University gladly gave him a position uh, uh, at Cambridge. So that's the flip side we can see there. And like I mentioned, he was a religious person. He believed that a lot of his mathematical inspiration drew from the goddess Namagiri or Namakkal, the consort of Lord Narsimha, and which was in the perhaps more agnostic or maybe even atheistic realms of scientific circles, even in those days, was quite odd. He was married off at a young age, about 20 years old, as was the norm in those days, because his mother believed that he was idling his life away, and she chose his bride, who was much younger to him, and that did have an impetus on him, where he started looking for work because of the prospect of marriage. And I would say that it is what ultimately drove him to try and approach various people seeking patronage as well as work, and ultimately led to the sequence of events of him writing to Hardy. So in that way, perhaps his mother did have a role and his marriage did have a role in making his genius come to light, because it compelled him to seek work. Hardy, in contrast, Hardy, the similarities with Ramanujam were Hardy was also born in a not too well off family. His parents were both teachers and not really well off. His father was an arts master at a newly established school called the Cranleigh School in Surrey, England. A school which had been set up to give good education to other than the elite classes of England, who went to such well-known schools as Eton or Winchester. And so he grew up in Cranleigh studying, but though subsequently later in his life he did win a scholarship to Winchester and did very well there. In contrast to Ramanujam, he was good at other things as well. Ramanujam had no interest in games and sports and friends. He was singularly focused on mathematics, whereas Hardy was very interested in history. He was a cricket aficionado, and he did well in Winchester, and that's how, I mean, obviously he topped the scholarship exam to win a very desired seat at Winchester. And he did well at Winchester, and subsequently won the seat at Trinity College in Cambridge also. So there we can see the contrast, where Ramanujam failed in college. Hardy actually did exceedingly well, and he did well at Cambridge, and he won the fellowship and subsequently a faculty position also at Cambridge. And so in some sense he had a very structured and well-defined path towards being a mathematician, in contrast to Ramanujam. So where the Indian educational system failed Ramanujam, the British educational system completely supported and elevated Hardy. So that's a big study in contrast. Hardy was a confirmed atheist There was no, he proudly proclaimed that he was an atheist, and he didn't have much patience for religion. In fact, he was, it is said that he was contemptuous of religion. And Hardy stayed single his whole life. He never married. And in fact, even his sister stayed single her whole life. Both were in academia, he in Cambridge and she was teaching in a school. So, so that is again a contrast there. Though it is said that even Hardy's mother was a highly devoted and pious lady, she was a very devout Christian. But unlike what Ramanujam's mother rubbed off on Ramanujam, it appears that Hardy's mother had the opposite effect on Hardy. He became a confirmed atheist. The major event which had a big impact on both their lives was World War I, because Ramanujam reached Cambridge just as the war was about to start, and it was the war which kept Ramanujam in Cambridge for as many years as it did, because initially he was supposed to return to India within 2 years, but the war kept him there, and that drove the collaboration perhaps a little bit more than it might have, and they produced more output probably because of that reason than if the war had not happened. So that was, I mean, of course the war was quite horrible. Hundreds of thousands of people died, perhaps millions died, but mathematics gained a bit. It is also said that because of the war, Ramanujam's paper, many of the students and the scholars of top universities were involved in the war effort, either directly fighting on the front or in carrying out research and manufacturing of various war-related needs. So it's said that if it was not for the war, the Ramanujam's publications would have had a much more immediate impact. But many of the people who would appreciate the work were busy elsewhere. In fact, Hardy's collaborator Littlewood, who was one of the main reasons Hardy wanted Ramanujam to come down to Cambridge, went off to fight the war. And in fact, it was his area which was very close to the kind of work in prime numbers which Ramanujam was doing. And unfortunately, Ramanujam couldn't enjoy the company of Littlewood to guide and mentor him. So that is the effect of World War I. And ultimately, also World War I this World War I led to Hardy falling out of favor in Cambridge, because he had an anti-war stance, and which was not very popular. And subsequently, after the war, he left Cambridge for Oxford. And Ramanujam also, perhaps after a while, felt stuck in England, and he fell ill because of, it is suspected because of war shortages. He was a vegetarian, and it was difficult to maintain a vegetarian diet in England during the war shortages. Butter was also very expensive, and he also probably developed TB because of that. And ultimately, when the war ended, he returned to India and died shortly after, which was a great blow to Hardy. And Hardy left Cambridge and joined Oxford, both because he had fallen out of favor in Cambridge and also the blow of the death of Ramanujam. So that's a bit of the impact of various socio-economic and political factors which have on the lives of these two great scientists, mathematicians. I will just briefly talk about the approach to mathematics. Hardy heralded what is
Aditya, can you just another 1 minute, please?
Yeah, I will just wrap up. Yeah. Hardy heralded what is known as mathematical rigor in English mathematics. This rigor was what was developed in continental mathematics by French, German, and other scholars, but it had not had such a great hold yet on English mathematics. But Hardy brought the continental rigor to England and was very, very, very particular about having solid proofs for various mathematical results. In contrast, Ramanujam was completely the opposite. His was just some brilliant intuition where he came up with through a mixture of some mathematics, some intuition, and he came up with fascinating results where perhaps he himself could not explain how he arrived at the results. It is said that of the many hundreds of results he came up with, only about 5 to 10 were wrong. The vast majority were right. And he also famously said that his Ishta Devata goddess Namagiri wrote the mathematical results on his tongue, and he was only communicating them to the world. So, and he also said that mathematics had no meaning for him unless it expressed a thought of God. Whereas Hardy was the contrast. Hardy was an atheist, and he believed in mathematical rigor, and he really drove Ramanujam to try and prove many of his results. I will just conclude with one statement. Hardy was fond of rating various things. So in one attempt, he also rated the various mathematicians of his time. And he put on a rating scale of 100, he put Ramanujam at 100 and himself only at 25 and Littlewood at 30. So that's how highly he regarded Ramanujam. So I'll just conclude with that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Aditya. It was an excellent presentation. One takeaway, a beautiful takeaway for that matter. In fact, you said both of them, Ramanujam and his protege or a mentor or a discoverer, Hardy, both of them led a life in contrast. The beauty of this essential message that one should learn from this is, notwithstanding the fact that one was a highly religious man, other one is an atheist, and one came from a very humble background, other one kind of an aristocratic schooling, yet the partnership is what matters. So in science, irrespective of what your diametrical opposite beliefs, yet you can partner and produce wonderful things for the benefit of society. This is a takeaway. I am not sure whether, Bhavyaji, are there any questions?
No, sir, I do not see questions as of now.
So if there are no questions, what we can do is maybe at the end, those questions can be compiled and given to each of the speakers. Can we go to the next speaker, Bhavya?
Yes, sir, please, sir.
May I request Dr. Madhura Nifatkar, postdoctoral researcher from Ajim Premji University, Bangalore, to please present her thoughts, please.
So I can't start my video because.
In fact, Dr. Bhavya, I too, there is somebody who has stopped, says videos have been stopped. I don't know.
Can somebody turn my video on, because I have a presentation?
I think the host has to do that. Shubhda Kapil, are you there? I think it is only the host or the Bhavya. You can also do it. The co-host or the host has the authority to,
Yeah. I think it started now. Yeah. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Dr. Kenneth, for this. This opportunity is really interesting. I'm very excited to present this thing. I've never done anything like this before, and I have a short presentation for the this. And I will just start sharing. Is it visible?
Yes, it's
okay.
It's visible. Yeah, you can make
okay.
it presentation more.
Yeah. Yeah. So I will be presenting on the title theme of socio-political and economic reflections of based on the autobiographies of two biologists who are very close to my heart. One who is actually whose work actually changed the entire world's understanding of biology and ecology in general, and the other scientist who was who played a major role in especially understanding the ecology and behavioral sciences in India. So these are sub fields of biology, and the two scientists I will be speaking on were are Charles Darwin and Dr. Salim Ali. Charles Darwin from in the in the late 19th century, and Dr. Salim Ali sometime around the early to mid 20th century is their general time frame. And although they are completely apart in their time, but which is not what Dr. Aditya, he spoke about some people who collaborated, but these two are very having very interesting influences on the local. Their autobiographies have influences on reflections on society and political and economic situation right now. So here are the two titles which I will be discussing, because the topic is on socio-political and economic reflections from their autobiographical writing. So the autobiography of Charles Darwin is actually consists of three different parts. His own writing is about only 57 pages out of some 380 odd pages, and which was his writing. He wrote this in about 4 months or so, and he wrote it for his family, and he wrote about himself and his life. And the second part of it is a little bit of description or some descriptive writing, a chapter or so by his son, Francis Darwin. And the third part, which is the major chunk of the autobiography, which speaks about which are letters written to him and from him to several scientists and other people. The other book, which is The Fall of a Sparrow, which is the autobiography of Dr. Salim Ali, is actually his own autobiography, completely written by him. He entitled it The Fall of a Sparrow, based on his one interesting incident in his life, which is when he was hunting a sparrow, and it completely, looking at it, the color of it and everything completely changed, gave a different turn to his entire life. And so he called his autobiography The Fall of a Sparrow. So let me quickly, I'm going to just speak about the landmark stages in the life of each of the scientists. And so briefly, Charles Darwin was educated, this was early 1800s, and he was educated in Edinburgh and Cambridge. His father was a doctor, and so he wanted his son, Charles, to also study medicine. And so he was put into medical school, but Darwin was absolutely not interested, and he could not even stand the sight of blood. Now, when we look at it and think of him as a biologist, it's very interesting to see how he was, and he was mostly interested in plants and nature, in studies of nature. And so because he did not do so well in medical school, his father sent him to Cambridge, where he was supposed to be studying to be a clergyman. And even there, he spent a large chunk of his time in traveling here and there, studying geology and observing animals and collecting insects. And so it was almost disastrous that he couldn't really finish any formal education. And then after which he had the opportunity to go on the voyage of the Beagle, the ship which sailed around the world. And this book, the autobiography, does not really speak much about the voyage or the Beagle itself, because he has published extensively about the voyage itself in other works. So since I'm focusing on the book, it doesn't speak of the voyage. But it does talk about his life in Cambridge after he came back from the voyage, and the entire time in which was spent in preparation and the actual publication of the book, The Origin of Species, which was his major work. And then also about the criticisms and congratulations that he got on this phenomenal work. And then also about the awards and the accolades, and how he was raised to a completely very different high level amongst the scientific community, and the accolades that he got. And also the book also talks a lot about his health condition, because he was not keeping good health for a really long time. So this is in brief the landmark stages in his life. And referring to the book, you can see that he puts, according to himself, he says that his career can be put into three stages. He was a collector at Cambridge. He used to collect insects and collect nature, anything related to nature. He was a collector and observer on the Beagle, on the voyage so he calls himself a collector and observer. He does not call himself a scientist or a researcher or anything of that sort. And then after that, he calls himself a trained naturalist. And the book speaks a lot about the build up towards the publication of the origin. The Origin of Species is the name of his primary book. And which is the book which, for those of you who don't know, it was the book which described the process of evolution, which was the gradual process of changes in species and their adaptation to natural environments, and how all the variation in nature came about. This autobiography dwells on a lot of exchange of letters on how the writing of the book came about, the actual presentation of this book, the concepts of speciation and natural selection and things like that, and then the response to the criticism that he had to face. And basically the response to the criticism is something that I would like to bring about, to highlight a little bit, because I want to show in his writing in this particular book how it reflects on what was the status of society, status of science and social conditions at the time of his work. So these are some of the contemporary beliefs that were existing at that time in science. Just before Darwin, there was an economist called Malthus. Many of you may know about him. He wrote this very phenomenal book called An Essay on Principle of Population. So this writing had a great influence on also on Darwin's thinking, but on the thinking of people in general at the time. This book spoke about the availability of resources and the rise in populations, or the breeding of populations of humans, of course, but how the populations grow when there are resources, and restrictions in resources will restrict the maintenance of populations. This was a prevalent book, was very popular at the time. At that time, also, all the scientists in Britain were men. Most of them were men, and they were Christian men, meaning that they were all very firm believers in God and the followers of Christianity. Also, they were Victorian gentlemen. They were following certain norms and certain definite specific ways of behavior and things like that. And the fact that they were believers in God was that they believed in the supernatural, the belief about God, that God created everything, and also the facts of determinism, or the science of determinism, which meant that nature was very definite, and that everything is set in that nature defines the existence of everything, and that is because of someone has created it. Also, at that time, physics was very prevalent. It was the prevalent science, and it was as a rule in physics, the theories are, I mean, there might be physicists over here, and you can see that the theories are based on laws, like laws of motion or laws of gravity or things like that. Whereas what Darwin was coming up with, or was about to present, was a biological concept which dealt with a slow and evolutionary process, a probabilistic process in biology, which was something very different from what was prevalent at the time. And so physics is somewhat exact in many ways. It is calculative and it can be presented in exact terms. But in biology, there is a lot of inexactness or slow progression. Another thing which was prevalent at the time was this. All I have derived all this which is very clearly expressed in several letters which are in this book, in the autobiography. People believed in typology. That means species existed as a created species, and so there was no variation within species. They were thought that there were civilizations, Western civilizations in Europe and around were superior civilizations, and those that were in Africa or Asia were created in that way, and they were inferior or lower kind of civilizations. And so there was, because of this thinking, this rigid thinking that these were created in this way, there was a typology, and therefore there was the existence of slavery. As we are all aware, there was slavery at the time. And I quote from a letter from Charles Darwin to Asa Gray. Asa Gray was the curator of the British Museum at the time. And in 1860, he has written, which was just a year after the presentation of his book, Origin of Species. He said, "I cannot see plainly as others do evidence of design and beneficence on us. There seems to be too much misery in the world," which meant that he was trying to say that if this was, everything was created by God, by design, then there would not be so much misery in the world. This is somewhat what he kind of wanted to say. Um, then there are some personality traits in Darwin which were depicting contemporary views and how things were happening at the time. So he has written extensively about how hard he had to work to actually get everything together. And that time there was no Google and all these things. So the amount of work that went into collating and getting all this together, getting their data and information together, and also in writing out so many copies and sharing the science. And at that time, it was possible for people to accept erroneous beliefs because it was presented all the time in these Royal Society meetings or in the British Association meetings. But what is reflected in this autobiography is that these presentations and acceptance was given a lot of importance. There was a lot of importance shown to listening to what all other scientists are doing. And so I want to say, indicate that this is a trend that we all need to follow, are following to a great extent, but need to also follow. After which there was Alfred Russel Wallace, who was also a young evolutionary biologist, and some of you may already know, but he actually also thought of the evolution, the concept of evolution, and he wrote to Darwin about it. And at that time, the way his work, Wallace's work, this was the trigger for Darwin to actually present his work, because he had been thinking about it for 20 years, but he was too afraid to actually present it because of the things that I have just described in my earlier slide. So because of the belief in God, and he was not sure of how it would be taken in the entire scientific community. And when Wallace presented his work to Darwin, he was a very young scientist, and the way Darwin has written about how he was confused with what was the right course of action, whether he should present his science as his own science or with Wallace's contribution. It is very heartening to see how much reverence there was for the science itself and for sharing the information. And so it shows about, it also speaks about how scientists treated each other at the time, and how there was no pulling each other down. There was reverence and respect for independent thinking. And Darwin, in spite of all the criticisms and everything that was going around, he remained convinced that in spite of all the diversity that was there around the world, these civilizations that was people were thinking about, it was all humans belonged to a shared origin or a shared ancestor. That was his conviction. It was his true belief. And that's why these are two quotes I would like to talk about. When he mentioned about slavery, he says this is because he traveled on the Beagle all over the world.
Dr. Madhura,
yes,
sorry for interrupting. You have another 3 minutes, please.
Okay. So he spoke. So basically, I wanted to talk about how he abhorred slavery. Then let me go to Dr. Salim Ali. He was an ornithologist based in India. He was an orphan, but his childhood was spent in traveling around Mumbai. And his book, Fall of a Sparrow, really shows how Mumbai was at the time. And it's a reflection on how less developed it was, but so many jungles and so much wildlife was all around Mumbai. And then how much he had to struggle to finish his education. He too could not finish his degree, and struggled a lot to work on his education. But later on, after he had gained some experience in birds, understanding birds and studying about them, he was able to travel abroad to Germany for educating himself in ornithology. And these are a couple things that I would like to highlight from his book, where he speaks about the Indian independence movement. He was unable to find a suitable learning opportunity in Britain. He was looking for getting a formal training in ornithology or in understanding about birds. And this was around 1929-30, and this was when Indian independence movement was gaining ground. And so in Britain, none of the scientists really gave him much importance and allowed him to come. But at that time, he therefore went to Germany. And that sort of gave him exposure to a lot of different scientists who were able to help him later on get funding for his work. He had excellent relationships with Jawaharlal Nehru, who was also in the freedom struggle. And later on, this helped him to get funding and start the conservation movement. I want to highlight one specific thing as in this book. It speaks about this particular paragraph describing how Salim Ali was an educated Indian. And he speaks, Meinert Hagen was a British scientist with whom he went, and he speaks about how he had repeatedly told him that the British government had no intention of handing over the country to the mercy of such men as Salim, and that no Englishman would tolerate being governed by rats. So this is basically a reflection of how the British scientists thought of Indian scientists at the time. And this is another just showing how economics was, the book also speaks about how difficult it was to gain funds. But after we gained independence from the British. The British lost interest in funding anything, any science or any studies and surveys in India. But because they were rebuilding themselves after the World War. And whereas at this time, the United States was sent funds for different surveys in India, and the World Health Organization funded a large survey which was based on viral infections due to birds. I'm bringing this up because of the current pandemic. It's a very relevant thing. One last thing about Salim Ali was also, he has described what experiences he had during different surveys, and how robbers and all were there in Tibet before China took over. Then he has one important thing was the difference in interactions that he had with Western researchers. The British researchers before independence, how condescending their attitude was, and how later on Ripley, who was an American scientist, treated him at par, and they were able to publish together. And lastly, his life was from a hunter. As a schoolboy, he was a hunter and a shooter, and he became a conservationist. And this is a very beautiful reflection of the change in the social fabric and the priorities of society at the time. So these are the reflections from his autobiography. The two common things that I wanted to highlight between the two, Darwin and Salim Ali, was that the sports or the pastime activities of shooting, which they both undertook as children or as youngsters, were the things that they led on to them for their entire careers. And secondly, both of them were very sensitive to the prevalent social evils. And so lastly, I want to leave everyone with this thought, saying that what Salim Ali said, I suppose I've done my bit. It's now up to younger people. So these books, both the autobiographies, are extremely relevant and interesting reading, not only for their studies, but also for understanding the underlying things that were happening in society at the time. That's all I would like to say. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Dr. Madhura. Dr. Bhavya, is there any questions?
Sir,
No, sir.
we do not have. We have one question here. From Abhinav ji. He wants to know what the beagle was.
The beagle was, yeah, shall I say? Okay.
Yeah, please.
The Beagle was the name of the ship on which he took this voyage. He undertook this voyage. It was called the Beagle.
Okay. interesting, both Hardy and Ramanujam in a similar manner. Darwin and Salim Ali, they complement each other in the sense, Salim Ali, that accident, the intentional shooting that he did, of the sparrow, and the sparrow lying on BNHS campus, and then he going on to be one of the greatest of consumists, and then mapping the entire country and beyond in terms of especially birds. Same is the case with Darwin, who you said was initially afraid of the blood. So we went on to undertake that arduous journey on the beagle before he, on his way to publishing his On the Origin of Species. So it's an interesting thing. I'm sure our young audience particularly will have a lot of takeaway from this. Thank you so much for your wonderful presentation. May I request the next speaker, Dr. Rajiv Singh, Assistant Professor, Department of Chemistry, Atmaram Sanatan Dharma College, University of Delhi, to please express your thoughts, please.
Thank you so much, sir. And I would like to thank the organizers for giving me an opportunity to put my views on this topic. Let me start by sharing a little presentation that I could make, since I am also the one who is involved in this IISF thing, and I've been working at this secretariat for the last almost 10 days. So it was difficult for me to, put some colors to the presentation, and I think it's allotted 15 minutes. I'll try to wrap it up. See, the scientists that I have taken are two contemporaries. One is Prafulla Chandra Ray and the other is Madame Marie Curie. As you can see the cover page of both of their biographies, Prafulla Chandra Ray wrote his own autobiography, and this is in 2 volumes, and it can easily be accessed as of now on the West Bengal Government's library also. Second was a biography of Madame Curie written by her daughter Eve Curie. And the cover page that I've shown is the translated English version by Vincent Sheen. So basically, what I'm going to show is might change some perception of the people that we Indians have about ourselves, about the Europeans, and as the previous speaker suggested, that these books should be read by the younger generations. And I believe that these books should be incorporated in syllabus, because this shows the picture, the real picture of that time, at what India was, what Europe was, what others were. So if you get some time, I would request to the audience that when they get time, do read this Life and Experiences of a Bengali Chemist. That will clear the much picture that we have right now, the socio-economic, political status, the fights that are going on, how it all originated. And he has fabulously written the political scenario, the economic scenario of India at that time. So I'll continue further. This is a small comparison of the lives of P.C. Ray and Marie Curie that are made. And as we can see, P.C. Ray and Marie Curie are contemporaries. They date work years, and it's almost equal. P.C. Ray was born in present-day Bangladesh. Marie Curie was in Poland, had 6-7 children, both. But the one big difference over here is, generally it is assumed that Indians were less, they were poor and grown out of all this. They were poor, worked so hard, and then gained fame. But over here, if we take any of the contemporaries, whether it was Mahalanobis, P.C. Ray, or Jagdish Chandra Bose, they were all gentry. They were all Jamindar people. So if we say the education system of P.C. Ray, he was from the best schools and colleges of Kolkata at the time. The Hare School, the Albert School, the Metropolitan Institution Kolkata, which was later renamed as Vidyasagar College, because it was established by Ishwar Chand Vidyasagar. And further, he was a first divisioner. Then he did his education at University of Edinburgh, elected vice president of University of Edinburgh Chemical Society. So, and if we say the vice president was the most top position in terms of student, because the president was the head of the department of chemistry department. So he was having the highest position. And as we can see that his parents also supported women education. But in contrast, when we see the image of Europe, we assume Europe were all richer at that time. It was not exactly at that time. Europe was going through a big transition phase. As I mentioned over there, there was one called as a flying university. These are some important points. I would like to audience to please note these points, because if I say that the Indians were giving, means getting good education, over there in Europe, this flying university are those hidden universities that were existing, which were giving education to the girls, because education was not allowed to girls at that time. Higher education, they were not allowed to go. So the flying university, or we call it the floating universities, they were hidden universities which were not governed. And major issue was at that time the Poland was under Russian Empire, and Russian authorities didn't allow anything at that time to exist in terms of education. So Poland, the nationalist people in the Poland who were fighting for the independence of Poland, they built this universities for the education of the masses. But these were all hidden. There was gymnasium for girls. Gymnasium is like an education institution which were for girls, but these were all hidden. So if we say, if we see the first thing of their education, the social structure over here in India was good in terms of rich people, they were having good education. In terms of Europe, rich were having something, but if you were talking about masses and like both of the scientists, if we talk in terms of scientists, the Marie Curie was the biggest sufferer of that time. Her what you call, her father lost her job. The Russian, because he was a nationalist, he wrote some articles against the Russian government, and so his whole property was snatched. So they were literally poor. They didn't have any money. His parents, the parents didn't have any money whatsoever. So gradually she grew out of it, and how the things changed. My next slide will be then how the things changed. You being rich, but the what you call, the Marie Curie was suffering, but PC Ray was rich, but India was suffering, and how they changed the perception. So let's go to another slide. I have again written some comparison. PC Ray was a highly educated person and from a highly rich family. They were zamindars. They had huge library at home. This is all mentioned in the what you call the autobiography of PC Ray. They had huge library at home. He had all the facilities, the what you call the research laboratories. He had created some laboratories at his home itself as a student also. When he was ill as a student, he had built a small laboratory at his home. But the one main point was India was under British Empire. And Marie Curie, she was, as we can see, she was from a poor family. Her family was also educated. Both of the parents were teachers. But Poland was under Russian Empire. The second point was women were not given equal status. And both of them were nationalists, as we can see their statements that they're given. The Bhadralok chemist that I have written is a word that was given to PC Ray and people of that time, those who we call as the gentry. Gentry in the sense they were English educated and they were following the English manners, but they were Indians. So the Bhadralok was the term used for the Bengalis at that time. So one important point, as I said, the women were not given equal status at that time in Europe. So if we go for the similar timeline when it comes to India, at that time India was under British Empire and under what you call what was that East India Company. Yeah. So the what you call the Queen or the British Empire ordered what you call the education survey. This education survey is mentioned in the biography written by PC Ray also, that British journal Thomas Munro did an extensive education survey. And this is a major point which tells us where did India lose, that where did India fall back. According to this study, in the area of Madras, where there was a population of 1 crore 28 lakhs, There were almost 12,498 schools and colleges. That is one school per thousand of a population. But this was a vibrant education system existing prior to the British, who then systematically destroyed this system. And these words are not written by P.C. Ray or us. These words are written by Sir Thomas Munro in his survey, All India Survey of Education System of India. This can easily be found on Google also. This is in what you call in the galleries of the Museum of some British. I have a copy, I can share that. He has written these words. So, there was a proper education system existing in India, but this was systematically destroyed, to which P.C. Ray mentions in his autobiography that this was the big loss and this will affect the generations to come. Okay. So, this was an important point when we talk about British, what you call the European and Indian education, what you call Marie Curie. The women were not allowed to study, but when it comes to India, they had a good education system. And if you can see the last line, the survey also showed that the traditional education system, caste played no role and was not restricted by gender or religion. So these are some finer points that I believe show the picture at that time, what was existing and how did we lose. So I'll also share some points where did we lose, because these are some, this is the screenshot of what you call the biography where he mentions the work by Thomas Munro. And he also mentions that in Bengal alone in 1835, Mr. Adam estimated their number to be 1 lakh. So there were almost 1 lakh schools schools and colleges existing in Bengal. Where did this all go when we were having such a good education system? So we lost it during, it was a deliberate move. And when we are talking about a social or economic status, I found something very interesting. That is called as the Sunset Law, and which changed my perception about our Bollywood movies also, where we see the Zamindar is someone very a bad person, and he does all that attachars on the poor people. But there was one thing called as the Sunset Law, which was implemented at that time by the East India Company, and that was that by just before the sunset on the fixed date, the zamindar has to give the money or what you call the collection to the British Empire. If he is not giving before the sunset, his all property would be snatched from him and will come under the British law. So this was one issue that immediately by evening, if you are getting poor, what will you do? You will put pressure on the peasants to get get the money or the grains and everything that he has to give. So the sunset law is one thing which I believe changed the perception. Zamindars were created to collect the money from the peasants because British didn't want to do it on their own. So they created a line of people called as the zamindars, allotted them lands, allotted them districts, and told them to collect the money and give it to them. And the sunset law also said that the 89% of the collection will be given to the British East India Company, and 11% will be of the zamindar and the people of that the villages or the district. So this was a big tyrant that I would say. Next, when we are talking about the life and working, I rush through. As I said that he has a good library. As we can see that he has mentioned fair number of books that was present in his library at his home. He had the Holy Bible, the Rajbala, the Lawson's Pasavani, the Tale of the Animals. There were many different languages books. Regularly, his father has subscribed. There were Arabic, Persian, Sanskrit. There were 3 different Bengali. There were so many languages books that was regularly available in his home library, and that changed his perception. So as we see the next, this is one observation that I noted that he observes that where did the flaw creep into the Indian system. And since that was the time when the East India Company was, occupying and solidifying their footprints. So he was able to observe since his childhood that how did the system change. So he mentions in it that the Indians of the first and the second generation that interacted with British were influenced by British forces and abused by British adopted methods. So, the confidence was lost at this time only. And he also mentions, as PCD mentions, that the first women's school was established in the area by his father. It indicates that the time the Indian system was overpowered and destroyed. Whereas we can see Thomas Monroe's point that he says there were 1 lakh school in Bengal at that time. So why does PCD mentions that this this was the first school of women in that area? So there was some disconnect at some point. Where was this lost? How did these schools vanish? Or why were they converted? This was the one. When the British opened, they indeed opened some of the best colleges, schools at that time, but they were more on the religious basis. They were more on the religious basis. The first school that the British opened, the first colleges the British opened at that time in Bengal was a Mohammedan college. Then 3 years later, they opened a Sanskrit Hindu college. So the divisionary tactics were working at that time also. This is clearly mentioned in P.C. Ray's biography, that these were divisionary tactics to divide the nation. And as we can see, the division of Bengal indeed happened. So these were all created things, and the education system was destroyed, in a very systematic manner. When Indians were not having any work, this was the in the villages, because basically you were not given any work. There was no system that the Indians were utilizing. The cottage industry was destroyed. I'll come to that point, how the cottage industry was destroyed.
Rajivji, sorry to interrupt you. Another 2-3 minutes,
right,
please. Thank you.
Is it have overcome? Oh, I'll just then rush through.
Yeah, unfortunately, we have only 4 speakers.
Right. I'll rush through. I didn't know that I've only covered 15 minutes. I thought, okay. So I'll rush through, like the establishment of the Bengal chemicals. How did he do? Why did he do that? As we can see that he mentioned that there was systematic destruction of the cottage industries. The cottage industries were earning good money. They were systematically destroyed, and it became difficult for Indians to survive. So, these are all economic points that are mentioned over there in the autobiography of P.C. Ray. And also, I'll share one very interesting point which I found. I'll just mention where is that point which I found. Yeah, as we know that we all are drinking tea at the moment. So this is a very important social issue which we face right now also, that we wake up in the morning, the first thing that we take is the tea. So this was one social change of the economic status that was, a propaganda that was run by the British, that drinking tea prevents malaria, which he mentions in his book, that this prevents malaria. And so gradually Indians started taking tea at all the railway station, at all the platforms. You can easily find tea, because the 96% of the tea produced in Bengal comes from the European gardens, which he has mentioned, and 4% from the Indian. So they wanted this habit to be developed in India so that they can earn more money. So these were some of the social political status points that I would like to say, and I rushed change to the to Madam Marie Curie, quick enough to share some screenshots of her book written by her daughter. This is what her biography says, that it was indeed difficult. Like when I told, the system was exactly the same wherever there was an empire. The Russian Empire, the moment her father said something against him, the job of her father was taken away and they were reduced to penury. There was nothing that they had in them. And they were poor enough at that time that all land money was taken. So the book mentions the way the Europe was functioning at that time. We think Europe was good, but Europe was not at all good at that time. Overhead also, you can find many references in the book where she says how difficult it was to survive. And when we come to like, the personal problems, her father was always repentant that he wrote that thing, and now her daughters are living a poor life. So when we go through this, this is one point that she wrote when she was called to the Royal Society, Royal Society in England, that it was very shocking to, for, it was very shocking for the men over there in the Royal Society to find a woman for the first time in those buildings. So it says the
I think you have become mute. Unmute, please. Rajiv ji, unmute kariye.
So please unmute yourself.
Yeah,
Yes.
no, I got a message. The host has muted you. Fine.
No.
Okay.
It's fine.
Okay. All right. So I'll just rush through. So this was one point that she wrote, that it was difficult for a woman to be present over there. And one interesting point that I'll just say and finish off the things. I'll just, where is that? Yeah. See, Mary uneasily felt thousands of glances fixed upon her on this rarest of animal, this phenomena, a woman physicist. So I would like to say that Indians were not like this at that time, whereas a point which Marie Curie wrote was different. So this is a very important point for Indians to ponder, that we had an education system for women and for every religion, for everything before the British came. But Europeans didn't have. But now the things have changed. We have a different image of all the things. So I just request that let's have the confidence in ourselves and let's come back to the good things that we had. And I'll finish it off with this, and I'd like to thank the organizers for calling me. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Rajiv Singh ji, and so sorry that I had to ask you to stop it in between. Very interesting.
I understand.
Each of the speakers have chosen a wonderful, a combination of scientists. You chose P.C. Ray and Marie Curie. There's a general perception that the Europeans are all advanced. There is no discrimination, but it's exactly opposite here. Now, P.C. Ray came from kind of an aristocratic family, had all the luxuries of the better education, whereas Marie Curie did not. There was gender bias which existed in Europe extensively, including our own colonial rulers. Rosalind Franklin, for example, was treated very badly. So what the best lesson that one can, especially the youngsters of this who are listening, can learn from this is if you are committed to the work for science, irrespective of whether you are ruled by a colonial ruler or what not. Same was the case with P.C. Ray. We were ruled by the British colonial rulers, and Marie Curie by the Russians. In spite of that, in spite of the hardships, being a nationalist, one can contribute not only to the nation, but socio-political aspects of the nation, but also as a scientist whose works are remembered even today. A wonderful message, sir. Thank you so much for your presentation. May I next request Ms. Sharvari Kulkarni ji, a research scholar, BITS Pilani, to present her thoughts.
Thank you, Dr. Shivaprasad sir. I hope I am audible properly, and being the last person, I will try to keep it brief.
You are. Please.
Yeah. Thank you very much for the organizers for choosing such a wonderful topic on this platform. Most of the times we feel that science is a kind of independent process. It's all about making some theories, performing certain experiences, but some theories also sometimes become so larger than a person that the process which made that person is kind of forgotten. But most of the times, these contemporary socio-political and economic situations do have an impact on research work in some other way. Sometimes they motivate to build some constructive works, sometimes they don't. So on this background, I have chosen two biographies which represents this societal relationship in the development of some social personalities. One of them is a biography of Lise Meitner by Srimati Veena Gavankar, published by Rajhans Prakashan Pune, which is a Marathi book, originally based on an English book, Lise Meitner, A Life in Physics, written by Dr. Ruth Levin Syme. Being a physics student, this book is very much closer to my heart. And the other book is Hidden Figures, which is written by Margaret Lee Shatterley, an American non-fiction writer, and published by William Collins. This book is about a phenomenological true story of Black female mathematicians working at NASA, whose calculations helped America's greatest achievement in space. So, in my further comments, I would like to give a brief about these two books. I'll try to get a gist out of these two books. We all know that Lise Meitner was one of the pioneer contributor in the field of radioactivity and nuclear fission, but she was never given a credit for the same. Her name was also nominated for Nobel and all, but she was not given a Nobel Prize for the same, just because she was a woman or whatever political reasons available at that time. The book comments about her struggle, ups and downs she faced during her entire journey. She was born in Austria in 1878. Now try to imagine, it was an era when women were not allowed to have formal education after the age of 14. It was by law. That was the situation. And of course, she was also an sufferer of that era, so she had to discontinue her education after the age of 14. But after 7-8 years of a gap, the situation changed, and she had an opportunity to opt for higher education, and she entered to Vienna University and earned her PhD in 1906. And yes, she was the second lady from the university to earn PhD. And during her PhD times, she used to say that she was very much afraid about losing these 7-8 years not doing physics, just because of certain kind of situations available at that time. Though she studied in Vienna, she had to move to Berlin for the further research. Now, I would like to quote few of the incidences from the biography where one can get an idea how the societal mindset available at that time was available. The studies about atom was a major topic of science research at that time. It was a kind of hot topic, right from Boltzmann, Einstein, Rutherford. All the big shots were working in the domain of atomic research. And when she shifted to Berlin, the contemporary societal establishments were not too much into favor of a woman who wants to pursue her research in physics. Even she mentioned about one of her experiences that when she was there in Berlin, she went to ask Max Planck about attending his classes on quantum mechanics. Quantum mechanics was on the verge of getting developed at that time, and he generally passed a remark saying that, "Now you have earned PhD. What else you want?" So this was kind of things which she were pursuing at that time also. But she was quite determined about studying physics. So, and further she came in contact with Otto Hahn, who were a radio chemist. And further they did a very good research work together and become very good friends. The next phase of her life is during the First World War. During 1914, even the field of science faced an accelerated flux of workforce because getting motivated by the war. Since it means weapons, there are different chemicals involved in that for the destructions, of course. And so the research in this domain was also pushed, and it led to the discovery of newer element called protactinium, which was discovered together by Lise and Otto Hahn. But again, due to their friendship and because of her humble mindset, most of the credit was given to Otto Hahn. The end of World War also not a happy period for her. The affected economy was so much impact on the livelihood of even the scientists. The worsened economic condition at that time can be easily predicted based on some letters she used to write to her mother describing about what is the food situation, how the salaries are getting paid, etc., which is nicely mentioned in this book. The best example about how socio-political and economical conditions affected is the time when Hitler started taking strong actions towards Jewish. And being non-German and a Jewish, she also suffered due to such weird socio-political conditions. That book's comments about her struggle, about how she was on the verge of survival and her research. She was not able to decide in which direction I should move. being a Jewish, she had to leave the institute from Germany, even though her best friend, that Otto Hahn, was the director of the institute, but he could not do anything and could not serve her position at the institute just because of the political will available at that time. So Lise had to escape from Germany and went to Sweden. She nicely comments about that era in words, saying that one dare not look back, one cannot look forward. This was a kind of uncertainty she was facing at that time due to such situations. So meanwhile, in Stockholm as well, she continued her work, being in association with some of new colleagues and friends like Otto Hahn. It was mainly about nuclear fission, and after Hiroshima and Nagasaki incidences, the power of this nuclear fission was came into limelight, and many of the people at that time praised her contribution in the field about fundamental understanding about nuclear fission. But the contemporary political scenario made that they wanted to show that atomic bomb has a German power behind that. So the entire credit was given to Otto Hahn, and again Lee's was just thrown away by this limelight, and consistently. But the positive part about that was she maintained her faith in with her studies in physics, and that was the thing which kept her going. There were situations which book describes about when she was kept purposely away from the mainstream sciences. Even some rumors about her were spreaded just to avoid her credits for the concept of nuclear fission. And Otto Hahn is always remembered for this specifically concept of fission. Even I remember when I was introduced to the concept of this nuclear fission in physics when I was learning, the name was given as Otto Hahn. The credit was completely given to Otto Hahn. So it was basically everything was given to that. Even though these are little bit bitter experiences she was talking, there are at that time she was also awarded with certain awards at that time and recipient of various awards. Even Einstein used to call her that she's ours Marie Curie, or ours Madame Curie, he used to call her. And she shared a very nice friendships amongst all the great scientists present at that time. But she had always a negative tinge about all her bitter experiences, and she used to call herself that I always feel I am a refugee, I don't have a country to stay. This is what the kind of situations she used to suffer. And even the great thing about that, she had left no biographies, no autobiographies behind. But yes, thanks to Dr. Ruth, who could gather her letters and could portray her picture for us. And of course, to Veena Gavankarji, who availed this book in my mother tongue, and I came to know about it, which clearly gives us an idea about not only Liz, but also that books gets us to a ride into a contemporary socio-political conditions available at that time. The book finishes on a very sentimental note. It says, even Lee's gravestone says, Lise Meitner, a physicist who never lost her humanity. So I guess that was the message from her life one can carry from this book. Now coming to the second book, which is Hidden Figures. The book itself subtitles as The Untold Story of African American Women Who Helped Win the Space War. So I would say the title itself defines a socio-political scenario of the USA during the Cold War with Russia and the era between 1930s and 1960s, where the society was adapting to throw away racism and all these kind of societal conditions. The author of this book is Margaret Lee Chatelet. Her father was a research scientist at NASA who worked with many of these book's main characters, and this is how she came to know about this character, and she wanted to portray their life stories. So basically, this book is a biography of a group of African American women, mainly about Katherine Johnson, Dorothy Wagon, and Mary Jackson. These three were the mathematicians who worked at NASA during space race. They overcame the discrimination available at that time over there, and as a woman, and of course as an African American. Chatelet started working on this book around 2010, but I was the one who came to know about this through a film. There was a nice film based on it, and I guess it was filmed on Women's Day. That's how I came to know about it. And later I came across the book, and I must appreciate the fact that even after watching the film, reading the book was a thrilling experience for me. The book explains how these three historical women overcame the discrimination and racial segregation to become three American achievers in mathematics, science, and engineering history. About Catherine, which is the lead character involved in the calculation of rocket of what we can say they were involved in the moon rocket basically. So she was one of the characters who was involved in the calculation for the trajectory of that rocket for Mercury and Apollo missions. Dorothy was a human calculator kind of, who literally works as a computer to generate various numbers. And Mary Jackson, who is an aerospace engineer who took engineer classes and became NASA's first African American female engineer. And the book is all about their story as Black female workers in the field of male dominated whites at that time. These terms have become irrelevant now, but at that time they were quite dominant. So there were many dramatical incidences portrayed in the book about such scenarios. Out of that, I would just like to quote just three of the incidences about each of them. Catherine, which is one of the main leads in this book, the book describes about incidences like she's doing an excellent job with her trajectory calculation, but she's not allowed to sit in the meetings of NASA. Like the person who is responsible for the meetings is using her results, but she's not allowed to go inside. She has assigned a sitting place in an office, but nobody is ready to share a sit next to it. Same story with Dorothy. She's not able to finish her calculations in proper time because she has to run between two large sections of the buildings just to visit a washroom.
Sharwari, okay, we have to end up, please. I also got a message.
Yes, sir, just a minute.
Sorry.
Just a minute, sir. So this was the situation that she cannot even use a washroom in the same building because it is reserved for certain whites. So she is running between these and how she is doing the calculations. Same story about Mary Jackson. She is not allowed to take engineering classes. Even after finishing her classes, she's faced to have certain situations which are questioning her abilities in the field. And all this because they are Black and they are women. So even though this is a story of struggle and kind of bitterness, it's a tale of revolution against discrimination. The book ends with a the new beginning of with the new generations for new missions by NASA, and it quotes that once you took the first step, anything was possible. I guess this is all about the books. Both books are kindly independent, but share the story of extreme struggles against certain kinds of discriminations available at that time due to the contemporary socio-political situations. And despite the bitter experiences, they share very insightful, or I would like to say a sarthak journey made by these remarkable women scientists. So thanks a lot.
Thank you, Dr. Kulkarni. Bhavyaji, I mean, do you have any questions? Because
sir, we have two interesting questions. The first question comes from Bijuji.
We have just about 5 more minutes, so yeah. I think because
so the question says, do you think we have gone back from our good societal scientific practices over the period of years?
I think Dr. Rajiv Singh can, because he addressed some of these issues. Maybe you can take this question. Rajiv ji, are you there?
Yeah, Rajiv ji is there.
Yes.
I think because he is the one who actually, while talking about PC rate.
Dr. Rajiv, please unmute yourself.
I'm not finding him there, is it?
So he is there. We have also requested him to unmute.
Maybe in the meanwhile, next, any other question? Because
sir, the next question is...
anybody else wants to take it? I mean, any other panelist? Dr. Aditya, Dr. Madhura, or Kulkarni? Okay.
Okay. So the next question that we have is, sir, really we have that kind of education in those days. For example, in school we were told that British built an education system, and with that most of us have studied. So please, yeah.
Again, I think the question is more to Rajiv ji, who I think stirred up a hornet's nest actually in a way. Rajiv ji? Well, I think this is perhaps these questions need a larger discussion, which goes beyond the time limit that we have for this panel. I mean, we are supposed to end at 11:30. In fact, I already got a call also. I mean, I think this is the panel discussion is just a beginning of a thought process which should continue. It will be a continuum. I'm sure those of you who are asking the questions, maybe the organizers can also share the contacts of Dr. Rajiv Singh ji, actually, who actually brought out wonderful the concepts about what the education system was. Maybe you can take up the questions directly with Rajiv Singh ji.
Sure, sir. Sure,
Yeah.
sir.
There is any other this thing, because we still have another 2 minutes more, 11:28 according to me. Any other questions, or maybe the panelists would like to say a concluding remarks for about 25-30 seconds each. Dr. Aditya?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, some concluding remarks, please.
I will just say I do work on history of science in India, particularly mathematics and astronomy. India certainly had its own system, its own educational system, which functioned well for its times. I think the greater challenge has been when the change was brought about under British rule, where the old system was discarded and a new system came in. I don't think we as a country have fully adopted to the new system perfectly well yet. So, so there are good things in our old system we need to recognize and reintroduce. At the same time, of course, there was a reason why the British system succeeded globally. And so we need to be open and willing to take the good aspects of that system as well.
Dr. Madhura?
I just want to say thank you for the opportunity, and like everyone here, I would like to say that our Indian science and scientists are really we work in very difficult times. Many times we don't have resources, or we have so many difficulties, but we are able to take it forward. And so I would like to tell the students here that they should be inspired by lives of these great scientists and take it forward. Thank you.
Dr. Rajiv ji, if you are there, otherwise.
Yes, sir. Yes,
Yeah,
sir. I'm
please.
here.
Please,
Basically,
sir.
I received a call from IISF, and so I missed it. So I'm so sorry. Yes, sir.
Concluding remarks, please. There were a lot of questions for you. Maybe people will contact you directly.
Oh, sure. That will be a pleasure. My concluding remarks is that these books should be part of the syllabus of the students. Let them understand what exactly India was, what exactly Europe was, what was the image and how we changed. Let the generation understand. Most of them are right now fighting on Facebook or YouTube or all these things. Ye ho gaya, wo ho gaya, desh bana kaise? How did it all change? Let them have a clear picture. So my last comment is, use this knowledge, understand this knowledge, and let's change India for a better world. That is more important. Thank you so much.
Thanks a lot, sir. And the last but not the least, Ms. Kulkarni, Dr. Kulkarni.
Yes, sir. I would just like to say, I would like to agree, as you have earlier mentioned, even though these books are just the stories about some people, yes, there are so many examples which we can have, and certainly they'll inspire many of the younger generations. And yes, one more thing that we should read. There should be this reading culture to be cultivated. And I hope this kind of dialogues will motivate these kind of things. So thank you very much.
I know that we were really hard pressed for time, notwithstanding the limited time that we had. All the four panelists gave their thoughts. There were fairly good amount of discussion as well. I would like to thank the organizers for this wonderful opportunity. I'm sure this is just the beginning of a long term learning that everyone will have to do. With this, I would like to hand it over back to the organizers. And on behalf of all the organizers, I would like to place our profound appreciation to the people behind the screen, the unsung heroes who have managed to put this across. Thank you so very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your kind words. Firstly, I would thank all our attendees who have made this session very lively and engaging. Thank you for posting questions, and thank you for being here with us. I thank our chair for the session, Dr. Shiv Prasad Keneji, who has helped us, helped us with the perfect timekeeping and at the same time keeping the discussions lively. Our speakers for today, Dr. Aditya ji, Madhura ji, Dr. Rajiv ji, and Sharvari ji, who have shared their inputs and thoughts. Very interesting. The session is interesting because of you guys. I thank on a personal note Team Vigyanika, which is from NISCARE, Vignana Bharati, and MOES. My co-moderator Shubhada Kapilji, and I'm sure all of us would like to place our thanks to Hassan Javed Khanji. We are mentored by him, and we thank him for his continuous support and guidance. We wish you, a very good day with other sessions of Vigyanika today, which include the paper presentations and the Vigyan Kavi Sammelan. I now, hand over it to Shubhada, my co-moderator, and we'll close it after this.
Thank you, Dr. Bhavya. Thank you so much, everyone. अपना कीमती
Thank you
समय
so much.
के लिए Thank you very much. Have a great day.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Malika Pathak, and I'm the moderator for today, along with Shubhta Kapil. It is my pleasure to welcome you all to the second session of the day. I hope you enjoyed the previous session. I would like to thank you for joining us for this scientific session on the theme, Expanding the Science Communication Footprint, New Tools and Modern Approaches. As a scientific community, we have a duty to engage with the society to disseminate scientific knowledge and provide a return on the society's investment in the science enterprise. Keeping this in mind, we have today outstanding presentations from our young presenters who I believe shall enrich us in giving us the insight into the work that they are doing. The chair for the session today is Dr. Anurag Agarwal. Welcome, sir. It is nice to see you here.
Pleasure to be here.
Let me introduce Dr. Anurag Agarwal. Dr. Anurag Agarwal is an Indian pulmonologist, medical researcher, and the director of the Institute of Genomics and Integrative Biology, IGIB, a CSIR institution. Known for his studies on lung diseases, Dr. Agarwal is a senior fellow of the DBT Wellcome Trust. He has been awarded with Shanti Swarup Bhatnagar Prize for Science and Technology, one of the highest Indian science awards for his contributions to medical science in 2014 by the CSI. He is also the recipient of the National Bioscience Award for Career Development of the Department of Biotechnology, which he received in 2015. Welcome, sir. It is a pleasure to have you here with us.
Thank you so much, Shubhada.
So,
it's a pleasure to be here.
So before we begin the session, may I ask you whether you would like me to call out the names of the presenters and their titles, or would you like to do it your name?
It'll be much better if you do it, Shubhada. That'll be great.
Sir, I'm Malika and Shubhda is here.
Oh, okay.
Hello, sir.
All right. Hi, Shubhada. So sorry,
we're using
Malika.
the same computer, so we thought we'd use ourselves.
Sure.
Welcome, sir. Welcome.
No, my pleasure.
So we are starting the session, so I'll call out the names, sir.
Yes.
So before we begin the session, I have to make some pointers for the presenters and for the participants. May I do that, sir?
Yes, please.
Yeah. So each of the presenters will be getting around 8 minutes to present their work. We have 2 minutes interjection. So I don't know, sir, whether would you like it to be done towards the end or after each?
Do it towards the end. Let's do it towards the
end.
That's better.
So for each participant, you will have the opportunity to submit text questions to the today's presenters by typing your questions into the question pane of the control panel. You may send in your questions at any time during the presentation. We will collect these and address them during the Q&A session at the end of today's presentation. Thank you. Now I request you, sir, to steer the session as a chair.
Thank you very much.
So do you want me to call out or you would introduce, sir?
No, you call out and let's go ahead and get started. I think it's a fantastic session.
Thank you, sir. So without further ado, I would like to welcome our first presenter, Bakul Srimani. He's the faculty and at Department of Journalism and Mass Communication, Vijaygarh Jyotishree College and PhD Research Scholar, Techno India University, West Bengal. He will deliver a presentation entitled Implementation of New Digital Social Media Tools in Science Communication, India Context. Mr. Bakul, the Zoom is yours. Are you here? Mr. Bakul? Bakul, okay. Allowed to talk. But Mr. Bakul, are you are allowed to talk? And I'll just do it. Mr. Bakul, just a second. I'm so sorry.
Malika, that's Miss Bakul.
Mr. Bakul, you are now promoted as our panelist. Please, you can unmute yourself and you can also present your presentation.
Am I audible?
Yes, you're audible, Bakul. Go ahead.
Thank you, sir. Can you see my screen, sir? I have shared it.
No, Bakul, we can't see your screen, please.
Now?
Yeah, it is. Yeah, now we can see you.
Yeah, thank you so much. I'd like to present my paper based on implementation of new digital and social media tools in science communication. Science communication refers to presenting, Yes, science communication refers to a method of presenting science-related topics to non-scientists and non-scientific communities. Science communication is not simply encouraging scientists to talk more about their work, but also a process of generating public awareness of science, public understanding of science, scientific culture, and science literacy in our country. According to Kirst and Korniker, the term science communication encompasses the communication between society, scientists, press officers, PRs, and the science journalists also. Let's focus about what is new digital media. Digital media is a concept used to refer to the internet and the interplay between technology, images, and sound. Most technologists described as new media are digital with features of being interactive, networkable. The use of the word new implies a time factor, so it may seem reasonable to define the term in a temporal context because every time there will be something new in the horizon. Digital media is a new cultural forms which are native to computer or rely on computer for distribution. Websites, human-computer interface, virtual labs, VR, multimedia, computer games. computer animation, digital video, special effects, interactive computer installation, etc. And the social media is also referred to as digital media, interactive media, or user-generated media. Social media depends on mobile and web-based technologies to create highly interactive platforms through which individuals and communities can share, recreate, discuss, and modify user-generated content. There are different types of social media. According to Bayfold, there are basically 7 kinds of social media. There are social networks like MySpace, Facebook, blogs, wikis like Wikipedia, the online encyclopedia, which has over 2 million English language articles. Broadcast, audio video files that are available by subscription through server like Apple iTunes, forums, the place where online discussion, often around specific topics and interest, can be conducted. Content communication, communities which organize and share particular kinds of content like photos, Instagram, videos, for example, YouTube, microblogging, like Twitter is a clear leader in this field. So let's have a look to the background of this study. Science writing is mostly concentrated among the scientific community and academic institutions. There exists a lacuna in people's passion about science and the diffusion of information about science in India. India's media landscape is rapidly transforming as there are signs that interest in science communication is diminishing in the print media. Only 17% of the people are interested in science-based programs, and 24% people consume technological news from audiovisual medium. So social web can become an effective tool for communicating science in this scenario. The aims and objectives of the study is to identify and analyze the most preferred digital and social media platforms which are dominating the digital media landscape in India and their usage pattern for communicating science among Indians. To examine the trust factor of digital and social media as a source to get science-based information, to understand the consumption pattern of content generated for digital and social media platform to communicate science. So the key research questions for this study was studying the preferred digital and social media platform for consuming science-related information, studying the frequency and the duration of time spent on digital and social media to look for science-related information. Do people really trust on science-related posts catered on social media and digital media? What are the major activities on digital and social media to consume science information? Which type of science posts are most popular in digital and social media? And what are the potential positive and negative consequences of using digital and social media in research work based on the response of scientists and the researchers? This study is mainly focused on 6 major growing cities of India and 3 major Indian universities. The selected cities are Pune, Nagpur from Western India, Calcutta from Eastern India, Delhi from North India, Hyderabad and Chennai from South India. These cities are ranked as major growing cities of India in terms of GDP and technological advancement in terms of internet usage. The universities considered for this study are University of Madras, University of Calcutta, and Savitribai Phule University, that is Pune University. The survey was conducted between September 2018 to November 2019. The sample size based on Indian population, 95% of confidence level I have chosen. So the sample size is considerable for 600. An invitation email with a link to the online survey along with a paper pencil survey, face-to-face survey was conducted. Among that, 600 usable sample of Indian citizens aged above 18 were taken into consideration. And there are lots of series of spoofing interviews with Indian scientists and researchers are conducted to do this survey. So let's have a look at research findings and discussions. First, here I would like to present preferred digital and social media platform for consuming science between scientists and non-scientific communities. Here, non-scientists, mostly they search in any search engine like Google, Yahoo or Wiki to get any science related information. That is 90.96% of people. And the scientists and researchers, they love to use Twitter. That is 99.25% of scientists, they use Twitter to communicate science. Whereas Twitter is a less popular among non-scientific people. So there is a gap between these two where we need to bridge. Secondly, I'd like to show the frequency of accessing digital and social media for scientific information. Just people use twice a week their science-related information, twice a week, and the frequency is maximum half an hour. So the majority of the people mostly search science news in every week, though some of the people search monthly, or very less number of people incorporate science information in their daily life through digital and social media. Here is the trust factor analysis. Science-related information consumers and social media mostly distrust this medium as a source of any important news. 49% of social media users distrust this medium, whereas 36% they trust, and 15% state indifferent in the question of trustworthiness of the information. So there lies a great challenge for science communicators to how to utilize this social media platform for the communication of science. Most of the people, they follow, comment, and share science posts generated by others. That is 88% of people, mostly in the social media or digital platform, they just follow, comment, and share science posts generated by others. And 82.5% of the people, they just give a look while they're scrolling if they found that information is interesting to them. And very less number of people, that is 44.66, they actively engage themselves by posting science information regularly. So science communicators and the researchers need to promote this section to generate more science-based post scientific information generated by the people regularly. Now let's have a look to the most popular science post according to the respondent. The health or medical advice from celebrities, that is 86% of people, they said that they love to watch all the celebrities, what they're giving their health related and medical advices like yoga, diet, and what kind of meditation they're supposed to do, how to become fit. So these sort of information are mostly popular in the social media ground, and people really love to listen explanation of new generated concepts and strange and weird scientific findings. They also love to watch or listen in the social media platform, or they love to read the post based on these kind of segments. And the potential positive and negative consequences of digital and social media when researchers are using it. Most of the people, they said, yes, communicating research on social media benefits the people, and social media promotes their professional profile, helps them to collaborate opportunities and increasing getting the chance of getting the funds and all. They are a little bit confused in this section because they said that they are not much explored in the social media, and they doesn't know how to communicate in social media, the communication pattern, the consumption pattern of social media. So they neither agree or disagree about the fact. Research published on social media cannot be trusted. Most of the people, they are saying, yes, it is cannot be trusted because there is no such kind of parameters through which you can judge it. So we must have some clear parameters to judge that.
Bakul, we need to wind up now.
Yeah.
Yes, this is my last slide, sir. Communicating research on social media risk their study, that is their saying. So social media has been transformative in how it has democratized communication, but it is a double-edged sword. Social media allows scientists to correct misinformation by communicating their findings with public audiences to promote an understanding of complex issues. Equally dangerously, though, social media activism has the potential not only to distort public understanding of these critical issues, but also to disrupt governmental support and policy regulations also. Thank you so much for this time.
Thank you very much, Bakul. for a very interesting introduction on social media tools in the new age. Thank you. Mallika, back to you.
Yeah. Now, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome our second presenter for today, Manoj Varghese. He's a PhD scholar at CSIR NISCARE, New Delhi. He will deliver a presentation entitled COVID-19 Bulletin, a novel, timely, and credible communicative tool to address the infodemic. The Zoom is yours, Manoj. Also, I would like to point out 8 minutes and we are monitoring the moment you start.
Am I audible?
Yes, yes, you are.
How about my screen? Is it visible? Is my screen visible?
Yeah, it is visible, Dr. Manoj.
Okay. Yeah, thank you, Ms. Malik. And I'll talk on this topic, which is very much relevant on this day. Under the expanding the science communication footprint, modern tools, innovative approaches. My topic for the day is COVID-19 Bulletin, a novel, timely, and credible communication tool to address the infodemic. Day before, while I was taking my evening walk in the late evening, one of my friends called me and asked, what am I doing? And he just made a comment saying that, are you watching the Jupiter and Saturn planets on the sky? And when I responded, no, exactly, I can't see anything with my naked eyes, he responded saying that I have been watching it on the NASA website. And he added further that when it comes to news, it's the BBC News. And when it comes to the astronomy or the scientific news, I switch over to NASA. And that made me to think over about the credibility the NASA and BBC holds it in the field of media or in the field of science. And today's topic, I would just like to correlate it with the corona pandemic, which we have been facing it for the past couple of months. And the pandemic has created a dearth of authentic information. There has been shortage of authentic information. And there has been a need for scientific awareness about the virus transmission, containment, and precautionary measures. And in addressing this, social media plays a very crucial role. It can combat or contribute to the spread of misinformation. Most of us, we have been depending upon these WhatsApp messages very frequently, which we have been ignoring to some extent, but at the same time, sometimes we fall ill to it. And with this corona situation, almost 40, which has claimed over 15 lakh deaths around the world, of which 1.4 lakh people have been from India. It's a very tragic end, but we have been short of the information on corona. The infodemic or misinformation. The social media platforms are overloaded with fake information, creating panic among the people, the unscientific claims of medical remedies, some treat it to be God's curse on or superstitious beliefs. And in the middle of the entire scenario, we find the havoc of quacks, the doctors who claim to be so many, they have come up with so many remedies, and it is up to us to believe it or not. And here I would like to share one example from Kerala. As we all know that Kerala has been put forward as one of the best state models with regard to handling the corona cases. And to my surprise, I was told that some family, when they visited back from Delhi to Kerala, when they reached there, although it was an isolated place, isolated house, but the neighbors around, they were throwing stones on these houses or people who had come over from Delhi. They're throwing stones because they've had that panicness in their mind that they may spread corona to others, and they were compelled to leave that place, to that extent. The neighbors troubled them. It is just because the panic that was created through the WhatsApp messages or the social media. Some of the social media spectrum, if you see, there are three types of information that is prevalent in the social media. The valuable information with regard to social distancing, wearing masks, etc. The harmful misinformation which is doing rounds is government is using COVID-19 as an excuse to vaccinate people and support big pharma industries. That's a misconcept or misinformation that is doing rounds. Then the disinformation, which is purposefully shared info that they know is false in an effort to scare people. The fake remedies, the fake uh, solutions which they come up with, these are some of the disinformation that is prevalent. Amidst all these turmoils and the infodemic and the authentic information, COVID-19 bulletin was brought out by CSIR, and I appreciate because it was a timely and a credible information that was passed on to the general public. And it was a wise decision, I would say, at looking at the corona epidemic at that point of time to address the fake information. This was one of the best means because many people turned up to this bulletin for the relevant information from a relevant or a credible source of information, that is CSIR. It carried the latest research reports, technological innovations, questions and answers, myths versus facts, breaking news on inventions, weekly update on CSIR labs. And this was really informative for many of the scientists and the intellectuals who read it, who believed it. Further, blindly they believed because it is from CSIR, and they passed out that information to many others, quoting it. And it was really a good, timely, and credible information that was passed on to the general public. And I was able to conduct a research study on this COVID-19 bulletin after almost 25 issues that was brought in, which was this bulletin, which was circulated amongst the scientists, the communicators, the intellectuals, research scholars. Amidst them, I sent out a questionnaire to almost 1,200 odd scientists, research scholars, and science communicators to know the impact and the utility of this bulletin. The aim was to study the impact of disseminating information to the scientific community and general public through the publication of bulletin. The study highlighted the relevance, credibility, timeliness, and the social behavior change brought about in the minds of scientists and the general public both. About the bulletin, the study conducted comprised of basically the questions related to about the bulletin, the utility of the bulletin, and suggestions for improvement. These were the three parameters on which we worked. And under the improvement category, suggestions for improvement category, we had three parameters, that is about the content, the reach out, and the presentation. And I'm happy to share the findings with this elite audience out here, that the audience has well appreciated the content which was carried in COVID-19 bulletin of CSIR. It was well appreciated by the audience, the readers. The suggestion made was news items should be backed up by some CSIR experts through their viewpoint or a court, so that it becomes more friendly or more relevant to them. When it comes from a CSIR expert, they find it the news item to be much more validated. The respondents said that it was a timely decision for publication. They appreciated the bringing out of this publication. And the suggestion made was the audience data bank should be widened. Right now, it is limited to the CSIR website and limited to the emails and the WhatsApp messages that goes out. But the audience felt that it should be widened to a larger group of people. The third point was credible source of information. People appreciated that we don't have to check whether that news is correct or not, because we trusted the CSIR and the credibility was maintained. At the same time, they suggested the popularization of bulletin is required. Then the fourth point, novel communication tool and the innovative approach to handle infodemic was well appreciated by the respondents during this study.
Time over, Dr.
Bulletin be made available in such a manner that it is easily accessible and readily available. That was the suggestion made for this bulletin. I'll just like to quote one telehealth services that has brought about a behavioral change in the present scenario of the pandemic which we all are facing. At times, we all are used to going to a doctor for any of our ailments. We take an appointment from the doctor and we go there physically. But during this pandemic time, we see comparatively a behavioral change amongst the medical doctors. That is, the medical fraternity had a behavioral change. I'll just like to bring it out. Doctors were not wanting physically to meet people at this juncture, but at the same time, they were open to the telephonic conversation, the consultation, and the prescribed medicines to a greater extent. And that is really appreciable. Doctors were available for consultation through video to connect patients with both urgent and preventive care. The monitor set up at the hospitals for the COVID-19 patients in critical care to communicate with their loved ones. If the behavioral change can happen amongst the doctors, we can bring out a behavioral change in the society. So it's an indication that doctors gave up on physically meeting the patients as such. Instead, they preferred a telehealth service. That was a behavioral change which we observed. Other communication tools which were popular amongst the society included, there was a program going on NDTV, that is a television, if I take it, Afwah Banam Hakikat. Afwah Banam Hakikat. That was a program which dealt with the myths and the facts with related to Corona. Sage Publications brought out variety of books on COVID-19 for different age groups, different topics, and that's
Dr.
how it was.
Manoj.
Now, there was a book which was brought out by
Mr. Manoj.
Yeah.
Yeah, your time is way over. Please.
Okay, I'll just finish it. Maybe just 1 minute.
Yeah, let's try to finish it because otherwise we'll run over the session. Please.
There was a book by the name Till We Win, brought out by the AIIMS director Randeep Guleria. And Hindustan Times, the newspaper that has been bringing out a topic called COVID-19, What You Need to Know Today. Almost 231 issues have been brought up on a daily basis. Above all, the WHO Health Bulletin, which is considered to be the most reliable source. SBCC, that is Social Behavior Change Communication, plays a very crucial role in handling this corona epidemic. I will skip some of the slides and come on to the challenges of bulletin, that is validation of news items to be carried. Science experts' endorsement is a tough task, limited staff, resources, and timeliness, exploring other channels for wider reach, linking up with media houses, credible info not used to its full potential, hesitation and limitations to use social media, and this bulletin has been limited to scientific community mostly. Opportunities, a good communication tool for scientists, a good source of info for media men, a credible source that can be trusted, a mouthpiece of CSIR, best means to counter infodemic. In the end, communication is the foundation of life and SBCC is the tool for living. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that nice information. Let's move on to the next speaker, please.
Yeah. Now, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome our third presenter for the day, Snigdha Pandey, Assistant Teacher, Government High School, IRC Village, Bhubaneswar. She will deliver a presentation entitled Shiksha Sanjog, Expanding the Science Communication During the COVID-19. The Zoom is yours, Dr. Snigdha.
Hello. Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible.
Okay. Thank you. Actually, my paper is based on the prospective use of Shiksha Sanjog program, Odisha, that involves science communication for school children. And for this, I am presenting my paper through PowerPoint presentation. I'm just sharing my screen. Is it visible? Hello?
Yes, you are visible, Dr.
No, my PowerPoint is visible or not?
Yes, Dr. Snigdha.
Okay, okay. Thank you. As I said, this paper is based on the Shiksha Sanjog program. The Shiksha Sanjog program is started in Khordha district and then in whole Odisha. This program is involving communication of science through Shiksha Sanjog program, the WhatsApp program, and my paper is dealing in this. First, let us peep into the objectives of IISF program. The IISF program of DST. The objectives of IISF program is to minimize risks, to promote public understanding of health safety measures, to inculcate scientific temper for adopting sustainable, healthy lifestyles, and to nurture scientific culture among masses and societies. And these objectives only be fulfilled or achieved through proper communication of science and health. In my paper, three important terms are involved. These terms are science communication and WhatsApp and Shiksha Sanjog. Science communication, as we know, it is to inform, educate, and raise awareness of science-related topics. And all we know about WhatsApp. WhatsApp is a messaging service from Facebook. In this WhatsApp, we can share any photos, materials, written material or printed materials, all things we can share. And in Shiksha Sanjog program, which is first started in Khordha district in April 2020, this is a program to connect or link teachers and students in Odisha during the closure of schools. Why we need to connect with students? Because due to the COVID-19, total countries lockdown and schools are closed. So there is a need for this. From April 2020, it is started first in Khordha district, and due to its appreciation by the central government, it is started in whole Odisha from May 2020. From different literature review, we can relate the topic. The six, actually in my topic, there are 6 main focus points identified during. First is effective communication is needed for scientific understanding and temperament, and communication of proper information to ensure public health. As my previous panelist said, the misinformation could cost millions of lives, and this pandemic has give emphasis, new emphasis on multi-level and virtual communication and advanced technological communication needed. And we all feel this also to minimize the effects of pandemic. And as WHO, the World Health Organization, give emphasis that special attention should be given to more vulnerable groups, such as children, pregnant women, old women, and individuals with disability. This is the remote learning fact sheet from UNESCO. This is on date 26 June, when global monitoring of school closures caused by COVID-19 and the affected children are there. The total number of children affected in pre-primary level is more than 79 million. In primary level, it is more than 489 million, and so on. So many children are affected due to school closure. Due to school closure, what is the situation of the children? The children are in home, they are away from their friends and social interactions. They are feeling lonely. So their personal, emotional, and also the health development. There is a barrier in this due to the lockdown period, due to school closure, all this. So my study, my paper that involves in the Shiksha Sanjog program, which is launched to bring the children to the mainstream through WhatsApp. Actually, WhatsApp Shiksha Sanjog is a WhatsApp group which is created among the students and teachers and also the district level administrators, through which materials related to their textbook, related to the science are distributed, and online tests are also conducted. And more thing that in Sunday, there are Sunday activities. In Sunday activities, students are allowed to prepare essays, poems, and also essays, poems, drawings, all these are to share in the group. The programs for Sunday involves on social, emotional development of children and also science, about science communication. Hello. Okay. And this, let us discuss about the significance of my study. And this study significantly helps the Shiksha Sanjog program administrators, teachers, communicators, and also the future researchers. Objectives of the study is to analyze the views of students towards the Shiksha Sanjog approach for learning and understanding, and to analyze the views of students towards the Shiksha Sanjog approach for science communication. And the actual study is delimited to class 9 and 10 students, and the samples are chosen from one school, and the study is conducted in virtual mode only. The sample of the study comprises 381 students from class 9 and 229 students from class 10. And those students are included in this study. Those have the smartphone and also included in the school WhatsApp group. Design and tool of the study is questionnaires are prepared and data collected through virtual mode and survey method, and all the questions are close-ended with limited number of options. Three research questions are dealt with this. What is the opinion of the students about the Shiksha Sanjog program? What effect of Shiksha Sanjog on the students regarding science communication? And how did the students perceive and relate Shiksha Sanjog with the face-to-face learning environment? After the study, the results are found that among those students are students of the sample, only 70% are regular participants in the Shiksha Sanjog program, and 80%, 70% regular participants. More than that, that is 80% of students participated in the Sunday program, Sunday activities, and only 30% of students appeared in all online tests. From this, we can assume that students are more participated in the activities than the textbook materials. From the study, we can conclude that the students actually, I also want to say here that when I interviewed with the students said they actively involved in the Shiksha Sanjog program, and when there are any doubt related to science or any other material, they can immediately contact with their teachers, and teachers are always happy to help them. So students appreciate the Shiksha Sanjog approach for learning and understanding of science textbook. It helps them for the preparation of the examination point of view. But at the same time, Shiksha Sanjog approach for science communication is much better method with easy accessibility and translation during the COVID-19. And thank you. Actually, my camera is not working properly.
Sorry
for that.
Thank you so much for a very compact and informative presentation. We can move on to the next speaker, please.
Now, everyone, let's welcome our fourth presenter, Manas Babu from National Council of Science Museum, Ministry of Culture, Kolkata, India. The presentation is entitled AI-Based Museum Technologies. The Zoom is yours, Manas.
Snigdha, you may need to shut off your presentation.
Unless this presentation is taken off, I can't share my screen. Could you all hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. I think the
yes, we can hear you.
Is gone. Thank you.
Yes. Is the presentation visible now?
No, it is not. Yeah, it is visible.
Is it full screen?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you all. Since we have very little time, what I'll do is I'll send and share an annotated version of this presentation with the organizers so that my full statements can be seen. However, I will rush through all the topics here. Now, substantial growth of the Science Center network in India generated a continuous demand for technology-augmented exhibits and a training base for development of skill and ability in this respect. So, in the Central Research and Training Laboratory under the National Council of Science Museums India, there was a concerted effort to create certain types of technologies which are most suitable for the museums, and there was a series of it. We've intended to create one review series of papers on this, and this is the first one of it. So we decided that we'll go in a flashback setting so that we start from the current period and go back. And hence, in today's presentation, we'd like to show how AI can be adopted in museums and what we are doing here. But before that, just a brief identification of the kind of technologies that are used in museums or suitable for museums. In museum, one most important feature and attribute that must come in the technologies is personalization. Because whenever the visitors come to us, they look for personal spaces, personal choices, and they interact with only their points of interest mostly. And hence, it is very much required. Well, some kind of personalization is available in Netflix kind of OTT platforms. However, the museums can give something more than that. It can give you an evolutionary or rather evolving content, which is not possible in those cases, and it can be given in an interactive way, which is not possible in other media. But the most important thing or important attribute of a museum technology should be a metaphor where one particular life's imagery is used so that the technology is hidden underlying. It doesn't protrude itself and still deliver the tapestry of content through that system. And the pacing must be controlled by the user. That is an important characteristic of the technologies used in the museum. And lastly, the unexpectedness. What is not possible in other modes must be possible in museum presentations. I can give you a very small example. When I first joined this council in 1990, I met one expert from Exploratorium, Mr. Ron Hipsman, and I naively asked him a question, and that is there any scope that science museums can present exhibits beyond the simple depictions of Ohm's law or Kirchhoff's law? Can we present something in relativity? And he just smiled in those 1990s and said, probably the world is waiting for you to do it. Well, that is a different story. However, now, standing into 2020, we definitely know, yes, it is possible and it can be done, because now we have several forms of immersion, several forms of interactive technologies. To extend it to the current AI scenario, let me synthesize all these properties into one exhibit that we tried. The situation is we were to present one exhibit on the ecological impacts of every human being, and particularly the choice of lifestyle. How does it matter for them? And in that, you just imagine a scenario where the visitor comes in and one digital assistant greets the visitor and asks by guessing its age, its gender, and probably from the skin tone, complexions, some ethnicity, and calculating average or even a guest lifestyle, one can say, the digital assistant can ask, do you know, in your approximate age of say 42, you have consumed about 300 kilos of potato. We actually applied it to one of our director generals with this exhibit, and he was amazed, and he said, okay, probably it is true, it is true. And then only you can initiate a dialogue through which you can make an impact with these people and keep them engaged with the idea that each one of us will need a certain part of the land to produce whatever we need in our life, and how our lifestyle goes on, the amount of water, the amount of other facilities, the garbage clearance. We are claiming the surface of the land in every possible way, and that footprint of ours is so much. If we cannot control our lifestyle, it is ultimately going to blast. And if all of us want to live an American lifestyle, then probably not one, not 10, 40 or 50 arts will be required. And these are the kind of impacts that you can produce with the AI-enabled exhibits. Now, AI can function over all the pillars that we discussed in the last slide, all the pillars of the technology, suitability that applies to the museums. Natural language processing comes in a big way to present this facility. Pacing always comes automatically when a digital assistant remembers that when you last visited the center, what else have changed in this museum, and he or she supplies you the information accordingly. And not only that, what themes and subject contexts have also changed in the museum, so that it becomes an immediate frame with you for communication. And novelty and unexpectedness is a fundamental character of all AI technologies. We all get astonished when Google can somehow predict what the exact thing that we are looking for, and even our natural questions are normally answered. Those things can be very well adopted and extended in the museum technologies. Here is a small evolutionary part of these technologies. Actually, it's a culmination of a long story. Initially, somewhere around the 2000s, the immersions and visualization interactions, personalization, all came into the museum technology. Then it changed to the metaphorical interfaces somewhere close to 2010, and novelties in interactive animations, and the third dimensions, that is stereoscopic 3D presentations, came in close to 2012 or 15. And then in 2020, we are planning to bring in the artificial intelligence convergence and collaboration in a very big way. We'd like to mention a few systems which are characteristic representations of these technologies, like a talking chatbot. I cited the example of the talking chatbot, which can personally talk about it. We actually built one when we started. It was a very rudimentary system which could make a speech recognition and understand the visitor's question. Then it went on tokenizing, lemmatizing, and intent analysis, and finally it could reply in the same way. And currently we have the technology of speech synthesis in Indian accents. So that goes a long way in presenting those things as great friendly assistants. And when the answers are made, probably the basic source for the answers can be the detailed FAQ pages of the museums from where we can bring them in. It's another extension that we are contemplating and working on in the second phase is where we earlier had the static scientist busts in all our museums, but now we are doing it in such a way where when the visitor comes close to the scientist bust, the scientist makes a call to the visitor's mobile phone and starts talking, asking about a few rudimentary questions about the age and gender and all that. And then the content explaining the scientist's work can be tuned accordingly so that it can suit the education level of the person. A third thing that we have examined in our science museums, that engaging the young people is the most difficult part for any museum. And for them, probably quite often, the dry scientific facts are not that interesting, and they look for different genres of music, painting and all, and probably I can help in a large way. We are doing exhibits wherein one can paint anything, and that can be deep neural style transferred to another image which is painted in the style of Van Gogh. So it remains the painting of the person, but the stylization is shifted altogether. Here is a small sample of the visual.
Dr. Barnes?
Yes?
Your time is over.
Okay, I'll just finish it in another minute. Now, okay, so I will not get the chance to demonstrate all that. Now, these are the images of some of the systems that we have already worked in. There are behavioral modeling patterns. There are visual recognitions and all that. And very recently in the pandemic period, to help the visitors, we created a system which monitors the number of people allowed in a particular closed space and accordingly controls the gate. It also monitors whether the masks are on with the visitors. If they are not on, they restrict the visitor to get in. Now, such kind of facilities can be created. And I wish that I could share a lot more. We have worked on that. We intend to extend this paper. However, I will share one annotated version of this presentation with all of you. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Very interesting and informative. Let's move on to the next speaker.
Yeah. Now let's welcome our fifth presenter, Aditi Ghosh, Education Officer, Birla Industrial and Technological Museum, BITM, National Council of Science Museum, NCSM, Kolkata. Aditi will do a presentation entitled Hands-on Exploration of Tessellation and Fractal Mapping on a Tiling Wall to Enhance Interest in Doing Maths in Non-Formal Settings. The Zoom is yours, Aditi.
Yes, good afternoon. Continuing the museum scenario, I would like to represent the Birla Industrial and Technological Museum. I'll just adjust this. Okay, so at the Birla Industrial and Technological Museum, we were trying out a new method. Is my screen visible? The screen is shared?
Yes, you are visible.
Yeah. So we were trying out a technology by using a tiling wall, only a tiling wall. We wanted to explore the opportunities we could have in presenting the learner-centric approach and mathematics in general to the school groups that come to us, or even the summer camps that we hold for the student. And that was used as a simple tool in enhancing interest in doing mathematics in a non-formal settings. So as a member of the Rashtriya Avishkar Abhiyan and the nodal body of the National Council of Science Museums, we wanted to present an out-of-school mathematics curriculum. We wanted to study the feedbacks that we received from students, particularly in kind of tessellation activities or fractals, some of the things which were not covered in school. Pythagoras theorem is covered in schools, but extending it to a Pythagoras tree, that was new to some of our students, and how they received the messages and how we could interpret them and use it for our own advancement as well as the learners. That is what we want to communicate over here. So we have seen this in our galleries. We have a mathematics gallery, fully loaded one, and we see children enthusiastically coming in and exploring and playing with the exhibits without having to even care to look at the labels. They intuitively know what to do with it. But when we bring the same kids into the classroom back and have them attend sessions on mathematics particularly, they are constantly looking for instructions, what to do, what are the things, what are the steps we need to follow. So we wanted to bring that intuitivity back in the sessions as well. We know they love exploring, strategizing and reasoning, but we wanted to expand this. We wanted them to extrapolate it into a curriculum based complexities that we present to them in our sessions. So because we generally believed Ron Casey when it said that caged birds do sing, but what would be their song if they were sometimes allowed to fly? So we wanted them to give them an opportunity to fly. And doing that, we will illustrate on two problems that we expanded upon. One is the construction of a Pythagoras tree. Now, Pythagoras tree is nothing, but we have the small square that you see in the middle. That portion we put up initially on the board. We have some pictures later on. What we wanted the children to do is figure out a way in which figure out the dimensions of the squares they need to put up subsequently to construct these kinds of trees. They'll all depend on the Pythagoras theorem of the 90-degree angled triangle, where the hypotenuse square is equal to the sum of the base and the height square. But it needs to be expanded so that symmetric or even asymmetric trees are fitting on the board and fitting this exact Pythagoras theorem that we have. So all the branches and leaves should emerge, and they should be the root of the problem that should be constructed, that is already there for them. What they have to do is build up on it. Another thing that we tried is with the Cox snowflake algorithm. Now the Cox snowflake, that was a very interesting idea, because what we wanted here was to introduce the idea of infinite perimeter but a finite area. So when we are generating these fractals, it's a repetition of steps that is going on. And by repeating the same amount of steps, that the middle portion is taken out and that is
extended outside, a little bit of portion from outside is again added to it, but the finite area that it is contained in is specified. So what we do is we give them again a pre-cut foam board piece, a triangular one, and they have to figure out a way to put in another pieces so that the Koch fractal ultimately gets generated. We give them this final snowflake structure, the hexagonal one that you see in the end of this GIF. That is what they have to reach, starting out from a very basic piece of triangle. Now, this is built up over some period of time. We have around 6 days in the camp sessions, and over the 6 days, little by little, they see this triangle getting converted into the hexagonal snowflake with complexities. And even though they are constantly adding the pieces every time, the size of the pieces are small, but the quantities are increasing, and yet the figure never goes out of this circular range that we have fixed for them. So applications of that maybe to batteries, maybe the material of batteries, and in real life, these applications that is slightly dealt upon, but that simple structure can ultimately be converted into such a complex looking fractal is stressed upon. Now, this is the progression on subsequent days, the 6 days I was talking to you about. We were doing this activity with 2 groups of children. So one of them was given this triangular piece to build upon that snowflake, Koch snowflake, that ultimately looks like this in the end. And the other piece got only this red square upon which they had to build constantly. They had to add these square pieces on each subsequent day. And ultimately, after 6 days, we have this Pythagoras tree forming. So one is a finished Koch snowflake, and the other is your Pythagoras tree. Now, this styling activity, this is another Pythagoras tree we tried. This one was because we wanted asymmetric ones. So from 2 edges, we started off with 2 squares. One was this blue one, and here you can see a little bit of the red square we started. So 2 groups we gave the activity to. This tree was skewed in one direction, and this one is in the complementary direction. And what we wanted the board to do was to act as a crystal goblet, because it should reveal more than it hides. It should tell us about the children. It should let them explore, let them find out. Because what we observed here is many of them were very meticulous in their calculations. If we ask them what is the size of the square that you're holding, they would actually take the average of all the 4 sides and then tell me the actual length. Whereas in comparison, majority would just measure any one side roughly and tell me what the measurement is. But there were on the other spectrum, there were children actually, who would just take the square, match it up with their neighbors, and whoever it was matching up with, they would simply ask them, Acha, what is your measurement? Can you just tell me? And then now they know who they have to match up with and who they have to form the entire structure with. So either way, whatever the situation is, our job was getting facilitated. They were talking amongst each other. They were trying to explore, find problems to solve, and doing it in their own terms. And that is ultimately what we wanted, that they should, yes, they are doing mathematics, they are seeing their applications, they are doing it in such a complex manner also, but it should be fun and interactive and intuitive, most importantly. We try to analyze, we try to take a feedback from them. 3 feedback forms we gave them. One was before the camp, we asked them some questions. After the camp, we asked them again. And there was a feedback form that we gave to the parents to solve. This was carried out over a period of a year with about 130 and 115 parents that we encountered. And this was what we scored. At the end of the camp, 79% told us that they study maths because it is interesting, not because they have to, or because their parents tell them to, or because it is important, but because it is interesting. There was an increase of 46.3% who told us when we asked them that, what do you think maths is? How do you think maths is? It's okay, it's important, or it's phenomenal. There was an increase of 46.3% from before and after the camp who told us that it was phenomenal to them. there was an increase of 13.9% from before and after the camp, who told me that the best way to be good at mathematics is to memorize formulas. They strongly disagreed with this one. We gave them the statement, and you have to tell them whether you agree, disagree, strongly disagree. So it was an achievement that we could actually convince them that at least 13.9% more believed us that it's no point memorizing formulas. 23% increase in answers, which told us that they could discover things by themselves in mathematics. They agreed to that very frequently. 97.8% told us that they had learned a lot about mathematics. Now, this option had another, this question had another option. It asked them whether you learned a lot of mathematics or whether you learned a lot about mathematics. So at the end of the camp, 97.8% told us that they learned a lot about mathematics. Then our crowning glory was 92% wish to return for a longer, more premium session of these kinds of camps. And as educators, as museum educators, this was the best gift that we could have asked for. Achievements of the tiling wall, we were practitioners, but we wanted to act as facilitators of learning rather than the teachers of knowledge. And
Aditi, you have exceeded your time. So why?
Yeah, I'll just rush through this one. Learners are encouraged to become autonomous. The group formations, they were stronger, they could support each other, and they could develop key inclusivity skills, giving everyone a reason to get up and explore. So with this, I would like to thank the opportunities that I get over here from the museum, National Council of Science Museums, as well as this platform that I'm given to present these kinds of experiments that we keep doing. And if you have questions, I'll be thankful to take them. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Very interesting work that you guys are doing. Let's move on to the next speaker.
So now we have Ragul MR. He's a PhD scholar at CSIR NISCARE, New Delhi. He will deliver a presentation entitled Possibilities of Using Modern Science Communication Approaches in India. The Zoom is yours, Ragul.
Thank you so much. I'm just sharing the screen. Hello, is it visible now?
Yes, it is visible.
Okay. Hi everyone. Thank you so much for having us here. So myself Rahul, and this paper is co-authored by Momita Majumdar. We were the master's students of academic or scientific and innovative research, CSIR NISCARE. So titled as Possibilities of Using Modern Science Communication Approaches in India. The aim of this paper is like to showcase what are the key modern aspects that can be from the global stage to that can be adaptable and usable in the Indian scenario. So certain key aspects or key approaches we are discussing here is virtual reality and augmented reality. It's kind of common these days, and escape rooms and three-dimensional printed tactile models. Okay. So as I said before, the approach here is to look into the global approaches, how the science communication approaches are evolving globally, and considering the possibilities of using or customizing it according to the local needs. So for this study, we look into the platform of Falling Walls. Falling Walls is a German-based non-profit And since 2009, they are having this conference each year. They started in November, during the 20th anniversary of the fall of Berlin Wall in Germany. So 3 years before, 2018 onwards, they started this session called Falling Walls Engage. So this is a global platform for science engagement, as they call for the modern approaches from the organizations and individuals across the globe to present their ideas and projects. And from that, they will select the finalists, like top 10 each year. So for this study, we look into the projects of like 30 such finalist projects from last 3 years, and we selected 3 projects. And these 3 project selections were based on the uniqueness, the objectivity, and modern utility. Like how unique, how novel the idea is, how was the objectivity of the particular idea. Maybe it's kind of common, but it's the objectivity is kind of new, and how the modern tools is utilized. So the first approach we chosen was a journey to the center of the volcano. So this is VR based virtual reality based headset approach. Maybe it's kind of getting active in this even in our country these days. And this particular outreach project is from Chile, and the how they what they how uniqueness is this is like they are teaching, or they are making awareness about the volcanoes to the students across Chile. So how uniqueness is this is like Chile is a country with more than 90 active volcanoes, and to make aware regarding this the onset of science behind it and the consequences of this kind of really important. And they make use of the public spaces, and they perform outreaches. They have their own customized models and ship-shaped equipments, and the kids and the visitors get into the platform with the VR headset, and they experience the travel into the volcanoes through this artificial reality, augmented reality. The second approach I would like to introduce is a cancer-based themed escape rooms. So escape rooms maybe sound new. It's kind of westernized. It may sound westernized, but the approach here is using escape rooms to engage audience with the science. So escape room is basically a game. So it's kind of a intuitive game where it's a puzzle kind of thing. People use their logical and thinking and to clear each steps to get higher steps, and there's by completing the game they know what's happening like. So this particular escape room is based from Australia. It's from Australia. It's designed by a cancer researcher. So he made a custom escape room based on cancer, and it's themed on cancer. So the visitors will know about the cancer and the new treatment approaches in the form of a game. So science communication through escape rooms is kind of is a new thing, but it's the potential, the impactness is very high. So it's like the visitors can learn through playing, and that also to physical games. That is like not unlike digital games. Is the impactful must be higher for these kind of games. The third approach here is the tactile universe. So tactile universe is a 3D printed universe designed by a physically challenged researcher from the Portsmouth Institute of Cosmology and Gravitation. He liked to bring the visual science of cosmology and astronomy to the visually impaired, and he chose the 3D tactile approach. So he printed the new, whatever the new research is happening in the field of astronomy, he printed in the form of 3D tactile models, small models, and through that he engaged the youngsters who are visually impaired. And this is unique of its kind and one of its kind, which has a potential, a huge potential to reach the visually impaired across the country. So now these are the 3 modern approaches we chose from the 30 projects we studied. And let's look into the possibilities of using these approaches in Indian context. So virtual reality, during the pandemic outbreak, we saw this small new village school from Kerala get into the news, I mean international highlight news because of their intuitive approach to using augmented reality in classrooms. And here you can see the YouTube analysis shows like within 8 videos, they happen to reach 11,000 people. And that is only a small piece because they recorded the video and they disperse it through WhatsApp. So we don't have the actual output of how effective this is. And of course, last year we saw one of the Expo IISF 2019 at Kolkata. We experienced the virtual reality to Oculus Rift, and it was a key attraction. And being one of the members of the Science Express, I personally visited, experienced how this virtually Vitala exhibition at the Science Express is a crowd puller. So this is designed by IIT students of Delhi, and this gives you the virtual visit of Vitala temple at Hampi. And escape rooms, coming to the escape rooms, though it's new, before the pandemic of this year, 2020 February saw the escape room at Pravega IISc Bangalore. And this is a science fest conducted by UG community of IISc Bangalore. And this was a success, huge success. And people loved how engaging the escape rooms can be with the scientific content. Maybe this escape room sounds new to us, but I wonder the Imam Bagha, the Bul Bulayas across the country, maybe the ancient escape rooms which we forgot to utilize in a scientific way. And that tactile approach, as I discussed before, 2 lakh students in India are visually challenged, visually impaired, and this kind of that means these many students are having difficulties in getting into the world of science. So using 3D approach or 3D printed models and communicating science, we can reach these students and we can open the scope of science to these students. So these modern approaches are opening the immense possibilities, and it's a wonderful way to look into the global scenario and adopt and customize those approaches to reach more public engaging content. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Very nice presentation, very useful. We'll move on to the next speaker now.
Now let's welcome our 7th presenter of the day, Biju Dharmapalan from CSIR Niskare. Biju will deliver a presentation entitled Changing Paradigms in Science Communication in the Post-COVID Era. The Zoom is yours, Biju.
Okay. Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you're audible.
Hello?
Yeah, you're audible.
Okay. Okay, fine. Can you see my slide?
Not yet. Please try again.
I think. Can you share from your side, madam?
You've not shared your presentation with us. Have you? I will ask.
Yeah.
Let me ask.
Share.
Let me ask.
Veena, ഇത് വരുന്നില്ല.
Okay, Mr. Biju, we will schedule you after Sangmitra. We are locating your presentation right now. Please excuse us. Dr. Sangmitra, are you here? Dr. Sangmitra?
Yes, I'm here.
Yeah, please can we ask you to start your presentation? I'll just introduce you then.
Oh, yeah, but the video, okay, I cannot.
Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome our last presenter. First, we have preponed her presentation, so she become the second last. Sangmitra Deobansh, she's the assistant teacher at Ranihat High School, Cuttack, Odisha.
Yeah, let me try on small.
Okay. Yes, Dr. Biju, if you would try. Yeah, there is a possibility that it may start.
Yeah. Can you see it now?
No, it's not visible yet.
Can you see my?
No, your screen says it's screen sharing, but we're not seeing.
Can you see it?
Dr. Biju, we are not able to see your. We are not able to see your screen share. Yeah.
Hello.
Now, Dr. Biju, it is visible. You may start. I'm so sorry for this technical glitch, everyone. Dr. Biju will continue.
Can you see it?
Yeah, yeah. Dr. Biju, we are able to see it. Right. Right.
Okay.
We are able.
Okay. Okay. Sorry for the delay due to some technical issues. So that.
Yeah. No.
Yeah, the topic of my discussion is the changing paradigms in science communication in the post-COVID era. So, you know, science communication includes communicating science to different publics that draw on a wide range of disciplines in social science, humanities, and science. And during this pandemic, in the wake of pandemic, the science communication has seen a sea of changes, and researchers, policymakers, communication practitioners, and citizens, everyone was discussing a lot about the corona pandemic. And scientists struggle to understand and handle COVID-19. Along with this issue, there was an issue of the misinformation, as one of the speakers has mentioned. Across the globe, there were Fox News, and even the science has come as one global platform. There were misinformation was also carried out in different parts of the country, different parts of the world. So the value of investing in science for immediate discoveries and future preparedness has fundamentally what you call changed in the view of the pandemic. The communication and dissemination of science during this pandemic period has made some changes.
About 4 times.
And according to Nobel laureate Jennifer Doudna, she has found 3 fundamental changes that COVID-19 has caused to the scientific communication. So because of this COVID, you can see more respect has been won to the science communicators. Especially you can see most of the science news has been consistently been part of the front pages of all the prominent national and regional newspapers. And there were more communication between among scientists itself, because so far we have been keeping all the scientific discoveries secret mode, but the pandemic has started how to make it more openness through the preprint servers. The culture for publishing in preprint servers has become more common after the pandemic, and we had a lot of collaboration, and all the scientists across the globe have been working with a single mission of finding a drug for the corona. So this lockdown has changed the modes of modes of communication. So say earlier we had webinar, even IISF was conducted in the form of a seminar. But right now we have the webinars as a very common system. These virtual meetings are very cost effective and has got wide reach. And or they open opportunities to anyone with access to internet. The only issue with these webinars are if there is some issue in the internet, there will be some connectivity problems. Otherwise, these are cost effective, and it causes the science to be communicated to the nooks and corners of the country. There were also the emergence of internet-based science over-the-top TV channels. The DST India Science has been doing tremendous work in this direction, and you can see a lot of interesting science short films in this particular channel. The pandemic has also taught us how to change the mode of delivery in science education. So digital classes and digital books and even papers has become a norm now. The books have become interactive. You can, the COVID Kada, the book which is released by NCST, it is a it is an interactive book. If you click on this link, you can see the more details about it in the YouTube. So such type of things has evolved. Citizen science has been evolved as a major factor in the post-pandemic period. The public has been taken into confidence in dealing with all the scientific problems. While the the research institutes were closed down, there were still a lot of information passing between the scientific community, among themselves and in the public through citizen science approach. The Corona report, various apps like a Corona report app is a perfect example for that. As one of the speakers mentioned, virtual science museums, since the museums have been closed down, we have to move to the next mode of science communication through virtual science museum. So many, even UK Science Museum, we can see the virtual, how even sitting in India, we can see their exhibits. So likewise in smartphone application, specifically for science communication, there were a lot of innovative things like science review feed, app, new fusion, general science, etc. So at the end of the day, I will say that communication has always been about people and ideas. It would be disingenuous to describe the ongoing change as a paradigm shift in the communication. Communication itself and its ends goals are not changing. Those who fail to adapt to the changing communication environments will be left behind once the current crisis ends. So communicating science in the post-COVID-19 era would be really a challenging task, as the digital internet platforms shall overpower human ingenuity. Creativity comes only from visualization and dreaming, and these digital platforms will take away our creativity skill from our youngsters if it is not used judiciously. As Albert Einstein has mentioned, the true sign of intelligence is not knowledge but imagination. So we have to be very particular about using all these digital technologies in science communication, not to lose the imaginative power of our young minds. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Dhamparan.
Hello.
Hello, thank you. That was very useful. How much time do we have now? I think we are at the end of the hour, right, Malika?
Yes, we are at the end. Now I would like to welcome Sanghamitra Deobaj. So sorry we had this technical glitch, but Dr. Sanghamitra is here with us. She's an assistant teacher at Ranihat High School, Department of School and Mass Education, Government of Odisha. She will deliver a presentation entitled Radio Pathshala, Taking Classroom to Home. The Zoom is yours, Sanghamitra.
I think I have some problem. I mean, connecting the video, it's, I mean, you have to do something from your end.
Okay, let me see. Sanghamitra is, you are named as Phoenix. Okay, let me find. Now I've asked you to start the video. Maybe you can try. She's already in the panelist. You're already a panelist, so you can share the screen as well as share the video.
Okay, thank you.
Are you okay? Right.
Yeah, thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. It has been a pleasure and wonderful experience to hear the deliberations of the presenters before me, and each one of them presented their points in the lines of communication in the field of science. in the way to carry the message of wonderful world of science to everybody. So let me come straight to my point of view in this field. This I put forth before you, finding the relevance of it in the present scenario of the global pandemic. We all know that schools have been closed for months together, and the alternative to classroom teaching has been the online classes. But everything seems to be all right, subject to the availability and availability of the number of things like internet connection, uses of smartphone, and the cost of data packs. All those things come for the online classes. Here, the most viable and powerful and easiest access, in my view, comes the radio. It's the inexpensive comparative to other mediums, and available. I mean, it can be accessed to everyone at home. So let me share my screen with you so that I can start my PowerPoint.
Sangmitra, are you sharing a presentation? Because we are not able to see your presentation.
Oh yeah, now can you see? Can you see it?
Yeah, now I can see, because I was wondering what you were changing. So sorry. Please put it on if you can. Put it in the full screen mode, please.
Yes.
Right.
I think it's okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, the topic of my presentation is Radio Pathasala, taking classroom to home. And since we are on a platform to discuss the science communication, first let me start with science communication and radio. We all know radio is an accessible, I don't know how many are accessing it, but it's accessible and affordable comparative to other things. And it's a very effective and a powerful tool for mass communication. It has the power of empowering the listeners with information, education, as well as entertainment. And school radio programs help students to supplement classroom learning. We learn something. In my view, this radio thing, I mean, it cannot, remove all those other mediums and other modes, but it can supplement. It can trigger something in your mind. If you hear something, your imagination goes there, that this can be the things. So radio programs, I mean, in my view, it helps to supplement the classroom learning. And it's a good way to keep the educators, students updated with the learning materials. And it's, I think, very good for the lower socioeconomic background students who cannot afford the costlier things. So we next, yeah. Since my topic is about Radio Pathsala, let me tell everyone about this. What is this Radio Pathsala? It has been launched by the School and Mass Education Department, Government of Odisha. And it's a syllabus-based radio program. It's for class 1 to 12, the primary classes. And it's for about 60 lakh students, as the statistics says. And in the government and government-aided schools, because it's a syllabus prescribed by the government for the government schools. And the broadcasting started during this pandemic period. The date is 28th September 2020. And it's been broadcasted through the Odia Akashvani Kendras, radio stations of All India Radio. And after the broadcast, it's also available on the online Diksha platform, which students, parents, and anyone can access for learning. And since I have to connect it with science, because other subjects are also being taught by Radio Pathsala. So when, as a science teacher, I'm more concerned with this subject, how it can be effective. So two words I can have written. It's very challenging. Learning science through Radio Pathsala, through the audio medium, it's very challenging. You have to keep in mind so many things. You are not showing anything. You are just, suppose you are explaining some experiment. Let's take this, let's do this. You have to tell this. You're not showing anything. That you have to keep in mind, in your mind. So though that is a very challenging thing. And science through radio. And and coming to my study, the statement of the problem is a study of radios, school radio program. It's with focus on learning science. That's I already told. Sorry. The significance of my study, why I took this study, is radio is accepted as a mass communication tool for education and information. It is accessible and affordable to different categories of the society. Male, female, nothing, no distinction. Everyone can access, urban, rural, in urban areas, in rural areas, physically and mentally challenged persons. So there is, I mean, these gaps can be bridged through radio. And it is also realized that the focus on promoting approaches and providing facilities for the learners, listeners, and educational programs on radio would help removing the barriers. These barriers, and there are other barriers also, to the social and gender gaps. And objective of my study was to, before pandemic also, whenever in the classroom, I used to ask the students, do you have a radio set? Rarely I would find students who have radio sets in their home. So, and that thing was in my mind when the program Radio Pathshala started, that if students will be able to access the radio, or that News on AI are up, through which we are all listening to radio programs these days. So I had those doubts are in my mind. Will be able to access or not. So my main objective of that study is that if accessing, or if they are not accessing, what is the main reason? So I'm doing I have taken up a larger study on this area. Very few things I have shared for this study. One, you can see in this screen that out of the three main reasons, no interest is only 15%. Non-availability of radio sets, I mean, it's there. Non-availability means you can say that, okay, how they are doing online classes or other thing. Non-availability means non-availability of the mobile smartphones or radio set with the students. Even if they are having smartphones, it's not available with them all the time to do the online classes, to do the Radio Pathshala, to listen to Radio Pathshala thing. So it's non-availability. Here, I mean, I can discuss that if we can make available for these radio sets, then I think it will be a little more helpful. And another, you can see, regularly occasional listeners are more in number, and regular students who are listening regularly, their number is less. So that thing we have to keep in mind. And some more findings I can share very quickly, because we are already reached 1 p.m. So majority of the students view that they are all aware about the timing and frequencies. And one question was, which subject, I mean, do you think is more suitable for radio learning? So most of the students, they had opted that literature, because in literature, it's more dramatization is there, and some songs and all those things are there. So I thought, and so in my view, if we educators, all the program makers who are making the science program, if we can add some storyline to it, maybe we are deliberating the concepts, but we have to add something interesting, so that when it can dramatize something, some drama, so that it will be those radio programs for science, it will be, I mean, more interesting. And related literature, I found all the papers covered about the Radio Pathshala. It's a new initiative by Government of Odisha. It's a good thing during the pandemic. More students can access these radio things. And for the discussion, I would like to say that radio can be made a useful tool for communicating science to the school students, and it will be highly beneficial to girl students. They can hear in their homes. My study also says that taking the classroom to homes. So it can be, in my view, I mean, this tool has to be focused more so that it can supplement. I said in the earlier also, even if not remove other modes, but it can supplement, can go along with those.
Dr. Sangmitra,
yes,
your time is over.
Yeah, I
Please.
know. Time. And
Thank
only these few pictures I can show that these are things in our few teachers had shared in our groups. This is how they are conducting in this pandemic period. And yeah, that's all about Radio Pathshala. And in conclusion, I can say that there is need to promote radio as a communication tool for school science. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Now, we've come to the end of the session. So I request now Honorable Chair to make some remarks.
My pleasure. I regret we'll not be able to take questions, I guess, because of lack of time. But I think over the sequence of presentations, you have seen everything from using radios, from using artificial intelligence, from using digital media, to people's perceptions, to educators' perceptions. The one common theme that comes from everybody is that times are changing rapidly. There is a chance for us to bridge the digital divide. There's a chance for us to reach out to far more people than we've been able to historically, and time to reinvent how we communicate science. At the end of the day, if science is not communicated, it's almost as good as never having been done. So I think it's critical that we take this seriously and go forward with a lot of positivity. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir. Now, on behalf of the Vigyanika team, I would like to express our gratitude to Honorable Chair, Dr. Anurag Agarwal, and all our paper presenters for sparing their valuable time and sharing their immense knowledge with us. Last but not the least, I would like to wholeheartedly thank our audience for their patient hearing. Hopefully, the presentation will be beneficial for everybody. We hope that this association of ours continues and strengthens in the times to come. Everyone, I would just like to announce that we will be back at 2 p.m. for the Vigyan Kavi Sammelan. We have really renowned science poets lined up in that session. Now, see you at 2 p.m. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you, everyone. So it was a pleasure hearing you.
Thank you very much. Pleasure to hear everybody speak. Thank you. Bye-bye.
CSR निस्केर विज्ञानिका प्रोग्राम से जुड़ा है 2017 से, जब हमने चेन्नई में पहली बार राउंड टेबल मीट ऑन साइंस कम्युनिकेशन किया था। उसके बाद हमने लखनऊ में IISF जो हुआ वहाँ पे हमने इंटरनेशनल साइंस लिटरेचर फेस्टिवल किया। उसी के साथ अगले साल कोलकाता में हमने इंटरनेशनल साइंस लिटरेचर फेस्टिवल किया। विज्ञानिका 2020 में दोबारा होने वाला है, IISF 2020 में। विज्ञानिका का जो एक सफ़र रहा है, वो जो बेसिक थ्रस्ट रहा है, वो विज्ञान लेखकों को जोड़ना, विज्ञान संचारकों को जोड़ना, जो विज्ञान में शोध कर रहे हैं उनको जोड़ना, और उनके जो चैलेंजेस आते हैं, जो विज्ञान संचार में, विज्ञान प्रसार में जो चैलेंजेस आते हैं और उनके क्या समाधान हैं, इसके बारे में चर्चा करना, इसके बारे में रिकमेंडेशंस देना, ये एक मेजर की पॉइंट रहा है वैज्ञानिका के कार्यक्रमों का। साथ ही हमने कोशिश की है विज्ञान का संचार कितने प्रकारों से किया जा सकता है, उसको भी दर्शाने का एक हमने प्रयास किया है। कोलकाता में हमने एक आचार्य PC रे पे एक साइंस ड्रामा प्रस्तुत करवाया। उसी तरह से लखनऊ के IISF में हमने एक चंद्रयान प्रोजेक्ट, उस वक्त काफ़ी उफान पे था, हमने उस पर एक मोहिनी अट्टम नृत्य के थ्रू चंद्रयान के बारे में जानकारी उपलब्ध करवाई। इसी तरह से बच्चों को भी जोड़ने के बहुत हमने प्रयास किए हैं, चाहे वो साइंस कार्टून कंपटीशन हो या डिबेट कंपटीशन हो या स्टोरी टेलिंग सेशन हो, और इसी तरह से विज्ञान संचार के और भी कई तरीके हमने, कठपुतली का नाच, उसके थ्रू किस तरह से विज्ञान का संचार कर सकते हैं। 2020 में जो अभी दिसंबर में 22 से 24 में हम विज्ञानिका दोबारा से आयोजित कर रहे हैं, इसमें भी थ्रस्ट हमारा यही रहेगा। जो चैलेंजेस आए हैं विज्ञान संचार में, स्पेशली पिछले 8-9 महीने के दौरान जब कोविड पैंडेमिक की वजह से बहुत से चैलेंजेस आए हैं, इस तरह की चर्चा हम करेंगे। साथ ही विज्ञानिका का एक मकसद और भी है कि हम साइंस लिटरेचर पे चर्चा करना चाहते हैं। उसी तरह से इंडियन लैंग्वेजेस में साइंस कम्युनिकेशन कितना हो रहा है, क्यों कम हो रहा है, या किस तरह से बढ़ाया जा सकता है, उसका क्या असर हो सकता है, इस पे काफ़ी चर्चा हमने की है। उसी प्रकार की चर्चा हम इस विज्ञानिका 2020 में भी करेंगे। इस साल भी हमने बच्चों को जोड़ने के कई तरीके निकाले हैं। तो हमने एक साइंस सॉन्ग कॉम्पोजिशन कंपटीशन ऑर्गेनाइज़ किया है बच्चों के लिए, जिसमें वो एक अपना ओरिजिनल साइंस सॉन्ग कंपोज कर सकते हैं, म्यूज़िक दे सकते हैं और उसको वीडियो बना के हमें भेज सकते हैं। इसी के साथ हमने एक एसे कंपटीशन का आयोजन किया है, और उम्मीद यही है कि विज्ञानिका 2020 कार्यक्रम बहुत ही सफल रहेगा।
Communication of scientific information and inculcation of scientific awareness among the citizens has never been more essential. A wide range of media channels and tools are utilized today to disseminate information about science and its advancements. Centered around the theme Science Communication and Science Literature, Networking Science and Society, the International Science Literature Festival Vigyanika is being held to deliberate on the challenges of science communication. India has had a rich tradition of science literature in the country, reflecting social attitudes towards science and scientists. Vigyanika is being organized to critically evaluate scientific literature and many other issues through keynote lectures, panel discussions, scientific sessions, and Vigyan Kavi Sammelan. Other engaging activities of Vigyanika include virtual science book fair, national science song making competition, and national essay writing competition on leveraging science and technology for self-reliance and global welfare.
Namaskar. Uh, it is really an honor and a pleasure to talk about one of the greatest scientists ever produced in the history of humankind, Acharya Sir Jagadish Chandra Bose. And for this, I'm extremely indebted to the Vigyanika International Science
ये पहाड़ सबसे कम उम्र के और सबसे ऊंचे हैं। कुदरत के इन चमत्कारों को देखकर विस्मय भी होता है, सम्मान भी पनपता है। इन क्षेत्रों में रहने वाले लोगों के लिए ये देवताओं का निवास स्थान है। यही कारण है कि यहाँ कई पहाड़ी चोटियों को देवताओं के नाम दिए गए हैं। पहाड़ों की इन विशाल श्रृंखलाओं को देखकर एक रक्षक की छवि भी उभरती है, जो भारत की उत्तरी और पूर्वी सीमाओं की रक्षा में तैनात हैं। लेकिन आज भी ऊंचे हो रहे ये पहाड़ वजूद में कैसे आए? इसका पता लगाने के लिए जिन सुरागों और लक्षणों की पहचान करनी थी, उस काम को अंजाम देने में विज्ञान को बरसों लग गए हैं। हिमालय पर्वत श्रृंखला लगभग 2500 किलोमीटर की लंबाई में फैली है और इसकी चौड़ाई 120 किलोमीटर से 400 किलोमीटर तक है। इसका पश्चिमी छोर भारत में जम्मू कश्मीर में और पूर्वी छोर अरुणाचल प्रदेश में है। इस श्रृंखला में दुनिया की कुछ सबसे ऊंची चोटियां हैं। नंगा पर्वत, K2, कंचनजंगा और विश्व की सबसे ऊंची चोटी जिसकी ऊंचाई है 29,035 फीट, माउंट एवरेस्ट। ये है हिम का आवाज, हिमालय।
हिमालय हमारे देश के लोगों की ही नहीं, बल्कि देखा जाए तो पूरे उपमहाद्वीप के लोगों की जीवन रेखा है।
इस चमत्कार की रचना पृथ्वी को हिला देने वाली एक घटना से हुई। चलिए हम पृथ्वी के जीवन काल की शुरुआती 4.5 अरब वाले दौर यानी प्री कैम्ब्रियन पीरियड में चलते हैं। जब ठंडा क्रस्ट बना तो महाद्वीपों के टूटने और दोबारा बनने का सिलसिला चलने लगा। 1 अरब 10 करोड़ और 90 करोड़ साल के बीच सुपर कॉन्टिनेंट रोडेनिया बना और 75 करोड़ से 63 करोड़ 30 लाख साल पहले ये टूट भी गया। इसके बाद बेहद ठंडा क्रायोजेनियन पीरियड आया और फिर 54 करोड़ 30 लाख साल पहले कैम्ब्रियन एरा की शुरुआत हुई, जो 49 करोड़ साल तक चला। इसके बाद महाद्वीपों का फिर से मिलना शुरू हुआ, पैंजिया की शक्ल में, फिर पैलियोजोइक के आखिरी और मेसोजोइक पीरियड्स के शुरुआती हिस्से में। ऐसा लगभग 48 करोड़ साल पहले हुआ था। अर्ली मिड जुरासिक पीरियड में लगभग 17 करोड़ 50 लाख साल पहले पैंजिया टूटना शुरू हुआ, गोंडवाना और लॉरेशिया के रूप में। करीब 12 करोड़ साल पहले क्रिटेशियस पीरियड में जब सुपर कॉन्टिनेंट गोंडवाना टूटना शुरू हुआ तो भूगर्भीय स्तर पर हिमालय की कहानी ने जोर पकड़ा। भारतीय भूभाग भी गोंडवाना से अलग हो गया। भारत उत्तर की तरफ खिसकते हुए यूरेशिया के नजदीक आया और फिर टेथिस सी की रचना हुई इन दोनों महाद्वीपों के बीच। भारत करीब 8 करोड़ साल पहले तक 40 मिलीमीटर प्रति वर्ष की रफ्तार से खिसक रहा था। फिर इसकी रफ्तार बढ़कर 150 मिलीमीटर प्रति वर्ष हो गई और ये सिलसिला अगले 3 करोड़ साल तक जारी रहा। जब भारत एशिया पहुंचा लगभग 5 करोड़ साल पहले तो टेथिस सी सिकुड़ने लगा और समुद्र की तली भारतीय प्लेट के उत्तर की ओर खिसकने के कारण धीरे धीरे ऊपर उठने लगी। टेथिस सी पूरी तरह गायब हो गया और उसकी तली में मौजूद तलछट वाली सामग्री से एक पहाड़ का निर्माण हुआ। जब भारतीय उपमहाद्वीप टिबेटन शील्ड से टकराया तो भारतीय उपमहाद्वीप का निर्माण करने वाली सेडिमेंट्री और मेटामॉर्फिक रॉक तिब्बत से टकराई, जिससे ये जगह ऊपर को उठने लगी और इससे एक विशाल पर्वत श्रृंखला हिमालय का निर्माण हुआ।
आज हिमालय की शक्ल में हमें जो पहाड़ नजर आते हैं, दरअसल वो पिछले 5 करोड़ 50 लाख साल की प्लेट टेक्टोनिक्स की हलचल का नतीजा है।
भूवैज्ञानिकों का मानना है कि भारत 2 शक्तियों की वजह से उत्तर की ओर बढ़ा और इनके कारण एक टेक्टोनिक प्लेट दूसरी के नीचे घुस गई। जब कोई प्लेट धंसती है तो वो अपने साथ जुड़े भूभाग को भी खींचती जाती है। भूवैज्ञानिकों का सोचना है कि इस तरह से धंसती दो प्लेटों के कारण खिंचाव की शक्ति 2 गुनी हो जाएगी, जिससे भारत की खिसकने की रफ्तार भी 2 गुनी होगी। शोधकर्ताओं को हिमालय क्षेत्र की चट्टानों की सैंपलिंग और डेटिंग से कुछ ऐसी भूगर्भीय निशानियां मिली हैं, जिनसे 2 सबडक्शन जोन बने होंगे। इस वजह से ये थ्योरी काफी मुमकिन नजर आती है। भूवैज्ञानिक जमीन, पानी और जीवन के विकास से जुड़े सबसे प्राचीन इतिहास के बारे में महत्वपूर्ण जानकारियां हासिल करने के लिए चट्टानों, उनकी बनावट और उनमें मौजूद जीवाश्म का अध्ययन करते हैं। वो टेक्टोनिक गतिविधि और वर्तमान में पर्यावरण पर पड़ने वाले इसके प्रभाव से संबंधित आंकड़ों का भी अध्ययन करते हैं। इससे भविष्य में होने वाली घटनाओं के बारे में अनुमान लगाने में उन्हें मदद मिलती है। इन खोजों से पता चलता है कि प्लेट टेक्टोनिक की गतिविधियों से कैसे हिमालय पहाड़ों का एक फोल्ड और थ्रस्ट बेल्ट बना, और ये प्रक्रिया आज भी जारी है। अगर हम हिमालय श्रृंखला में दक्षिण से उत्तर की ओर आगे बढ़ें, तो हमें 4 प्रमुख संभाग नजर आते हैं। ये हैं सब हिमालय, लेसर हिमालय, ग्रेटर हिमालय और टेथियन हिमालय।
ये जो शिवालिक हिल्स, सब हिमालय, लेसर हिमालय, हायर हिमालय, टेथियन हिमालय और ट्रांस हिमालय को उनकी ऊंचाई और फिजियोग्राफी के आधार पर बांटा गया।
फिजियोग्राफी तय होती है जियोलॉजी और जियोमॉर्फोलॉजी से। तो इस मामले में क्या हुआ है कि लेसर हिमालय को भी एक भूगर्भीय घटना के तौर पे पहचाना गया।
सब हिमालय सबसे बाहरी और सबसे कम ऊंचाई वाला हिस्सा है, जो गंगा के मैदानों से मिल जाता है।
शुरू में ये पेनिनसुला यानी प्रायद्वीप का ही हिस्सा था। प्रायद्वीप की चट्टानें हिमालय तक फैली हुई थीं। फिर एक प्रक्रिया होती है रिफ्टिंग, जिसकी शुरुआत हुई करीब 184 करोड़ साल पहले, और इसी से बना लेसर हिमालय।
हम लोग हिमालय के सदर्न मोस्ट टिप पे खड़े हैं। यहीं से हिमालय शुरू होता है और ये टिप का पोर्शन है सब हिमालय, और आगे जाकर लेसर हिमालय, हायर हिमालय है।
लेसर हिमालय की चौड़ाई लगभग 80 किलोमीटर है और यहाँ 6000 से 10,000 फीट की ऊंचाई के बीच अनेक जंगल हैं और साथ ही उपजाऊ घाटियां भी हैं। इसमें उत्तर कश्मीर से लेकर मसूरी रेंज, धौलागिरी का नाग टिब्बा और पूर्व में सिक्किम और असम भी शामिल हैं। सड़क के किनारे मौजूद ताल फॉर्मेशंस वाली ये चट्टानें प्री कैम्ब्रियन बॉर्डरलाइन पीरियड के दौरान बनी थी और ये साफ साफ दिखाती है कि ये पानी के नीचे रही हैं। चट्टानों पर बने लहरों के निशान वैसे ही हैं जैसे समुद्र की तली में ऐसी सतहों पर पानी से बनते हैं, और ये लाइनें प्लेटों के एक दूसरे से हुए वर्टिकल मूवमेंट को दिखाती हैं, जिनसे ये फॉल्ट लाइनें बनी। यहाँ मौजूद ये गड्ढे उस दौर में मौजूद नर्म शरीर वाले बायोटा की मौजूदगी के सबूत हैं। ये जगह टेक्टोनिक गतिविधि और नर्म शरीर वाले यूनिसेलुलर, मल्टीसेलुलर और सख्त खोल वाले जीवों की उपस्थिति भी दर्शाता है, जो कैम्ब्रियन पीरियड की शुरुआत में मौजूद होते थे।
हम इसे कहते हैं एडिया कैरन फौना। तब नर्म शरीर वाले जीव मौजूद थे, ज्यादा कुछ नहीं था, और अचानक हमने पाया कि 54 करोड़ 20 लाख साल पहले जीवन बहुत तेजी से बढ़ा। पहले जहां जीवन लगभग था ही नहीं, अब अचानक उसकी भरमार हो गई, जैसे कि ट्राइलोबाइट्स, ऑबिचुएला, इन्हें माइक्रोशेली फौना भी कहा जाता है। और ये शायद भारत की एक ऐसी गिनी चुनी जगहों में से एक है जिसे हम पूरी सटीकता से नहीं लेकिन फिर भी चिन्हित कर सकते हैं। पर हम जानते हैं कि ये है प्री कैम्ब्रियन और वहां मौजूद चट्टानें हैं कैम्ब्रियन।
हम अपर पिन वैली में मुद्ध नाम के गांव से करीब 1 किलोमीटर की दूरी पर खड़े हुए हैं, और ये कैम्ब्रियन एज से ट्रायसिक एज तक की चट्टानों को देखने के लिए बेहतरीन जगह है।
ये कैम्ब्रियन चट्टानें स्पष्ट रूप से समुद्री बनावटों और जीवाश्मों को दिखाती हैं। इसके अलावा यहाँ लाल क्वार्ट्जाइट, सैंडस्टोन और शेल के फ्लूवियल डिपॉजिट्स भी हैं, जिनमें जीवाश्म नहीं है। इसके आगे टैक्ची फॉर्मेशन मौजूद है, इसमें भी जीवाश्म मौजूद हैं, जो कभी इस जगह के समुद्र में होने की तरफ इशारा करते हैं। इसके ऊपर डेवोनियन माथ क्वाड्राइट है, जो समुद्री तटों और उथले पानी से जुड़े सबूत दर्शाते हैं, और इससे ऊपर ऐसे समुद्री जीवाश्म दिखते हैं जो कार्बोनिफरस और पर्मियन ट्रायासिक पीरियड से संबंध रखते हैं। ग्रेट हिमालय के उत्तर में टेथियन हिमालय मौजूद है, जिसे तिब्बतन हिमालय या ट्रांस हिमालय भी कहा जाता है। ग्रेट हिमालय टेथियन श्रृंखलाओं, पठारों और बेसिनों के बीच कोई स्पष्ट अंतर नहीं दिखता। कश्मीर और हिमाचल प्रदेश में ये रेंज सबसे चौड़ी है, जिससे यहाँ स्पिटी बेसिन और जास्कार रेंज बनी है।
हम जिस जगह पर खड़े हैं वो साउथ टिबेटियन डिटैचमेंट सिस्टम है और उससे आगे हैं टिथियन हिमालयन रॉक्स और हम खड़े हुए हैं ग्रेटर हिमालयन रॉक्स पर। यहाँ जीवन की शुरुआत टेथिस सी में हुई थी और ये सब चट्टानें टेथिस सी में पहुंची थीं।
जब भारतीय प्लेट यूरेशियन भूभाग से टकराने लगी तो बीच में मौजूद पहले से ही उथला टेथिस सी रूप बदलकर फोल्ड होने लगा और ऊपर उठने लगा। फोल्ड होने और ऊपर उठने का ये सिलसिला कई चरणों में और लाखों साल के दौरान संभव हुआ और इसी से ग्रेटर हिमालय श्रृंखला बनी। इसीलिए ट्रिलोबाइट्स और ब्रैकियोपॉड्स जैसे समुद्री जीवाश्म ऐसे सबसे ऊंचे पहाड़ों में मिलते हैं और ये पहले जीव रूप हैं। भूवैज्ञानिकों को अपनी फील्ड ट्रिप्स के दौरान विस्तृत अध्ययन के लिए ऐसे समुद्री जीवाश्म मिलते रहते हैं।
ये पूरी दुनिया में मिलने वाला समुद्री जीवाश्म है। पर्मियन पीरियड के दौरान पूरा समुद्र ब्रैकियोपॉड फौना से ढका हुआ था।
ये है पिन वैली। हम 2016 में इस घाटी में फील्ड वर्क कर चुके हैं और मुझे यहाँ बहुत सारे ट्राइलोबाइट्स और ब्रैकियोपॉड्स मिल चुके हैं।
भूवैज्ञानिक सैंपल इकट्ठे करके उन्हें लेबोरेटरी ले जाते हैं ताकि उन्हें छांट सकें और श्रेणीबद्ध करके उनकी जांच कर सकें।
इस समय हमारे यहाँ इसका मुख्य उद्देश्य है कि जो हिमालय की बहुत सारी चट्टानें हैं उनका आयु निर्धारण कैसे किया जाए और ये कितनी साल पुरानी है। तो हम इस घटना के बारे में जानना चाहते हैं इन सब उपकरणों का इस्तेमाल करके। इसके लिए हम स्ट्रोंशियम, न्यूडीमियम, रीनियम, ऑस्मियम, यूरेनियम और लेड जैसे अलग अलग वस्तुओं के आइसोटोपिक अनुपात का विश्लेषण करेंगे।
इन पहाड़ों पर समुद्री जीवों की मौजूदगी हमें इनके अतीत से जुड़ी एक पेचीदा कहानी सुनाती है। साथ ही हिमालय पर्वत श्रृंखला की एक और कमाल की खूबी भी है, यह है पूरे भारत की जलवायु पर इसका जबरदस्त असर। ये जुड़ा हुआ है बंगाल की खाड़ी और अरब सागर से गर्मियों में आने वाले मॉनसून से, और इसके कारण बारिश होती है या बर्फ पड़ती है। साथ ही ये भारतीय उपमहाद्वीप को मध्य एशिया की ठंडी महाद्वीपीय हवा से बचाता है, जिससे भारत की कटिबंधीय जलवायु काफी हद तक कायम रह पाती है।
हिमालय की ऊंचाई बेसिकली दो भूमिकाएं निभाती हैं। एक है मध्य पछुआ हवाओं के प्रभाव को रोकना और दूसरी हिमालय के कम ऊंचाई वाले हिस्सों को गर्म करना। इससे जमीन और समुद्र के बीच का तापीय अंतर बढ़ जाता है और मॉनसून ज्यादा शक्तिशाली हो जाता है।
ऊंचाई वाले क्षेत्रों के ठंडे तापमान के कारण मॉनसून से पूरे हिमालय क्षेत्र में ग्लेशियरों का निर्माण होता है। ग्लेशियरों से नदियां निकलती हैं और इन ग्लेशियरों के कारण पूरे साल इन नदियों में पानी बहता है।
इन नदियों सिंधु, ब्रह्मपुत्र, गंगा और यमुना के आसपास भारत की मानव सभ्यता संस्कृति विकसित हुई।
आज की दुनिया में हिमालय हर पर्वतारोही के लिए एक प्रमुख आकर्षण बन गया है। इस श्रृंखला में पर्वतारोहियों के लिए 110 से भी ज्यादा चोटियां हैं, जिनकी समुद्र की सतह से ऊंचाई 24,000 फीट या इससे ज्यादा है। माउंट एवरेस्ट ज्यादातर पर्वतारोहियों के लिए आजीवन एक लक्ष्य बना रहता है, लेकिन एवरेस्ट पर सबसे ज्यादा बार चढ़ने का रिकॉर्ड नेपाल के 2 शेरपाओं के नाम है। ये है आपा शेरपा और पूर्वा टाशी। ये दोनों 21 बार माउंट एवरेस्ट पर चढ़ चुके हैं। हालांकि हिमालय दुनिया की सबसे कम उम्र की पर्वत श्रृंखला है, लेकिन दुनिया के भूगोल में इसका एक महत्वपूर्ण स्थान है। अब हम ये जानने की कोशिश करेंगे कि सबसे कम उम्र होने की वजह से ये दुनिया की सबसे ज्यादा उथल पुथल भरी पर्वत श्रृंखला क्यों है।
इंडिया साइंस एक इंटरनेट आधारित विज्ञान वेब चैनल है।
ये चैनल भारत सरकार के विज्ञान और प्रौद्योगिकी विभाग द्वारा शुरू किया गया है, जिसका कार्यान्वयन और प्रबंधन विज्ञान प्रसार कर रहा है। इंडिया साइंस www.indiascience.in URL पर उपलब्ध है। इस द्विभाषीय चैनल की विषय वस्तु हिंदी और अंग्रेजी में उपलब्ध है। इस चैनल को इंटरनेट की सुविधा वाले किसी भी उपकरण पर देखा जा सकता है। ये वीडियो प्लेटफॉर्म विज्ञान और प्रौद्योगिकी के ज्ञान के प्रसार हेतु समर्पित है। विशेषकर भारतीय दृष्टिकोण, लोकाचार और सांस्कृतिक संदर्भ में वैज्ञानिक जागरूकता फैलाने के लिए दृढ़ प्रतिबद्ध है। ये पहल विज्ञान और प्रौद्योगिकी विभाग द्वारा समर्थित है। इंडिया साइंस मोबाइल ऐप्स को गूगल प्ले स्टोर और एप्पल स्टोर से डाउनलोड किया जा सकता है।
दुनिया में कुछ अलग थलग और असंभव पहुंच वाली जगहें हैं। उन्हीं में से एक है बर्फ से ढकी ग्रेटर हिमालय रेंजेस, जो कुछ जगहों पर लेसर हिमालय से मिलती हैं। इनकी औसत ऊंचाई 20,000 फीट से ज्यादा है। ऐसी अधिकतर सबसे ऊंची चोटियां हैं नेपाल और सिक्किम में। ये उत्तर में जम्मू कश्मीर से लेकर पूर्व में अरुणाचल प्रदेश तक फैली हैं। हिमालय भूकंप के लिहाज से दुनिया की सबसे सक्रिय जगहों में से एक है। नई भूगर्भीय शोध के मुताबिक फोल्ड वाले पहाड़ी इलाकों में
द्वीपीय हिस्सा नीचे जाने लगता है। चूंकि इसकी ग्रेविटी सबसे कम और स्पेसिफिक ग्रेविटी सबसे ज्यादा होती है, ये पीछे की तरफ हटता है, आगे नहीं बढ़ पाता। लेकिन ये लगातार आगे बढ़ रहा है क्योंकि
नमस्कार शुभ्रता जी, नमस्कार डॉक्टर अजय पवार। हेलो
हेलो। नमस्कार श्रीनिवास जी। नमस्कार शुभ्रता जी।
मेरी आवाज आ रही है?
बहुत अच्छी, बहुत साफ आवाज आ रही है।
थैंक यू।
हेलो
नमस्कार श्रीनिवास जी।
नमस्कार।
शुभदा जी नमस्ते।
नमस्कार। यशपाल जी भी आ गए हैं। नमस्कार सर।
नमस्कार सर।
नमस्कार सुब्रता जी।
नमस्ते सर।
नमस्कार सुबुदा कपिल कपिल जी।
नमस्कार सर। इतनी सुंदर
श्रीनिवास नुजिला जी नमस्कार।
आपका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। आपकी कविता मिली हमें।
ओके
सर, यशपाल सर, आपसे थोड़ा सा अनुरोध है कि अपना थोड़ा सा कंप्यूटर स्क्रीन को पीछे रखें, तो आप काफी अच्छे से आप दिखेंगे।
अभी ठीक है क्या, या और पीछे?
जी 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 ठीक है सर, ठीक है।
ओके ओके, थैंक यू।
नमस्कार सिद्धि जी।
नमस्कार मैम।
सिद्धि महाजन नमस्कार मैडम।
हाँ नमस्कार सर।
हेलो सिद्धि।
हेलो हेलो। हेलो।
जी सिद्धि जी, हम आपको सुन पा रहे हैं।
हाँ हाँ ओके।
प्रशांत जी स्वागत।
नमस्कार डॉक्टर पवार।
हाँ नमस्कार जी।
सुब्रता जी ये आवाज ठीक आ रही है क्या इतने वॉल्यूम पे?
हाँ सर बिल्कुल अच्छी आ रही है।
ओके।
हमारी आ रही है मैडम?
जी सर आपकी भी आ रही है। नमस्कार प्रशांत।
नमस्कार डॉक्टर प्रशांत।
नमस्कार सर।
हेलो
नमस्कार पवार जी।
अच्छा खान साहब, एक चीज पूछनी थी आपसे।
खान साहब तो मौजूद नहीं है लग रहा है।
अच्छा, ओ ठीक है, मुझे लगा वो होंगे शायद। अच्छा, मुझे ये पूछना था ऑर्गेनाइजर से कि अपना ये रिकॉर्डिंग जो है पूरे प्रोग्राम का, विज्ञानिका का पूरा जो है वो क्या हमने अवेलेबल करेंगे क्या?
डिस्टरबेंस है कुछ आपकी आवाज में।
हेलो, अभी आ रही है सर?
जी आवाज आ रही है बट डिस्टरबेंस है कुछ, कहिए।
हाँ जी, मैं ये पूछ रहा था कि ये पूरा जो अपने सारे कार्यक्रम है उसकी रिकॉर्डिंग क्या हम जो दूसरे जो लोग अटेंड नहीं कर पाए या ऐसा है उनके लिए बाद में अवेलेबल करेंगे?
ये तो वही बता पाएंगे, अभी आएंगे कोई उनमें से। हसन जावेद साहब आते हैं तो वो बताएंगे।
मैं हूँ यशपाल जी, मैं यहीं पे हूँ।
देखिए
अच्छा सर, आपके नमस्कार सर।
नमस्कार सर।
ओके ओके
रिकॉर्डिंग
हाँ
होगी,
जी,
इसको
मौजूद है,
प्रोवाइड
पूछ लीजिए।
हाँ जी,
रिकॉर्डिंग होगी और जिसको जरूरत होगी उसको प्रोवाइड की जाएगी। बिल्कुल
जी जी
ओके, राइट सर।
थैंक यू सर।
चलिए, ऑल द बेस्ट, शुभकामनाएं सबको।
जी सर जी,
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद, शुक्रिया जनाब। पंकज प्रसून जी प्रणाम।
नमस्कार यशपाल जी, कैसे हैं?
अरे बड़े दिनों बाद आपके दर्शन हुए भाई, वेरी नाइस।
और हमारे आदरणीय लक्ष्मी शंकर वाजपेयी जी हैं, आ गए?
बस जब वो आएंगे तो कार्यक्रम शुरू हो जाएगा।
हाँ, जल्दी उनको बुलाइए भाई।
बाकी सब तो आ ही
दो
गए।
बजने में बस 2 मिनट बाकी हैं।
अब जब वो आ जाएंगे तभी 2 बजेंगे।
सही।
ये हम लोग, हमें लग रहा है बाकी सारे लोग आ गए। तेलुगु से कौन पढ़ रहा था?
हाँ, तेलुगु वाले आ गए भाई, तेलुगु से आ गए हैं।
नमस्ते, मैं
नुजीला
श्रीनिवास
साहब।
नुजिल्ला।
नमस्कार नमस्कार।
श्रीनिवास नुजीला।
श्रीनिवास जी,
वाजपेयी
बड़ा
साहब
अच्छा लग रहा
प्रणाम
है।
सर।
हमारे अध्यक्ष महोदय भी हमारे बीच में हैं।
जी
क्या सर?
नमस्ते जी, नमस्ते।
नमस्कार सर वाजपेयी साहब।
जी नमस्ते नमस्ते।
नमस्कार सर पंकज प्रसून
जी नमस्ते। क्या बात है सभी।
नमस्ते जी। अच्छा सर, आपकी अध्यक्षता में एक बार फिर हम आने का मौका मिला हमको।
जी जी जी।
सवाल है। सर आपकी आज्ञा हो तो हम शुरू करें?
जी अवश्य, बिल्कुल शुरू करिए, समय से शुरू करिए।
जी नमस्कार, स्वागत है आप सभी का विज्ञान कवि सम्मेलन के इस खास सत्र में। मैं हूं आपके साथ शुभदा कपिल, अपने को होस्ट श्री अनिरुद्ध तिवारी जी के साथ। I welcome you all to one of the highlights and most awaited program of Vigyanika, that is विज्ञान कवि सम्मेलन।
विज्ञान अगर कविताओं में ढल जाए तो क्या रंग बिखेरता है, इसका सुंदर रूप है विज्ञान कवि सम्मेलन। आज के इस कार्यक्रम में विभिन्न भारतीय भाषाओं में विज्ञान कविताओं का समन्वय स्थापित होगा। आप सभी का विज्ञानिका के इस खास कार्यक्रम विज्ञान कवि सम्मेलन में हार्दिक स्वागत है। यह कवि सम्मेलन इस संदर्भ में भी खास है क्योंकि भारत की विभिन्न भाषाओं जैसे हिंदी, मराठी, पंजाबी, कोंकणी, तेलुगु, गुजराती के प्रसिद्ध प्रकृति कवि आज हमारे बीच मौजूद हैं। इसलिए संचालन के लिए हम इस सम्मानित मंच से संपर्क भाषा के रूप में हिंदी के साथ साथ अंग्रेजी के प्रयोग की भी अनुमति चाहते हैं। हमारे इस कार्यक्रम के आज के अध्यक्ष हैं साहित्य जगत के सशक्त हस्ताक्षर श्री लक्ष्मी शंकर वाजपेयी जी।
I'd like to give a brief introduction of our distinguished chairperson. Shri Lakshmi Shankar Vajpayee ji is a poet, ghazalkar and communicator. He retired as Deputy Director General from All India Radio, Akashvani. He has given new dimension to Hindi commentary and has brought out to the public Aankho Dekha Hal on many occasions on 26 January and 15th August and many other events
of national and international importance. He has done poetry recital in many countries. He was awarded Children's Literature Award by Delhi Hindi Academy. He has been chairman and member of jury of many national and international competitions and awards such as Bharatendu Harishchandra, Kusumanjali Sahitya Samman, and have the honor of ABU jury member for radio and pre-selection. He has anchored many stage programs for renowned singers, dancers, and other literary programs. We welcome you, sir.
आपका हार्दिक अभिनंदन सर।
धन्यवाद, थैंक यू। और मैं ये कहूँगा कि हमारे देश में विज्ञान साक्षरता थोड़ी कम है, वैज्ञानिक मानसिकता बढ़ाने की भी बड़ी जरूरत है। हमारे संविधान में भी इसका उल्लेख है। और ये जो एक कार्यक्रम हो रहा है, जो पिछले वर्ष इतने विराट भव्य तरीके से हुआ, मजबूरी कि हम ऑनलाइन हैं, कोई बात नहीं, ये भी विज्ञान की देन है कि हम सब कोरोना काल में, लॉकडाउन में लाखों लोग जुड़े रहे। ये भी हमारा साइंस का ही कमाल है। तो बहरहाल ये बहुत ही अलग तरह का अनूठा एक अभियान है, कार्यक्रम है, विज्ञानिका का एक बहुत बड़ा हिस्सा भी है। और सच कहूं तो अब विज्ञान कविता एक रूप अपना निखारती जा रही है। पिछले दिनों ऐसे बहुत सारे कार्यक्रम हुए, जैसे मेरी भागीदारी भी थी अंतरराष्ट्रीय स्तर पर, कहीं कोई नीदरलैंड से हुआ, कोई अमेरिका से हुआ, कोई सिंगापुर से हुआ, जहां पर विज्ञान कविता को भी एक उसमें हिस्सा बनाया गया। तो मैं बहुत बहुत बधाइयां देता हूं, बहुत सारी शुभकामनाएं देता हूं। जो भी हमारे साथी यहाँ जुड़े हुए हैं वो सब बहुत जाने माने लोग हैं। और मैं चाहूंगा कि शुभदा जी जो असिस्टेंट एडिटर है विज्ञान प्रगति की, इन्होंने, और अनिरुद्ध तिवारी जी हमारे इसी तरह, और दोनों बहुत निष्ठा के साथ जुड़े हुए हैं विज्ञान के प्रसार में भी, विज्ञान लेखन में भी, और बहुत सारे पहलू हैं। तो मैं चाहूंगा शुभदा जी अब इस कार्यक्रम को आगे बढ़ाएं।
विज्ञान कवि सम्मेलन अनुष्ठान में आज के हमारे प्रतिष्ठित कवि हैं सिद्धि महाजन जी, पंकज प्रसून जी, वरिंदर परिहार जी, यशपाल सिंह जी, डॉक्टर रजय पवार जी, डॉक्टर सुनीता मिश्रा जी, नूजिला श्रीनिवास जी, डॉक्टर प्रशांत कुंजादिया जी।
To start our Vigyan Kavi Sammelan, first before inviting our first poet, Miss Siddhi Mahajan, I would like to give her brief introduction. Miss Siddhi Mahajan is a young multilingual writer, blogger with a master's in physics and bachelor's degree in education, passionate about literature and having creative writing and translation. She has also having interest about science education and science popularization, especially in the regional language Marathi. Her writing includes everything from poetry and short stories to feature articles and blog poets. She is also an author of 3 publications, 2 science communication pieces, and a collection of poems which was published at the tender age of 16 that received numerous state level awards. Over to you, ma'am. Siddhi ji, please unmute yourself.
नमस्कार।
नमस्कार।
या सभी को प्रणाम। मैं यहाँ अपनी 3 कविताएं सादर करने जा रही हूँ। कविता मराठी में है। पहली कविता है प्रकाश गीत। प्रकाश गीत। अंधाराच्या मध्ययुगातील एक साजिरे गूढ, अंधाराच्या मध्ययुगातील एक साजिरे गूढ, विकासाचा पथदर्शक मी किती तारिले मूढ, आकाशी मी रंग उधळता, आकाशी मी रंग उधळता, म्हणती मला अरोरा, अनुभूतीच्या येई माझी पावे साक्षात्कार, किती संस्कृती येती जाती, किती संस्कृती येती जाती, मिततयांचा सर्वोत्तम, शास्त्रज्ञांनी शोध लावला वेग माझा अधिकतम, मृगजळजे इंद्रधनुषी मी काव्यात्म कल्पना, स्वप्नी ज्याला स्फुरे सर्व हे तो ज्ञानी अल्पना, अभ्यासाने म्हणती काही, अभ्यासाने म्हणती काही, कणरूपी वसतो मी, शिखर दरी अन वारंवारता वसते मम आंदोलने, काव्यरूपी चिरंजीव मी, कलारूपे अजरामर, दूर दूरच्या अवकाशातील करी घटना अमर. पोषण करतो स्वपोषींचे परपोषी जगवतो. स्वजीवांत प्राण फुंकून जीवसृष्टी तगवतो. परावर्तनी अपवर्तनी निघून तावून सुलावून. प्रकाश वर्षे प्रवास माझा दिला अनंते आखून. कितीक सारे रंग न्यायलो. कितीक सारे रंग न्यायलो तरी राहिलो निसंग. प्रकाश झोती कीर्ती पावतो व्यापून राही अथांग. व्यापून राही अथांग. मेरी दूसरी कविता है मैक्देबर्गचे अर्धगोल. आप सबको मैक्देबर्ग हेमिस्फीयर्स पता है, तो इसलिए ये कविता है. मी कविता लिहिते तेव्हा मला खूप आनंदी वाटतं. मी कविता लिहिते तेव्हा मला खूप आनंदी वाटतं. कधी कधी खूप दुःखी वाटतं. कधीतरी आनंद आणि दुःख मी त्यांना वेगळं करू शकत नाही. कधीतरी आनंद आणि दुःख मी त्यांना वेगळं करूच शकत नाही. इतके घट्ट चिकटून बसलेले असतात. मी त्यांच्यात प्राण फुंकू पाहते. मी त्यांचे हात धरून त्यांना ओढू पाहते विरुद्ध बाजूनं. सगळी अश्वशक्ती पणाला लावून. तरी पण आनंद आणि दुःख नावाचे दोन मॅक्देबर्गचे अर्धगोल त्यांच्यामधल्या निर्वात पोकळीला शरण जातातच. तरी पण आनंद आणि दुःख नावाचे दोन मॅक्देबर्गचे अर्धगोल त्यांच्यामधल्या निर्वात पोकळीला शरण जातातच. मी एकटीच बसले आहे. मी एकटीच बसले आहे खोलीत कोंडून घेऊन. मी एकटीच बसले आहे खोलीत कोंडून घेऊन. कोंडलेल्या खोलीमधील वीज मध्येच जाते. कोंडलेल्या खोलीमधली वीज मध्येच जाते. आणि दुःख मिश्रित आनंदात माझ्या कवितेचे पुढे काय होते. माझ्या कवितेचे पुढे काय होते. तीसरी कविता है सफरचंद. ये सफरचंद यानी कि an apple which is a universal constant, that is I am saying with this poem. Okay, सफरचंद. आकर्षणाच्या देशापाशी. आकर्षणाच्या देठापाशी लगडलेलं असतं एक लाल चुटूक सफरचंद. इडनच्या बागेतलं असो किंवा न्यूटनच्या बागेतलं. आकर्षणाच्या देठापाशी लगडलेलं असतं एक लाल तुटूक सफरचंद. इडनच्या बागेतलं असो किंवा न्यूटनच्या बागेतलं. मोहापासून देहापर्यंत असो किंवा ग्रहापासून ग्रहापर्यंत. कक्षा आखून दिल्या की परतीची वाट नेहमीच बंद असते. ताणून ओढून धरलेल्या मधुर नात्यांचं समीकरण अन स्थिर होण्यासाठी घालवलेला सारा जन्म यामागे फक्त एक सफरचंद असते. फक्त एक सफरचंद असते. धन्यवाद.
बहुत धन्यवाद. मैं आपसे प्रार्थना करूंगी, एक अनुरोध करूंगी छोटा सा, अगर आप अपनी कविताओं का सार भी हमारे सभी गणमान्य श्रोताओं को और गणमान्य अतिथियों को समझा सके तो बहुत अच्छा रहेगा.
मेरी पहली कविता वो थी वो प्रकाश गीत. वो इट इज द एंथम ऑफ लाइट. और प्रकाश अपने बारे में बता रहा है और उसकी जो कैरेक्टरिस्टिक्स है, उसकी जो विशेषताएं हैं उसके बारे में बता रहा है. और जिससे वो मानव जाति के लिए उपयुक्त होता है और जो उसकी कैरेक्टरिस्टिक्स है वो सब मैंने इस कविता में लिखने का प्रयास किया है. मेरी दूसरी कविता थी मैक्देबर्गचे अर्धगोल यानी मैक्देबर्ग्स हेमिस्फीयर. ऑल ऑफ यू नो दैट मैक्देबर्ग्स हेमिस्फीयर वाज अ experiment which was performed by taking two vacuum inside two Magdeburg hemispheres. Okay, so this ये कविता थी वो हमारे जो दो मानवी भावनाएं हैं, दुख और आनंद, उसको मैक्देबर्ग के दो हेमिस्फीयर से कंपेयर करते हैं. और जो हमारे जीवन में सब डिफिकल्टीज आते हैं उनको हम वो एक्सपेरिमेंट से कंसिडर सिमिलर टू करते कंपेयर करते हैं। ओके, देन तीसरी कविता थी मेरी सफरचंद यानी कि एप्पल। एप्पल हमें पता है कि हम एप्पल को न्यूटन के ग्रेविटेशनल फोर्स के एक्सपेरिमेंट के बारे में एक एप्पल के सिंबल से जाना जाता है वो, और वो एप्पल का सिंबल हमें बाइबल में भी दिखाई देता है, वो इन द गार्डन ऑफ ईडन। सो मैंने उनको दोनों को कंपेयर करना चाहा कि कैसे ये दोनों अट्रैक्शन के बारे में, लॉज ऑफ अट्रैक्शन में, मे बी इट इज इन बिटवीन टू पर्सन और टू प्लैनेट्स और द हेवनली बॉडीज। ओके, सो एप्पल इज अ कांस्टेंट देयर। सो मैंने वो एप्पल का एक प्रतीकात्मक रूप उस कविता में बताना चाहा। धन्यवाद।
का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। बहुत अच्छी कविता रही। हमें भाषा तो नहीं समझ में आई, लेकिन उसका भाव जो है आपने बताया वो बहुत अच्छा है। क्षेत्रीय में भी विज्ञान में इतना जबरदस्त काम हो रहा है, इतना बढ़िया काम हो रहा है। ये कविता का ही महत्व है जो आप हम सभी के सामने आ पा रहा है, और इतना बढ़िया विषय और बहुत अच्छा विज्ञान को अपनी क्षेत्रीय भाषाओं में जो आप प्रगाढ़ता प्रदान कर रहे हैं, वास्तव में आप जो है आभार के पात्र हैं। हम सभी लोग आभार व्यक्त करते हैं आपकी कविताओं के लिए। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। हमारे अगले कवि के रूप में आई वुड लाइक टू इनवाइट
अनिरुद्ध जी, ये हमारी वीडियो क्यों रोक दी गई है? वीडियो स्टॉप ऐसा आ रहा है।
जी जी, अभी हम ओपन कर
जी सर, आप अपनी तरफ से ऑन कर सकते हैं वीडियो।
अपनी तरफ से ऑन करते हैं तो इट इज नॉट एक्सेप्टिंग, होस्ट हैज स्टॉप्ड, सो यू कैन नॉट। तो
जी
आप जरा देख लीजिए।
ठीक है,
होस्ट की तरफ से डिसेबल्ड है। जी जी जी। जी
जी सर।
आगे बढ़ाइए, कोई बात नहीं।
I would like to invite to our next poet, Mr. Pankaj Pasoon. He is well known face of Indian Hindi literature. By profession, he is a technical officer, CSIR CBRI. He is well known column writer and author of 7 books, in which 2 have won the award of UP Hindi Sansthan. He regularly appears in various TV poetry shows. He is known for his unique style and language of Hindi poetry in India. Pasoon's name has also been included in Asia Book of Records for writing the first ever poetry to book in Hindi on atomic energy. मैं प्रसून जी को सादर आमंत्रित करता हूं कि वे अपनी कविता पाठ शुरू करें।
पंकज जी, आप अपना अनम्यूट कीजिए प्लीज।
ओके हाँ जी बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया अनिरुद्ध जी और श्रद्धा कपिल जी। बहुत आप अच्छा बाइलिंगुअल संचालन कर रहे हैं आप दोनों लोग। और मैं अपनी कविता हिंदी में सुनाऊंगा, लेकिन मेरे साथ दिक्कत है कि ना तो मैं इसे तेलुगु में ट्रांसलेट कर सकता हूँ, ना ही इसका अर्थ मैं मराठी में बता सकता हूँ। तो इससे पहले जिन्होंने मराठी में इतनी शानदार कविता सुनाई थी, जिन्होंने परावर्तन और अपवर्तन के सिद्धांतों को कविता में ढाला था, तो मैं उनका भी बहुत ही अच्छी कविता थी। और मैं लक्ष्मी शंकर वाजपेयी जी आदरणीय हमारे सबके बहुत बड़े मंचों के कवि हैं और उनका आशीर्वाद मिलता रहता है। आपकी उपस्थिति को भी सर मैं बहुत बहुत प्रणाम करता हूँ। और ये दूसरा विज्ञान कवि सम्मेलन है लगातार जिसकी आज आप अध्यक्षता कर रहे हैं, तो ये बड़ी सौभाग्य की बात है कि आप जैसा एक विनम्र एक बड़ा होना और उस बड़प्पन के साथ विनम्रता को भी साथ लेकर चलना बड़ा कठिन काम होता है। आप दोनों साथ लेते हैं सर, इसलिए मैं आपके प्रति आभारी हूँ। और बड़ी अच्छी बात है कि निष्केयर भी हमारे इस पूरे विज्ञान कविता के आंदोलन से जुड़ गया है। देखिए पहले का जितना भी लिटरेचर था, चाहे वो सारे वेद हों है ना, वेदों में विज्ञान था, वहां से लेके चरक संहिता, ये सारी की सारी कविता में लिखी गई, सारी छंदों में लिखी गई, श्लोकों में लिखी गई। लेकिन उसके बाद जाने ऐसा क्या हुआ कि विज्ञान कविताओं से दूर होता चला गया। और ये अब धीरे धीरे विज्ञान प्रसार के बाद CSIR निष्केर भी इस पूरे आंदोलन से जुड़ गया है। मैं निष्केर का भी आभारी रहूंगा। मैंने कभी 2 लाइनें लिखी थी कि निज भाषा में लिखें हम मिलकर विज्ञान, अपनी भाषा में लिखें हम मिलकर विज्ञान, विश्व गुरु हो जाएगा फिर से हिंदुस्तान। हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी ने वैज्ञानिक चेतना की बात की थी जब उन्होंने IISF का जो उद्घाटन वक्तव्य दिया था। उन्होंने एक बड़ी महत्वपूर्ण बात कही थी, अनिरुद्ध जी और श्रद्धा कपिल जी। उन्होंने कहा था कि अगर हमको वैज्ञानिक चेतना विकसित करनी है तो उसके जो टारगेट होने चाहिए वो बच्चे होने चाहिए। हमने बच्चों को हम क्या विज्ञान उस एज में, नर्सरी KG की उस एज में क्या हम उनको सिखा सकते हैं, जब वो मछली जल की रानी सीख रहा होता है, जब वो हाथी राजा कहाँ चले सीख रहा होता है, जब वो ट्विंकल ट्विंकल लिटिल स्टार सीख रहा होता है, उस एज में क्या हम उसको कविता सिखा सकते हैं। मैंने कोशिश की, मैं आपके समक्ष रखता हूँ। एक मैं नर्सरी के बच्चे को DNA बता रहा हूँ, डाईऑक्सीराइबोन्यूक्लिक एसिड। कोई परिभाषा नहीं है कोई, लेकिन कॉन्सेप्ट पूरा है। सोचिए एक छोटा सा बच्चा है और मैं उसको DNA बता रहा हूँ कि दादी कहती नाक तुम्हारी दादाजी से मिलती है, दादी कहती नाक तुम्हारी दादाजी से मिलती है, और नानी कहती हंसी तुम्हारी नाना जैसी खिलती है, नानी कहती हंसी तुम्हारी नाना जैसी खिलती है, और चाची कहती चाल तो एकदम चाचा वाली पाई है, और ताई कहती आदत पूरी ताऊ जी से आई है, और पापा कहते गर्व हमें है आने वाली पीढ़ी पर, और पीढ़ी को चढ़ते जाना है DNA की सीढ़ी पर।
बहुत
इस कविता में कोई DNA का हमने परिभाषा नहीं बताई है, लेकिन DNA की बात आपको और 2 लाइनें सुनाता हूँ कि समंदर की है बेचैनी उसे साहिल नहीं मिलता। गजल के बहुत बड़े हस्ताक्षर हैं लक्ष्मी शंकर वाजपेयी सर, आपकी समझ कुछ पढ़ रहा हूँ कि समंदर की है बेचैनी उसे साहिल नहीं मिलता ड्यू टू ग्लोबल वार्मिंग। जब ग्लेशियर पिघलते हैं तो सी लेवल इंक्रीज करता है, किनारे दूर चले जाते हैं। समंदर की है बेचैनी उसे साहिल नहीं मिलता, यहाँ तो आदमी का आदमी से दिल नहीं मिलता, और जहां पर खून हिंदुस्तान का रग रग में बहता है वहां की पत्तियों में आज क्लोरोफिल नहीं मिलता। अब आप कभी देखिएगा क्लोरोफिल का स्ट्रक्चर और हीमोग्लोबिन का स्ट्रक्चर एकदम सेम है, सिर्फ जो है आयरन का डिफरेंस होता है। एक जगह मैग्नीशियम होता है, दूसरी जगह आयरन होता है। ये समझाने का तरीका होता है। आप एक और सुनाता हूँ कि मैंने कुछ हाथ में विज्ञान के प्रयोग किए हैं। अब सोचिए कि हम जिससे प्यार कर रहे होते हैं, बाद में उससे शादी हो जाती है, तो जब प्यार कर रहे होते हैं तब क्या स्थिति हुई है, शादी के बाद तब क्या स्थिति होती है। इसको वैज्ञानिक ढंग से कहने की कोशिश है कि पहले मोम की खिड़की थी, वो पिघल जाती थी छोटी छोटी बातों पर। पहले मोम की खिड़की थी वो, फिर लोहे का डोर हो गई। पहले मोम की खिड़की थी वो, फिर लोहे का डोर हो गई, और मीठे बोल बोलती थी, फिर डेसिबल का शोर हो गई। और शादी से पहले हमको नाइट्रस ऑक्साइड लगती थी, आती रहती थी, हमेशा खुश रखती थी। शादी से पहले हमको नाइट्रस ऑक्साइड लगती थी, और शादी हुई तो एकदम से वो H2SO4 हो गई।
बहुत अच्छे, बहुत
ये
अच्छे।
कुछ हमने प्रयोग किए हैं। आपको एक और सुनाता हूँ, इसी प्रयोग की ही कविता है कि अभी बताया जा रहा था कि इस दौरान हमने बड़ा सोशल मीडिया का यूज किया, इंटरनेट का इस्तेमाल किया, तो तुमने वहां से 4 पंक्तियां निकाली कि खुल गए उनके अकाउंट फेसबुक पर। क्या हुआ इस पिछले लॉकडाउन के दौरान कि खुल गए उनके अकाउंट फेसबुक पर, बैंक में जिनका कोई खाता नहीं है। आप लोग सुन पा रहे हैं?
जी बहुत बढ़िया,
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल
बिल्कुल फर्स्ट क्लास।
खुल गए उनके अकाउंट फेसबुक पर, बैंक में जिनका कोई खाता नहीं है, वो कर रहे वो साइन इन और साइन आउट, जिनको करना साइन तक आता नहीं है।
वाह वाह, बढ़िया।
ये टेक्नोलॉजी में विज्ञान की विसंगतियों का ये 4 लाइनें थी। आपको और सुनाता हूं कि जिंदगानी है
आवाज बंद हो गई,
नेट की प्रॉब्लम हो गई
जी, वीडियो प्रॉब्लम, नेट प्रॉब्लम।
वर्चुअल प्लेटफॉर्म में सर यही थोड़ी सी आ जाती है हमारे सामने
कुछ
समस्या।
नेटवर्क की दिक्कत।
हाँ
हाँ जी जी, आ रही होगी।
जी पंकज जी आप ऑडिबल है, प्लीज जारी रखें।
जिंदगानी है एक्वेरियम की तरह, चल रही डार्विन के नियम की तरह, और जब भी खोलो हमेशा लगेंगे जवां। देखिए शायरी में विज्ञान का प्रयोग, जब भी खोलो हमेशा लगेंगे जवां, खत सहेजे हैं हर्बेरियम की तरह, खत सहेजे हैं हर्बेरियम की तरह, और इनको छेड़ो ना विस्फोट हो जाएगा, इनको छेड़ो ना विस्फोट हो जाएगा, भावनाएं हैं यूरेनियम की तरह, भावनाएं हैं यूरेनियम की तरह। और आपको 4 पंक्तियां सुनाता हूं कि मैंने एक पूरी किताब लिखी थी, एटॉमिक एनर्जी पे कविता की किताब लिखी थी, तो मैंने उसकी कुछ 4 लाइनें आपको सुनाता हूं कि आखिर हम लोग अभी विकासशील क्यों हैं, कि किस शिखर पर इस देश का परचम नहीं होता, किस शिखर पर इस देश का परचम नहीं होता, ग्रामीण इलाकों में अगर तम नहीं होता, अंधेरा, अभी हमारे गांव अंधेरों में डूबे हुए हैं, ग्रामीण इलाकों में अगर तम नहीं होता, वो पेट्रोल का विकल्प है, ऊर्जा का स्रोत है, परमाणु का मतलब हमेशा बम नहीं होता। हमेशा लोग समझते हैं कि एटम है तो बम ही बनेगा उससे, कि भाती नहीं है हमको दिलो जान की बातें, भाती नहीं है दिलो जान की बातें, आओ करें प्रोटॉन और न्यूट्रॉन की बातें, वो परमाणु पर मंथन करें, पेट्रोल पर चिंतन, मिलकर करें हम देश के उत्थान की बातें, मिलकर करें हम देश के उत्थान की बातें। अभी जब कोरोना वायरस आया पूरे विश्व में, तो उसमें मैंने कलम चलाई, वो भी एक विज्ञान की ही कविता थी कि सुनिएगा कि अगर गालिब होते, मिर्जा गालिब बड़े मशहूर शायद पूरे हमारे देश के हुए, वो क्या कहते आज के दौर में कि सुनिएगा कि हजारों मास्क की ख्वाहिश कि हर ख्वाहिश पे दम निकले, हजारों मास्क की ख्वाहिश की हर ख्वाहिश पे दम निकले, करूं जो क्लीन हाथों को तो साबुन हद से कम निकले, और सुना जब से कोरोना तेरे मोहल्ले में है आया, बहुत बेआबरू होकर तेरे कूचे से हम निकले। अगर निदा फाजली साहब क्या सलाह दे रहे होते आज कि धुले हों हाथ तो वायरस वहां नहीं होता, धुले हो हाथ तो वायरस वहां नहीं होता, वो लगे हो मास्क तो फिर बदजुबान नहीं होता। अब मास्क लगा है आदमी गाली कैसे दे पाएगा, लगे हो मास्क तो फिर बदजुबान नहीं होता, और जहां रहेगा वही इन्फेक्शन फैलाएगा, किसी कोरोना का अपना मका नहीं होता, किसी कोरोना का अपना मका नहीं होता। और हमारे अगर लखनऊ के हमारे बड़े शायर थे मजाज लखनवी साहब, वो क्या लिख रहे होते कि तुझे आती है खांसी ये बता देती तो अच्छा था। इस पूरे जो कोरोना बीमारी आई, इसमें हुआ भाई सरकार ने भी बताया कि आप छिपाइए नहीं, आप सीधे जाइए बताइए कि तुझे आती है खांसी ये बता देती तो अच्छा था, मेरा तू आइसोलेशन करा देती तो अच्छा था, और तेरे चेहरे पे ये आंचल बहुत ही खूब है, लेकिन इसे कटवा के जो तू मास्क बनवाती तो अच्छा था, इसे कटवा के जो तू मास्क बनवाती तो अच्छा था। आइए आपको एक और अंतिम कविता पढ़ता हूं आपके लिए कि दिल के बारे में बहुत सारी अफवाहें हमारे हिंदी के कवियों ने, शायरों ने और अलग अलग भाषा के कवियों ने दिल को लेकर के बहुत लिखा, और जो कुछ भी लिखा वो विज्ञान के तराजू पर अगर हम उसे तौलें तो वो खरा नहीं उतरेगा, है ना। अब दिल बड़ा परेशान है, दिल दे दिया जाता है, दिल ले लिया जाता है, दिल चुरा लिया जाता है, दिल खो जाता है, दिल का जाने क्या हो जाता है। अब दिल बड़ा परेशान है, समझिए कि मैं दिल हूँ, दिल अपनी बात रख रहा है, आपसे कुछ कहना चाह रहा है। दिल क्या कहना चाह रहा है कि सुनिएगा कि कैसे बने सहारा दिल, कैसे बने सहारा दिल, ब्लड पंपिंग से हारा दिल, कैसे बने सहारा दिल, ब्लड पंपिंग से हारा दिल, और प्यार घटा है फैट बढ़ा है, कोलेस्ट्रॉल का मारा दिल। ये दिल की हकीकत है, प्यार घटा है फैट बढ़ा है, कोलेस्ट्रॉल का मारा दिल। अब देखिए कि दिल बिगड़े एलोपैथी है, दिल बिगड़े एलोपैथी है, योगा है नेचुरोपैथी है, दिल बिगड़े एलोपैथी है, योगा है नेचुरोपैथी है, लेकिन टूटे दिल का इलाज तो केवल बस सिंपैथी है, और शादी हो जाती है लेकिन रहता सदा कंवारा दिल, कैसे बने सहारा दिल, ब्लड पंपिंग से हारा दिल। अगली पंक्तियां सुनिए कि धड़कन क्या कह रही है। बड़े वैज्ञानिक तरीके से धड़कन उस दर्शन को बताने की कोशिश कर रही है कि धक धक करती सी धड़कन है, धड़कन का जीवन दर्शन है। धक धक करती सी धड़कन है, धड़कन का जीवन दर्शन है। ऊपर नीचे नीचे ऊपर ईसीजी जैसा जीवन है। ऊपर नीचे नीचे ऊपर ईसीजी जैसा जीवन है। और लग जाता है किस किस से ये होता है आवारा दिल, कैसे बने सहारा दिल, ब्लड पंपिंग से हारा दिल। आप लोग सुन रहे हैं, बस अंतिम पंक्तियां हैं कि हर दिल की यही कहानी है। पहले कहा जाता था कि हर दिल की यही कहानी है, एक राजा है एक रानी है। अब क्या स्थिति हो गई है कि हर दिल की यही कहानी है, एंजियोग्राफी करवानी है। हर दिल की, 60 साल हुए नहीं कि दिक्कत शुरू हो जाती है। हर दिल की यही कहानी है, एंजियोग्राफी करवानी है। और क्यों खाते हो पिज्जा बर्गर जब दिल एक हिंदुस्तानी है। क्यों खाते हो पिज्जा बर्गर जब दिल एक हिंदुस्तानी है। और कि तुमने हम पर हमने तुम पर कितनी बार है वारा दिल, कैसे बने सहारा दिल, ब्लड पंपिंग से हारा दिल। और अंतिम पंक्तियां मैं पढ़ता हूं इस पूरे काव्य पाठ की कि तुम बनो तो मेरा मौन बनो, तुम बनो तो मेरा मौन बनो, मैं तेरे मीठे बोल बनूं। आदरणीय लक्ष्मी शंकर सर, आप सुन रहे हैं? यशपाल जी
जी बिल्कुल, पूरी तरह सुन रहे
है कि
हैं।
तुम बनो मेरा मौन बनो, मैं तेरे मीठे बोल बनूं। दिल क्या कह रहा है? तुम बनो तो मेरा मौन बनो, मैं तेरे मीठे बोल बनूं। और तुम मेरा सिस्टोल बनो, मैं तेरा डायस्टोल बनूं। तुम मेरा सिस्टोल बनो, मैं तेरा डायस्टोल बनूं। जाति धर्म सब अलग अलग हैं, जाति धर्म सब अलग अलग हैं, लेकिन एक हमारा दिल, कैसे बने सहारा दिल, ब्लड पंपिंग से हारा दिल। प्यार घटा है, फैट बढ़ा है, कोलेस्ट्रॉल का मारा दिल, कोलेस्ट्रॉल का मारा दिल। बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया, बहुत बहुत आभार। निष्क्रिय से सही।
बहुत अच्छे पंकज भाई,
बहुत शानदार, बहुत बढ़िया, बहुत ही बढ़िया।
जी जी श्रद्धा जी, मेरा काव्य पाठ यहाँ पर समाप्त हो गया है। अब आगे की कार्रवाई करें आप।
जी बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद सर।
जी जी शुक्रिया।
बनाकर कविता में ढालना प्रसून जी की खास विशेषता है। इनकी कविताएं बहुत ही सरल और सहज होती हैं। विज्ञान जैसा गूढ़ विषय भी इतना सरल होता है कि दिल को हम इतने आसानी से परिभाषित कर सकते हैं। ये प्रसून जी की कविताएं ही हमें जो है दिखाती है रास्ता। और इनकी कविताएं बहुत प्रसिद्ध हुई हैं। अभी हाल में ही अनुपम खेर जैसे कलाकार इनकी एक कविता माँ का बुना हुआ स्वेटर जो अपने शब्दों में उन्होंने गाया है, गुनगुनाया है, तो इनके शब्द जो है सीधा हृदय पर घात करते हैं। और वो हृदय घात वाला घात नहीं करते हैं, बल्कि उसको मोहने वाला घात करते हैं। मैं सबका आभार व्यक्त करता हूँ और कार्यक्रम को आगे बढ़ाता हूँ। तो मैं श्रद्धा को आमंत्रित करता हूँ कि आगे जो है प्रोग्राम को ले चले।
धन्यवाद अनिरुद्ध जी। अब मैं आमंत्रित करना चाहूंगी अपने अगले कवि मिस्टर वीरेंद्र परिहार, जो कि he is a writer and poet, presently lives in UK. He has published 5 poetry books, 2 poetry souvenirs, and 1 bilingual emerging poetry anthology. His poems have been translated in several languages. He has been invited to many countries for seminars, world conferences, paper reading, and poetry workshop. He has published over 20 articles in journals and periodicals. Currently, he is working
जी आपकी आवाज बंद हो गई।
अनिरुद्ध जी आप संभाल लीजिए।
हाँ अभी ठीक है।
जी, अब सुन पा रहे हैं सर? आप
हाँ हाँ
सभी
सुन पा रहे हैं। और वरिंदर परिहार साहब तो दिख नहीं रहे स्क्रीन पर
जी
कहीं।
जी 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 बिल्कुल, वो शायद कुछ उनकी तरफ से दिक्कत है। मैं तब तक आमंत्रित करना चाहूंगी अपने अगले कवि श्री यशपाल जी को। सर आपका स्वागत है। यशपाल जी इज अ राइटर एंड पोएट. He is retired from IDBI Bank as manager. His collection of 71 poems titled Manzar Gawah Hai has already been published. सर आपका बहुत बहुत स्वागत है। मैं आपको आमंत्रित करती हूँ कविता पाठ के लिए।
आदरणीय वाजपेयी जी जो पूरे विश्व में प्रसिद्ध हैं अपने व्यक्तित्व और अपनी गजलों और गीतों और न जाने किन किन विधाओं के लिए, सबसे पहले मैं उनको चरण वंदन और प्रणाम करता हूं और मंच पर उपस्थित सभी कवि मित्रों को भी प्रणाम करता हूं। और 4 लाइनों से मैं स्वागत करता हूं सबका कि गलत अमरीका है या ईरान है, गलत अमरीका है या ईरान है, बंद कितना आज हिंदुस्तान है, आज इस सब से अलग दुनिया मेरी, आज कविता का विषय विज्ञान है, आज कविता का विषय विज्ञान है। और मैं CSIR और निष्केयर का शुक्रिया अदा करता हूं कि मुझे ये लगातार दूसरे साल अवसर मिला कि विज्ञानिका के मंच से मैं काव्य पाठ कर सकूं। और पिछले साल ये सम्मेलन कलकत्ता में हुआ था और वहां पर एक मंच से बहुत महत्वपूर्ण बात कही गई थी और वो ये थी कि विज्ञान की कहानियां लोगों तक पहुंचनी चाहिए। मैंने अपनी कविताओं में यही प्रयास किया है और उसके लिए कई विधाओं का उपयोग किया है, जिसमें एक है विज्ञान पहेली, जो मैं चाहता हूं कि वो बच्चों को इस तरह पहुंचे। अभी बात कर रहे थे पंकज भाई, तो एक विज्ञान पहेली का नमूना आपके सामने पेश करता हूं और जो रेलेवेंट भी है आज की डेट में। कि निर्धन ब्राह्मण के यहाँ, निर्धन ब्राह्मण के यहाँ जन्म राज्य मद्रास, बड़े कठिन हालात में करी 12वीं पास, और अल्प आयु में गणित में इतने अनुसंधान, बड़े बड़े गणितज्ञ थे देख बहुत हैरान, और डिग्री कैम्ब्रिज ने दी, डिग्री कैम्ब्रिज ने दी, देखा उनका शोध, गणित दिवस है देश में जन्म दिवस के रोज, और 1729 हुई संख्या उनके नाम, जीवन 32 वर्ष बस बोलो क्या है नाम, जीवन 32 वर्ष बस बोलो क्या है नाम। तो ये एक पहेली के रूप में मैंने ऐसी बहुत सारी पहेलियां तैयार की हैं। और ऑफ कोर्स यहाँ तो सब जानते ही हैं, श्रीनिवास रामानुजन साहब की बात हो रही थी। और इसी तरह विज्ञान की कुछ और कहानियों को मैंने छंदबद्ध किया है। उसमें से भी कुछ छंद, मेरी एक लंबी कविता है एक कदम विज्ञान, कुछ छंद उसमें से आपके सामने रखना चाहूंगा। देखिए कि जाते थे जलपोत से, जाते थे जलपोत से, मन में उठा प्रसंग कि सागर के जल का भला नीला क्यों है रंग, और जल से विकिरण पर किया शुरू उन्होंने शोध, तो आवृत्ति बदलाव का हुआ रमन को बोध, और रमन प्रभाव कहा गया उनका अनुसंधान, प्रश्न उठा तो बढ़ गया एक कदम विज्ञान। प्रश्न विज्ञान, जब भी प्रश्न उठता है विज्ञान एक कदम आगे बढ़ जाता है। एक नमूना और आपके सामने रखता हूं कि किया गया जब तार में बिजली का संचार, तो पास पड़े दिग यंत्र का बदल गया व्यवहार। ओ फैराडे के मन गया प्रश्न एक गहराए, क्या विद्युत संचार में है चुंबकीय प्रभाव। वो विद्युत का मोटर बना साधन एक महान, प्रश्न उठा तो बढ़ गया एक कदम विज्ञान। ये कहानियां फिर भी आपने शायद सुनी होगी, लेकिन एक रोचक कहानी आपके सामने लेकर आया हूं जो शायद बहुत लोगों ने ना सुनी हो, कि जर्मन हेडिन ब्रांड के मन जागा विश्वास, कि है मानव के मूत्र में स्वर्ण तत्व का वास। ये एल्केमी का दौर था जब लोग हर चीज में स्वर्ण तलाश कर रहे थे। स्वर्ण तत्व का वास वो करके एकत्रित किए उसने शुरू प्रयोग, तो फोस्फोरस की खोज का ऐसे बना सुयोग। और माचिस के उद्योग तक पहुंचा अनुसंधान, प्रश्न उठा तो बढ़ गया एक कदम विज्ञान। और खाली वैज्ञानिकों ने ही आगे नहीं बढ़ाया है, और भी लोगों ने आगे बढ़ाया है, उनकी भी चर्चा करना जरूरी है। मैं उम्मीद करता हूं विज्ञान प्रसार विभाग के भी कुछ लोग सुन रहे होंगे। मैं जिक्र करता हूं कि थे विज्ञान प्रसार में चर्चा करते लोग, कि कैसे हो विज्ञान में कविता का उपयोग। कवि सम्मेलन का वहां उपजा एक विचार, और जन्मी विज्ञानिका देने को आकार। कलकत्ता के मंच पर जुटे कभी गुणवान, और प्रश्न उठा तो बढ़ गया एक कदम विज्ञान। कलकत्ता का मैंने जिक्र किया, वहां पर एक कविता मैंने पढ़ी थी प्यारे विक्रम, जो बहुत पसंद की गई थी। और विक्रम की कहानी जो है उसको अब आगे बढ़ाने का समय आ गया है। थोड़ा सा रिकैप कर लेते हैं 4 लाइनों के साथ। जब विक्रम हमारा गायब हो गया, विक्रम लैंडर गुम हो गया, पता नहीं लग रहा था, तो मैंने लिखा था कि खैर जो भी हो गया कुछ गम नहीं, खैर जो भी हो गया कुछ गम नहीं, जो हुआ उपलब्ध वो कुछ कम नहीं, और भेंट बेशक आज विक्रम चढ़ गया, एक कदम विज्ञान आगे बढ़ गया। और ऑर्बिटर नभ का परिंदा है अभी, और अपना ख्वाब जिंदा है अभी। ये वो लाइनें थी आखिरी। अब वो ख्वाब जो है वो हकीकत बनने की तरफ बढ़ रहा है। हम चंद्रयान 3 की तैयारी कर रहे हैं। तो ये जो मेरी कविता है ये संदेश है उस विक्रम की तरफ से, उस ऑर्बिटर को जो अभी आकाश में परिंदा है। देखिए क्या कहता है विक्रम, कि ऑर्बिटर ठहरो अभी ठहरो वहीं पर, ऑर्बिटर ठहरो अभी ठहरो वहीं पर, आ रहा हूं मैं हुआ निर्णय जमी पर, आ रहा हूं मैं हुआ निर्णय जमी पर, और चांद को छूने का फिर निश्चय हुआ है, जन्म मेरा दूसरा यूं तय हुआ है। नाम शायद कुछ अलग कुछ रंग होगा, एक नया रोवर भी मेरे संग होगा, फर्क बस इतना कि तुम ना साथ होगे, जानते हैं सब वहीं पर तुम मिलोगे, जानते हैं सब वहीं पर तुम मिलोगे, क्योंकि काम जिस तरह वहां तुम कर रहे हो, काम जिस तरह वहां तुम कर रहे हो, दिन ब दिन विश्वास पैदा कर रहे हो। चांद की तस्वीर, सूरज की मशालें, सोलर फ्लेयर्स की बात कर रहा हूं मैं, चांद की तस्वीर, सूरज की मशालें कैमरे में कैद कर करते हवाले, और काम तुमको इसलिए सौंपा है फिर से, और पास हम दोनों के एक मौका है फिर से, पास हम दोनों के एक मौका है फिर से, दक्षिणी ध्रुव चांद का फिर से चुना है, दक्षिणी ध्रुव चांद का फिर से चुना है, मुझको उस मुश्किल सतह पर उतरना है। वो परीक्षा का लम्हा आएगा फिर से, गुरुत्वाकर्षण मुझको आजमाएगा फिर से। है मगर मजबूत अपना भी इरादा, होएगा पूरा किया था जो भी वादा, होएगा पूरा किया था जो भी वादा। चांद पर जाकर तुम्हें आवाज दूंगा, चांद पर जाकर तुम्हें आवाज दूंगा। रुक गए हर काम को आगाज दूंगा, चांद पर रोवर कदम अपना धरेगा। कर सका प्रज्ञान ना वो ये करेगा, कर सका प्रज्ञान ना वो ये करेगा। कैसी है मिट्टी वहां कैसी हवा है, चंद्रमा के गर्भ में क्या क्या दबा है। चांद की हर बात तुमको सौंप देगा, जैसे हो हालात तुमको सौंप देगा। और उसकी चिट्ठी भेज देना तुम जमी को, तुम पे है पूरा भरोसा हर किसी को, तुम पे है पूरा भरोसा हर किसी को। और क्या तुम्हें बतलाऊं, क्या तुम्हें बतलाऊं वो क्या क्या सहे थे, जो लगा करके गले आंसू बहे थे। चांद से संपर्क जब हो ना सका था, मुल्क ये उस रात को सो ना सका था। चांद से संपर्क जब हो ना सका था, मुल्क ये उस रात को सो ना सका था। वो संभल कर हो गए फिर से खड़े हैं, इस दफा बल्कि इरादे कुछ बड़े हैं। और जो यहाँ गिरकर संभलना जानते हैं, जिंदगी से हार वो कम मानते हैं। तो वो संभल कर हो गए फिर से खड़े हैं, इस दफा बल्कि इरादे कुछ बड़े हैं। अब नया एक यान जाएगा गगन में, बैठकर इंसान जाएगा गगन में। अब के हिंदुस्तान जाएगा गगन में, अब तो हिंदुस्तान जाएगा गगन में, अब तो हिंदुस्तान जाएगा गगन में।
बहुत सुंदर, बहुत सुंदर, बहुत सुंदर।
और जाते जाते अगर इजाजत हो तो एक खूबसूरत सी रेसिपी, सर्दी का मौसम है, आपके पास छोड़ के जाना होगा। मैं न्यूट्रिशन का विद्यार्थी हूँ, जांची परखी रेसिपी आपको सौंप के जाना चाहता हूँ।
जी जी, सौंपिए।
वाजपेयी साहब इजाजत है सर?
जी जी, सुनाइए सुनाइए सुनाइए।
कविता का शीर्षक है खिचड़ी और प्रोटीन। वो पेश है कि खिचड़ी को अपनाइए, खिचड़ी के गुण तीन, खिचड़ी को अपनाइए। राष्ट्रीय व्यंजन है साहब खिचड़ी। खिचड़ी को अपनाइए, खिचड़ी के गुण तीन। और सुलभ पके जल्दी पचे, दे सम्यक प्रोटीन, दे सम्यक प्रोटीन। ओ अलग अलग प्रोटीन से बनता सकल शरीर, हाँ लाखों प्रोटीन से बनता सकल शरीर। इसीलिए प्रोटीन की कमी बात गंभीर। और प्रोटीन आएगी कहां से कि 20 अमीनो अम्ल से बनते सब प्रोटीन, 11 भीतर ही बने 9 भोजन आधीन। 9 एसेंशियल अमीनो एसिड्स 11 भीतर ही बने 9 भोजन आधीन। और 9 के 9 देंगे नहीं, ना चावल ना दाल, पर दोनों मिल जाए तो दोनों माला माल। एक दूजे की कमी को कर देते हैं पूर्ण, खिचड़ी में है इसलिए प्रोटीन संपूर्ण। और प्रोटीनों में शीर्ष पर अंडे को अभिषेक। अंडे को किस लिए? क्योंकि उसमें 9 एसेंशियल अमीनो एसिड्स होते हैं, राइट क्वांटिटी में। प्रोटीनों में शीर्ष पर अंडे को अभिषेक, शाकाहारी को मगर खिचड़ी नंबर 1।
बहुत खूब।
और खिचड़ी लेकर प्लेट में संग दही के खाए। अब दही के साथ क्यों? क्योंकि दही में एनिमल प्रोटीन होता है जिसको प्लांट प्रोटीन से बेटर माना जाता है। तो खिचड़ी लेकर प्लेट में संग दही के खाए, तो गुणवत्ता प्रोटीन की फिर दुगनी हो जाए।
वाह 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 वाह, सही बताया।
और देखिए अभी तक हमारी रेसिपी में प्रोटीन आ गया, कार्बोहाइड्रेट आ गया और फैट आ गया। अब माइक्रो न्यूट्रिएंट्स यानी के मिनरल्स और विटामिन की थोड़ी सी कमी रह गई, तो एक दोहा उसको भी दे देते हैं कि और थोड़ी सब्जी हरी कागर करो प्रयोग, फिर खिचड़ी से पौष्टिक नहीं कोई भी भोग। और आखिरी दो लाइनें देता हूं कि यश ने खिचड़ी का किया इतना जो गुणगान, हफ्ते में एक बार तो दो इसको सम्मान। हफ्ते में एक बार तो दो इसको सम्मान। और प्रश्न उठा तो बढ़ गया एक कदम विज्ञान। प्रश्न उठा तो बढ़ गया एक कदम विज्ञान। बहुत बहुत आभार आप सबका।
बहुत सुंदर।
धन्यवाद सर, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद सर। जैसा कि कहा जाता है कि विज्ञान में कोई इनोवेशन करना, कोई आविष्कार करना जितनी बड़ी बात होती है, उससे कहीं बड़ी बात ये होती है कि हम उसको आम जनमानस तक पहुंचाएं। तो इस आम जनमानस तक विज्ञान की चीजों को पहुंचाने में विज्ञान कर्मियों, विज्ञान कवियों का बहुत बहुत योगदान है। मैं को नमन करता हूँ, उनकी कविताओं को नमन करता हूँ कि बहुत अच्छी कविताएं सुनाई उन्होंने। मैं उनका आभार व्यक्त करता हूँ। कार्यक्रम को आगे की ओर ले जाते हुए मैं सुधा से रिक्वेस्ट करता हूँ कि वो आगे कवि को आमंत्रित करें।
जी अनिरुद्ध जी, हमारे अगले पोएट हैं डॉक्टर रजय पवार। He is an academician and writer working as associate professor of Konkani and head the UG and PG department of Konkani, and also serves as coordinator for Konkani Research Center at Government College of Arts, Science, Commerce, Goa. He has been nominated as member of executive boards of West Zone Culture Center, Udaipur, Rajasthan, and also a member of the general body of ESG, Government of Goa. He has 11 books, Konkani language. In Konkani language, he has penned lyrics of several Konkani music albums and films. He has been awarded doctorate for his thesis on reflections on Goan society in Konkani poetry by Goa University. This is the first ever doctoral degree on Konkani poetry. He is the recipient of several state awards for his literary contribution. Over to you, sir.
Thank you for introducing me. क्या मेरी आवाज आप सुन पा रहे हैं ना? हेलो,
बहुत साफ।
ओके ओके, या थैंक यू। तो मैं गोवा से राजय पवार आज की इस कवि सम्मेलन के अध्यक्ष वाजपेयी जी को सादर प्रणाम करता हूं और गोवा कोऑर्डिनेटर संगीता अभ्यंकर का आभार प्रकट करते हुए मैं मेरी कविता आपके सामने प्रस्तुत करना चाहता हूं। मेरी पहली कविता का शीर्षक है सांगात। कोंकणी में कविता है जिसका अर्थ है साथी। आगो क्लोरिना म्हाका सांग तू कोणा सांगातान वतलें। क्लोरिना म्हाका सांग तू कोणा सांगातान वतलें। बेरंगी दळ नाशिल्ल्या आणि खिणात फुर्र जावन पेटपी त्या हायड्रोस जनसांगातान वचून, बेरंगी दळ नाशिल्ल्या आणि खिणात फुर्र जावन पेटपी त्या हायड्रो जनसांगातान वचून जीण लासपी ऍसिड जातलें काय त्या रुपेरी धव्या फुल्ल मोसार आणि खिणात पगळपी सोडियमा वांगडा रावन जिणेत रूच हाडपी मीठ जातलें। क्लोरिना तूच थरय तू कोणा सांगातान वतलें। ये जो मेरी कविता है इसका अर्थ मैं बताना चाहता हूँ हिंदी में, एक संक्षिप्त में, कि इसका शीर्षक जो है वो है साथी। मैं क्लोरीन से बात कर रहा हूँ और क्लोरीन से मैं कहता हूँ कि आप किसके साथ चलना चाहेगी, कि वो जो बेरंग और बिना गंध वाला ज्वलनशील हाइड्रोजन जो है उसके साथ जाकर आप जीवन जलाने वाली एसिड बनोगी, या फिर चांदी जैसे रंग वाली सफेद और मुलायम सोडियम के साथ जाकर जीवन में स्वाद निर्माण करने वाली नमक बनोगे। कि क्लोरीन किसका साथ देना चाहोगे ये तुम ही तय करो कि किसका साथ देना है आपको। मेरी दूसरी कविता मैं आपके सामने प्रस्तुत करता हूँ। विज्ञान देवता, विज्ञान देवता, तुझ्या माझ्या श्वासात फुलाच्या वासात पिता त्या उत्कांत मरणा उपरांतच्या सुतकात फकत विज्ञानच असता. तुझ्या माझ्या श्वासात फुलाच्या वासात पिता त्या उत्कात आणि मरणा उपरांतच्या सुतकात फकत विज्ञानच असता. दर्याच्या खारसाणेत सूर्याचे खरसाणेत नखेत्राच्या झडपात निबरशा खडपात विज्ञानाचोच असता हात. विज्ञानूच शिकयता आमकां घडटा कशी दिसरात. ते सगळ्यांतूच आसा, ते सगळ्यांतूच आसा. जमनींतल्यान येवपी झऱ्यांत आसा, दिका दिकांनी व्हांवपी वाऱ्यांत आसा, अमाशेंत आसा, पुनवेंत आसा, पावसांत आसा, गिमांत आसा. फस्काचे काडयेंत आनी रस्त्यावेले गाडयेंत विज्ञानूच तिगलां. फस्काचे काडयेंत आनी रस्त्यावेले गाडयेंत विज्ञानूच तिगला. धांवते बसींतल्यान देंवपी कंडक्टराचे कलेंत विज्ञानूच रिगला. अजापांनी भरिल्ल्या पुराणांत चंद्रा सूर्याच्या गिराणात उत्सवांनी पेटपी ल्हान व्हड माराणात विज्ञानूच वावुरता. अजापांनी भरिल्ल्या पुराणात चंद्रा सूर्याच्या गिराणात उत्सवांनी पेटपी ल्हान व्हड माराणात विज्ञानूच वावुरता. विज्ञानाचीच शास्त्रां हांगा विज्ञानाचीच शस्त्रां. विज्ञानूच वाफेता कुकराचे शिटयेंत, विज्ञानूच वाफेता कुकराचे शिटयेंत, विज्ञानूच वाफेता सोऱ्याचे भाटयेंत. विज्ञानूच जाला देव, देवूच जाला विज्ञान. विज्ञानूच जाला देव, देवूच जाला विज्ञान. विज्ञानाच्याच बळार तुम्ही आम्ही जेवता. विज्ञानूच आता तुझी म्हजी देवता. विज्ञानूच आता तुझी म्हजी देवता. ये जो मेरी कविता अभी मैंने पढ़ी है उसका संक्षिप्त में हिंदी में मैं आपको अर्थ बता रहा हूँ कि विज्ञान देवता सांसों में, फूलों की सुगंध में, फिर वो पानी हो या फिर मरणोपरांत जो भी रीति रिवाज रहते हैं वो हो, हर एक चीज में विज्ञान रहता है. समुंदर का नमकीन पानी हो या फिर सूरज की गर्मी हो, तारों का झड़ना हो या पत्थरों का घड़ना हो, दिन रात कैसे होते हैं विज्ञान ही बताता है हमें. अमावस्या हो, पूर्णिमा हो, बारिश हो, गर्मी हो, माचिस की तीली हो या फिर गाड़ी का इंजन हो या फिर चलती बस से उतरने वाला कंडक्टर हो, हर एक चीज में विज्ञान समाया रहता है. चमत्कारों से भरी हमारी पुराण कथाएं हो, चंद्र सूर्य का ग्रहण हो, हर एक चीज में विज्ञान है. शस्त्र हो या शास्त्र हो, विज्ञान से ही विज्ञान का ही उसको आशीर्वाद प्राप्त रहता है. कुकर की सीटी हो या फिर दारू की भट्टी हो, जहां से वो भाप निकलती है, उस हर एक भाप में भी विज्ञान ही रहता है. अब विज्ञान ही हमारा परमेश्वर है और परमेश्वर ही हमारा विज्ञान है और यही हमारी विज्ञान देवता है. ये इसका एक संक्षिप्त में मैंने अर्थ बताया और मेरी तीसरी और आखिरी कविता मैं आपके सामने प्रस्तुत करता हूँ. हेलो, आवाज आ रही है ना मेरी?
जी बिल्कुल.
जी बहुत अच्छी आवाज आ रही है जी.
ओके, थैंक यू. और ये मेरी तीसरी और आखिरी कविता आपके सामने प्रस्तुत करता हूँ जिसका शीर्षक है कोंकणी में काळखांतले विज्ञानिक. जो अंधेरों में गुम हो गए जो वैज्ञानिक है उनके बारे में. काळखांतले वैज्ञानिक. खंयच्या तरी काळार म्हणल्यार टेलिस्कोपाचो बी सोद लागच्या आदीं, खंयच्या तरी काळार म्हणल्यार टेलिस्कोपाचो बी सोद लागच्या आदीं मनशाक दिसतालो आसुये उक्त्या दोळ्यांनी मळबांतलो ताऱ्यागिऱ्यांचो खेळ. मनशाक दिसतालो आसुये उक्त्या दोळ्यांनी मळबांतलो ताऱ्यागिऱ्यांचो खेळ. अनुभवाच्या आणि निरीक्षणाच्या बळार ताणे काढले कांय निष्कर्ष आणि तो मानूक लागलो फुडाराचे अदमास. ताणे काढले कांय निष्कर्ष आणि तो मानूक लागलो फुडाराचे अदमास. कोणे तरी ताच्या या निरंतर निरीक्षणाक आणि बुधवंतकायेच्या अदमासाक मुखार भविष्यशास्त्र म्हणलें आणि बाबडे अदीम काळांतले विज्ञानीक काळखांतच उरले. अदीम काळांतले वैज्ञानिक काळखांतच उरले. हिंदी में इसका संक्षिप्त में मैं अर्थ बता रहा हूँ कि अंधेरों में जो गुम हो गए वैज्ञानिक है उनके बारे में मैं लिखता हूँ कि किसी एक जमाने में टेलीस्कोप के आविष्कार से बहुत पहले इंसान देख सकता था खुली आंखों से ये आसमान में चलने वाला तारे और ग्रहों का खेल बिना टेलीस्कोप के. और फिर वो अपने अनुभव और निरीक्षण के बल पर कुछ निष्कर्ष निकालता रहा और आगे आने वाले भविष्य में क्या होने वाला है यह बताने लगा. फिर ये जो उसकी निरीक्षण शक्ति और उसका जो ज्ञान था और उसके जो निष्कर्ष निकाले जाते थे, उसको किसी ने कभी ज्योतिष शास्त्र कहा और कुछ वैज्ञानिक अंधेरों में फिर गुम हो गए। यह इस कविता का भावार्थ था। ये मेरी तीसरी और आखिरी कविता थी। मैंने मेरी 3 कविताएँ जो आपके सामने प्रस्तुत की वो कोंकणी भाषा में, गोवा की जो राजभाषा है उस भाषा में प्रस्तुत की है। मैं फिर एक बार भारत सरकार की ये जो मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ अर्थ साइंस है और बाकी संलग्न जो सभी विज्ञान भारती और सभी संलग्न संस्थाएँ हैं उनका आभार करता हूँ और मुझे इस कवि सम्मेलन में आमंत्रित किया कविता पाठ करने के लिए, कविता प्रस्तुत करने के लिए। इसके लिए मैं आप सबका आभार प्रकट करता हूँ। देव बारी करो।
बहुत धन्यवाद, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद डॉक्टर विजय पवार जी। बहुत अच्छी कविताएं आपने सुनाई और साथ में हिंदी अनुवाद, और हमें लग ही नहीं रहा था कि हम कोंकणी सुन रहे थे, साथ ही साथ हिंदी में अनुवाद बहुत अच्छा किया आपने से। और आपने विज्ञान देवता की बात कही, तो हम जब छोटी कक्षाओं में थे तो हमने भी सुना था कि है दिव्य तुम्हारा चमत्कार, है दिव्य तुम्हारा चमत्कार, विज्ञान देवता नमस्कार। तो
सही बात है,
वो देवता ही कहे जाते हैं क्योंकि हमारे लिए इतनी सुविधाएं वो निजात करते हैं, ऐसी ऐसी खोजें करते हैं जिससे मानव जीवन आसान बनता है। जैसे समाज जो है तीव्र गति से आगे बढ़ता है। तो मैं सभी वैज्ञानिकों को जो है नमस्कार, साथ में विज्ञान को आम जन मानस तक पहुंचाने में जो कवियों का योगदान है उसको भी मैं धन्यवाद ज्ञापित करता हूँ। अब अपने प्रोग्राम को आगे बढ़ाते हुए मैं सुधा मैडम को रिक्वेस्ट करता हूँ कि वो प्रोग्राम को आगे।
धन्यवाद अनुरुद्ध जी, बहुत खूब। अब मैं आमंत्रित करना चाहूंगी अपनी अगली लोकप्रिय महिला कवयित्री डॉक्टर शुभ्रता मिश्रा को। डॉक्टर मिश्रा विगत 25 वर्षों से वैज्ञानिक विषयों पर सतत लेखन कर रही हैं। उनके विज्ञान के विविध विषयों पर हिंदी और अंग्रेजी में कुल 21 पुस्तकें, 400 से अधिक लेख और लगभग 200 कविताएं प्रकाशित हैं। दूरदर्शन और आकाशवाणी से उनके कार्यक्रम लगातार प्रसारित होते रहते हैं। वो देश के प्रमुख वैज्ञानिक संस्थानों में भाषा और विज्ञान पर 100 से अधिक व्याख्यान दे चुकी हैं। लेखन और अध्ययन के लिए उन्हें भारत सरकार के राजभाषा विभाग द्वारा राजीव गांधी ज्ञान विज्ञान मौलिक पुरस्कार एवं मध्य प्रदेश विज्ञान एवं प्रौद्योगिकी परिषद द्वारा युवा वैज्ञानिक पुरस्कार सहित अनेक पुरस्कारों से सम्मानित किया गया है। शुभ्रता जी, आपका बेहद स्वागत है।
धन्यवाद शुभ्रता जी मुझे इस तरह से परिचित करवाने के लिए।
आपका बैकग्राउंड बहुत अच्छा है शुभ्रता जी।
धन्यवाद, आवाज भी बहुत अच्छी है।
धन्यवाद। सबसे पहले तो मैं भारतीय अंतर्राष्ट्रीय विज्ञान महोत्सव के विज्ञानिका के प्रतिष्ठित पटल को प्रणाम करते हुए आज के हमारे कवि सम्मेलन के अध्यक्ष महोदय वाजपेयी सर को सादर नमस्कार करती हूँ और प्रबुद्ध कविजनों का भी सादर अभिवादन करती हूँ। आज की मेरी जो यह विज्ञान कविता है वो परम आदरणीय भारत रत्न सर सीवी रमन एवं खोजे आकाश को समर्पित है। मेरी कविता का शीर्षक है ओ मेरे नीले आकाश। हे अनंत तुम अति विराट, हे अनंत तुम अति विराट, भू किरीट धरती सम्राट। हे अनंत तुम अति विराट, भू किरीट धरती सम्राट, पृथ्वी रक्षा के नील पाश, पृथ्वी रक्षा के नील पाश, रमन के प्रकिरणित प्रकाश। हे अनंत तुम अति विराट, भू किरीट धरती सम्राट, पृथ्वी रक्षा के नील पाश, रमन के प्रकिरणित प्रकाश। ओ मेरे नीले आकाश, ओ मेरे नीले आकाश। अब देखिए कि ये आकाश कैसे बनता है वैज्ञानिक दृष्टिकोण से। देखिएगा कि जल वाष्प धूल धूम्र लवणों, जल वाष्प धूल धूम्र लवणों निलंबित कणों से बने तुम, गैस प्रतिशतों में विभक्त किंचित व्यथित अनमने तुम। क्योंकि गैसों का प्रतिशत थोड़ा कम ज्यादा है, नाइट्रोजन इतनी अधिक है तो कुछ कम है, इसलिए व्यथित रहता है हमारा आकाश। कि गैस प्रतिशतों में विभक्त किंचित व्यथित अनमने तुम। और देखिए कौन सी उसमें गैसें हैं, नाइट्रोजन, ऑक्सीजन, ऑर्गन, कार्बन डाइऑक्साइड, ओजोन, हाइड्रोजन और हीलियम विभिन्न वायु चादरों से ढके तुम, विभिन्न वायु चादरों से ढके तुम। और उसके गुण देखिए आकाश के कि दाब ताप आर्द्रता घनत्व, दाब ताप आर्द्रता घनत्व सहस्त्रों ऊंचाई तक खड़े तुम, दाब ताप आर्द्रता घनत्व सहस्त्रों ऊंचाई तक खड़े तुम। और जो हम रंग बिरंगे आकाश में बादल देखते हैं, रंग बिरंगा आकाश देखते हैं, उसका वैज्ञानिक दृष्टिकोण देखिए कि तरंग दैर्घ्य में रंग रंग रंगते, तरंग दैर्घ्य में रंग रंग रंगते मेघदूत ओ दूरभाष, रमन के प्रकिरणित प्रकाश, ओ मेरे नीले आकाश, ओ मेरे नीले आकाश। आपने देखा होगा कि जो हमारे ध्रुव होते हैं, उत्तर ध्रुव और दक्षिण ध्रुव, वहां पर बड़े ही चित्ताकर्षक ध्रुवीय ज्योति, ध्रुवीय ज्योति हम जिसे कहते हैं ऑरोरा, उस पर कुछ पंक्तियां हैं कि केवल भूध्रुवों के ऊपर, केवल भूध्रुवों के ऊपर चित्ताकर्षक ध्रुवीय ज्योति, उत्तर ध्रुवीय सुमेरु ज्योति, दक्षिण ध्रुवीय कुमेरु ज्योति। केवल भूध्रुवों के ऊपर चित्ताकर्षक ध्रुवीय ज्योति, उत्तर ध्रुवीय सुमेरु ज्योति, दक्षिण ध्रुवीय कुमेरु ज्योति। और किरणमयी चापों चक्रों से, किरणमयी चापों चक्रों से विविध रूप दर्शाती ज्योति। और कारण देखिए कि ध्रुवीय ज्योति क्यों बनती है। भूचुंबक सौर रश्मियों निर्मित, भूचुंबक सौर रश्मियों निर्मित मिश्रित रंग रंगाती ज्योति। और चुंबक आयन कण कण रचते, चुंबक आयन कण कण रचते हरित अलौकिक अद्भुत आकाश, रमन के प्रकिरणित प्रकाश, ओ मेरे नीले आकाश। और देखिए कि जो हमारी वायुमंडल की परतें आकाश में हैं, 5 परतें, कि पृथ्वी के लज्जा वस्त्र सी, पृथ्वी के लज्जा वस्त्र सी वायुमंडल की 5 परतें, पृथ्वी के लज्जा वस्त्र सी वायुमंडल की 5 परतें, कोहरा बादल ठंड बारिश तूफानों गर्मी की शर्तें। कि पृथ्वी के लज्जा वस्त्र सी वायुमंडल की 5 परतें, कोहरा बादल ठंड बारिश तूफानों गर्मी की शर्तें। और वो परतों के नाम देखिए कि शोभ मंडल, समताप मंडल, ताप मंडल में विभाजित, शोभ मंडल, समताप मंडल, मध्य मंडल, ताप मंडल, बहिर्मंडल में विभाजित, परतों परतों से सुसज्जित, सुरक्षा कवच ओजोन परतें, सुरक्षा कवच ओजोन परतें, उल्का पिंडों को भस्म बनाती विद्युत आयन वाली परतें, और कृत्रिम उपग्रहों को चलाती। देखिए जहां पर हमारे स्पेस स्टेशंस हैं, वो कहाँ क्यों स्थापित है और क्यों चल रहे हैं, उन्हीं परतों के कारण कि कृत्रिम उपग्रहों को चलाती तरंग परावर्तन वाली परतें। और आकाश को कहा है कि परतों से रक्षण पल पल करते, परतों से रक्षण पल पल करते, भू रक्षक शिव ओ कैलाश, रमन के प्रकिरणित प्रकाश। अब चलिए आकाश से थोड़ा ऊपर चलते हैं कि आहा बहिर्मंडल से आगे, आहा बहिर्मंडल से आगे अंतरिक्ष जो अंतहीन है, आहा बहिर्मंडल से आगे अंतरिक्ष जो अंतहीन है, भारत का जो ब्रह्मलीन है, कृष्ण विवर्षा दृष्टिहीन है। आहा बहिर्मंडल से आगे अंतरिक्ष जो अंतहीन है, भारत का जो ब्रह्मलीन है, कृष्ण विवर्षा दृष्टिहीन है। सूर्य चंद्र तारे नक्षत्र ग्रह, सूर्य चंद्र तारे नक्षत्र ग्रह निहारिकाएं जिसमें विलीन है। और अंतरिक्ष के गुण देखिए कि निरपेक्ष कांतिमान स्पंदित, निरपेक्ष कांतिमान स्पंदित अंतरिक्ष जो वायुहीन है, रंगहीन और भारहीन है। मानव जहां यानों से जाकर, मानव जहां यानों से जाकर खोज खगोल में तल्लीन है, मानव जहां यानों से जाकर खोज खगोल में तल्लीन है। नव प्रयोग में पग पग बढ़ते, नव प्रयोग में पग पग बढ़ते विश्व कदम ओ अविनाश, रमन के प्रकिरणित प्रकाश, ओ मेरे नीले आकाश, ओ मेरे नीले आकाश। और अंतिम पंक्तियों पर ध्यान चाहूंगी कि जैसा कि यशपाल सर ने भी जिक्र किया कि हम गगनयान भेज रहे हैं, और इत्तेफाक से सर आपकी कविता और मेरी कविताओं के विषय लगभग एक से हो जाते हैं, पिछले बार भी यही हुआ था। तो गगनयान की अंतिम पंक्तियों पर ध्यान चाहूंगी कि किस तरह से हमारा गगनयान अब आकाश से ऊपर होते हुए अंतरिक्ष में जाने वाला है। कि रखो धैर्य कि भारत का आत्मनिर्भर गगनयान, रखो धैर्य कि भारत का आत्मनिर्भर गगनयान लहराएगा अंतरिक्ष में भारत तिरंगा विज्ञान। रखो धैर्य कि भारत का आत्मनिर्भर गगनयान लहराएगा अंतरिक्ष में भारत तिरंगा विज्ञान। और आपको पता होगा कि हमारे गगनयान में पहले व्योम मित्र नाम का रोबोट भेजा जा रहा है, ताकि आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस के माध्यम से अंतरिक्ष की बातों का पता लगाया जाए। तो रखो धैर्य कि आत्मनिर्भर गगनयान लहराएगा अंतरिक्ष में भारत तिरंगा विज्ञान। और व्योम मित्र के बुद्धि नेत्र से हम भी देखेंगे आकाश, आर्यभट्ट वाराह मेहर के चक्षु ज्ञान वाला आकाश। कि व्योम मित्र के बुद्धि नेत्र से हम भी देखेंगे आकाश, आर्यभट्ट वाराह मेहर के चक्षु ज्ञान वाला आकाश। पूरी होगी नोबेल तिरंगे की रमन अधूरी अभिलाषा। आप में से बहुतों को पता होगा कि जब सीवी रमन साहब जब नोबेल पुरस्कार लेने के लिए गए तो वो बहुत व्यथित और दुखी थे, क्योंकि उन्हें परतंत्र भारत के झंडे के तले वो पुरस्कार लेना पड़ रहा था, और ये बात उन्हें बहुत कटुती थी। लेकिन अब हमारा गगनयान जा रहा है तो पूरी होगी नोबेल तिरंगे की रमन अधूरी अभिलाषा। रमन रूप में अंतरिक्ष में गूंज रही नीले नभ की भाषा। रमन रूप में अंतरिक्ष में गूंज रही नीले नभ की भाषा। और आकाश को देखिए कि मनोयोग में प्रतिपल होते विज्ञान चेतना के आभास। रमन के प्रकिरणित प्रकाश, ओ मेरे नीले आकाश। कि हे अनंत तुम अति विराट, भू किरीट धरती सम्राट, पृथ्वी रक्षा के नील पाश। रमन के प्रकिरणित प्रकाश, ओ मेरे नीले आकाश, ओ मेरे नीले आकाश। धन्यवाद।
बहुत सुंदर, वाह।
मैडम, आकाश पर ऐसी कविता आज तक हमने कभी नहीं सुनी थी। बहुत सुंदर आपने जो है इसका वर्णन दिया है, और इतना सुंदर आकाश हो सकता है, और इतना इसमें जो वैज्ञानिक इसके संगठक है उसको आपने बहुत खूबसूरती से सजाया हुआ है। और विज्ञान में छिपा है कि क्या विज्ञान में समाहित हो सकता है, विज्ञान कहाँ हमें ले जा सकता है, विज्ञान अनंत है। ये चीज आपने आकाश के माध्यम से बताया है। जैसे कि हमारे राष्ट्रीय कवि मैथिली साहब गुप्त जी भी ने कहा था कि कविता का उद्देश्य केवल मनोरंजन नहीं होना चाहिए, केवल मनोरंजन ना, कवि का कर्म होना चाहिए, उसमें उचित उपदेश का भी मर्म होना चाहिए। ये मर्म सभी कविताओं में दिखाई दे रहा है। हमारे जितने भी आज कवि जुड़े हुए हैं कि सारी कविताएं एक से बढ़कर एक है। मैं फिर से सभी कविताओं के प्रति, सभी कवियों के प्रति जो है आभार प्रकट करता हूँ। हमारे अगले कवि के रूप में
हमारे साथ हैं निर्जिला श्रीनिवास। Mr. Nirjala Srinivas hails from Andhra Pradesh. He is working as a lecturer in English in Government Degree College, East Godavari district. He is also a bilingual poet, writing regularly his native language Telugu and English. His favorite poetic form is lyrics. Many of his songs has bagged prize from state government and other organizations. His songs on the culture, language and lifestyle of Godavari region in Andhra Pradesh have got appreciations from the people of Telugu diaspora across the globe. Some of his songs are also finding their way into movies after becoming popular in social media. He has published poetry in English journals also. The Zoom is all yours, sir.
Namaste to Namaste ji. I'm indeed privileged to be a part of this wonderful event, which hosts the great poets like Lakshmi Shankar Bajpayee ji and Yashpal Singh ji. And just now I listened to that wonderful poetry on the blue sky of Dr. Subrata Mishra ji. and Rajai Pawarji and Siddhi Mahajan. And I really fear whether I fit into this group or not, because we are really having wonderful poets here on science. But my favorite way of rendering poetry is in the form of songs. I generally sing my own poetry, and most of my songs are on Indian culture. I mean, bringing awareness to the students, particularly I'm working as a lecturer. So I generally prefer to give message in the form of a song. So I have written some songs on Indian scientific spirit. So my present songs also will be tributes to the great Indian scientific spirit, the Vijnana Bharatam. So let me start with that one. सर्वलोकहितकरि विज्ञान भारतम विश्व शांतिदायिनी विज्ञान भारतम सर्वलोकहितकरि विज्ञान भारतम विश्व शांतिदायिनी विज्ञान भारतम प्राचीनता आधुनिकत कलबोसिन दृक्पथम ప్రకృతితో మమేకమై పరవశించు ఋషిపథం సర్వలోకహితకరి విజ్ఞాన భారతం విశ్వశాంతిదాయిని విజ్ఞాన భారతం వేదంతో విజ్ఞానపు మూలములందించిన శాస్త్రంతో జగతికి తరగని సిరులను పంచిన ఆయువు ఆరోగ్యమిచ్చు ఓషధులందించిన జనహితమే తన పథం అవనిరక్ష అభిమతం సర్వలోకహితకరి విజ్ఞాన భారతం విశ్వశాంతిదాయిని విజ్ఞాన భారతం గణితానికి పూర్ణంతో సంపూర్ణతనిచ్చిన అగణితమగు అద్భుత నిర్మాణాలను చేసిన హరితావనిలో ప్రాణం ఉందని గుర్తించిన జనహితమే తన పథం అవనిరక్ష అభిమతం సర్వలోకహితకరి విజ్ఞాన భారతం విశ్వశాంతిదాయిని విజ్ఞాన భారతం అణువు నుండి ఆకాశం వరకు శోధించిన ధరణి గర్భమందు వనరులను పరిశోధించిన పంచభూతములపైన ప్రయోగాలను చేసిన జనహితమే తన పథం అవనిరక్ష అభిమతం సర్వలోకహితకరి విజ్ఞాన భారతం విశ్వశాంతిదాయిని విజ్ఞాన భారతం పరమాణువుతో ప్రచండ శక్తిని సృష్టించిన అంతరిక్ష లోకాలకు యాత్రలు సాగించిన యోగ విద్యతో మనిషిని మహోన్నతుని చేసిన జనహితమే తన పదం అవనిరక్ష అభిమతం సర్వలోకహితకరి విజ్ఞాన భారతం విశ్వశాంతిదాయిని విజ్ఞాన భారతం విజ్ఞానంతో విశ్వపు వికాసమాసించిన సాంకేతిక ప్రతిభ చూపి జగతిని శాసించిన ఆత్మనిర్భరంతో నవకల్పన సాధించిన జనహితమే తన పదం అవనిరక్ష అభిమతం సర్వలోకహితకరి విజ్ఞాన భారతం విశ్వశాంతిదాయిని విజ్ఞాన భారతం. So this is a tribute to the Indian scientific spirit, Vijnana Bharatam. And Yashpal Singh ji has presented a wonderful poem in Hindi on the successful failure or the real success that came out of the failure about that Chandrayaan. So even about that also, I wrote a song. I mean, I inspired by the wonderful gesture shown by our Honorable Prime Minister when he hugged the scientist. I mean, शिवन जी को उन्हें गले लगाया. Looking at that picture, the whole nation got inspired and moved. So looking at that one, I presented one song which was also published in Eenadu, a famous daily. And I just would like to present that song. That means just by failing in putting one foot, it doesn't mean that you have failed in your journey. Okay, this song means that one. ఒక అడుగు ఆగినంతనే నీ పయనమాగేనా, ఒక మబ్బు కమ్మినంతనే నీ వెలుగు తరిగేనా, ఒక నిదుర చెదిరినంతనే నీ కలలు కరిగేనా, ఒక ధూళి కణము చేతనే నీ ముద్ర చెరిగేనా, చరితలోని ప్రతి యత్నం చెరగని స్ఫూర్తి, జగతిలోని ప్రస్థానం పొందు సత్కీర్తి, భారతీయ వైజ్ఞానికుడా నీ ఘనత తలతుమోయి, భరతమాత ప్రియ పుత్రుడ నిను ఈ జాతి మరువదోయి, అవని అంత అబ్బురము చెందగా అణువును శోధించావు, అవధులు లేని శతఘ్నులతో రణబలమును అందించావు, ఆకాశ వీధిలో విహరించే ప్రగతిని సాధించావు, అన్యులకు సాధ్యమవని రీతిలో ప్రతిభను చాటించావు, భారతీయ వైజ్ఞానికుడా నీ ఘనత తలతుమోయి, భరతమాత ప్రియ పుత్రుడ నిను ఈ జాతి మరువదోయి, ఘనమగు విజయ పరంపర ఉన్న గర్వమందబోవు, శస్త్రాస్త్రముల పరాక్రమమున్న శాంతి విడువబోవు, అమృతత్వ పుత్రుడవు నీవు అపజయమునందబోవు, జాతి జనుల ఆకాంక్షలతో చంద్రుడిని గెలవగలవు, భారతీయ వైజ్ఞానికుడా నీ ఘనత తలతుమోయి, భరతమాత ప్రియ పుత్రుడ నిను ఈ జాతి మరువదోయి. This means like this one. ఒక అడుగు ఆగినంతనే నీ పయనం ఆగేనా. You have failed in putting one foot only. That doesn't mean that you have failed in your journey. And just by having one cloud there, we cannot stop the lighting. And just by missing one sleep, you cannot miss your whole dreams. And just because there is a dust particle, you cannot, what you can say, a ball of dust cannot cover your imprint of success. That's what this particular song means. And dear Indian scientist, the history doesn't forget you, and because you are a great inspiration to all of us, and the whole world also recognizes your greatness. So we give you our tribute to your successes. That's what the summary of this whole song is.
Beautiful. Beautiful.
Thank you, Ji. And just the last one, here I remember the greatest, my favorite scientist, former president of India, Dr. Abdul Kalam Ji. When we missed him that night, I couldn't stop writing a tributary song on him. So just me saying salam to Kalam, I wrote this song. జ్ఞానం పంచిన జాతి రత్నమాం, జాతి పఠించే స్ఫూర్తి మంత్రమా, జగతి పాడుకొను ప్రగతి గీతమా, జాగృత భారత యువత నేస్తమా, కలాం కలాం నీకిదే సలాం, మా కలాం కలాం నీకిదే సలాం. స్వప్నంతోనే జీవితమన్నది సార్థకమన్నావు, జ్ఞానంలోనే సంపద ఉందని జగతికి తెలిపావు. నిస్తేజంలో మునిగిన జాతికి శక్తిని పంచావు. విశ్వమంతటా భారతీయతకు విలువను పెంచావు. మా కలాం కలాం నీకిదే సలాం. అవధులు ఎరుగని ఆత్మశక్తితో నింగిని గెలిచావు. యుగములు మరువని దేశభక్తితో అండగా నడిచావు. జగములు జయమను దార్శనికతతో భవితను తలిచావు. జగతిని గెలిచే శక్తిగా భారత యువతను మలిచావు. మా కలాం కలాం నీకిదే సలాం. ప్రగతిని కోరిన రాష్ట్రపతిగా ప్రజ మనసులు దోచావు. ప్రశ్నించే విద్యార్థులకై నీ ప్రేమను దాచావు. ప్రేమించిన గురు బాధ్యతలోనే శ్వాసను విడిచావు. భాగ్య విధాతగా భారతరత్నగా చరితన నిలిచావు. మా కలాం కలాం నీకిదే సలాం. My namaskars to all the great scientists who have made our India a proud land. Thank you very much for this wonderful opportunity.
Or a wonderful singer.
Thank you, sir.
Thank
Thanks a lot, sir.
Very good.
Ji.
Very good.
Nice singing. I would like to say that your voice is very melodious. It touches my entire world. Music is very, very good things. It connects world to the God, God to the world. So your voice is really very melodious, and your poetry was also very nice, very good. We enjoyed a lot.
Dhanyawad ji, dhanyawad.
Really thankful to you that you are with us. Thank you, sir. Our next poet is
Dr. Prashant Kunjadia. He has 19 years experience in interdisciplinary research, integrating disciplines like biochemistry, molecular biology, genomics, immunology, and nutrition to understand the role of genetic, metabolic, and lifestyle changes in causing the prevention of disease of animals and human. Beyond these expertise, he's also contributed in the society as a great poet by his poetries. I welcome him and I would like him to share his poetry. Over to you, Prashant ji.
थैंक यू. नमस्ते मैडम.
नमस्ते सर.
सबसे पहले तो मैं लक्ष्मी शंकर वाजपेयी जी जो अभी सत्र अध्यक्ष है उनको प्रणाम करता हूं और शुक्रिया मतलब आभार प्रकट करता हूं कि मुझे बोलने का यहाँ पर मौका दिया. और शुभदा दी और अनिरुद्ध जी पूरे जो कार्यक्रम है उसका संचालन बहुत अच्छी तरह से कर रहे हैं. और जो ऑनलाइन प्लेटफॉर्म है उसमें कोई भी बाधा अभी तक नहीं आई है, वो बहुत बड़ी बात है. और CSI निस्केर और खास करके जो संगीता जी है जिन्होंने मुझे इंस्पायर किया कि आप यहाँ से किसी का नाम दीजिए. मैंने बोला मैं थोड़ा बहुत लिखता हूँ, पता नहीं, लेकिन अभी मैंने जिन सभी सभी को वक्ताओं को सुना है मतलब अपनी काव्य पठन और वो सब के द्वारा, तो मुझे भी बहुत गौरव की वो हो रही है भावना अभी आ रही है कि मैं इतने बड़े कार्यक्रम में एक भाग बन के आया हूँ. कई वक्ता ने जो पहली जो यशपाल सिंह जी ने जो बताई कि वो बहुत बड़ी चीज है और मुझे भी लग रहा है कि ऐसा होना चाहिए ताकि बच्चों के मन में एक उत्कंठा और उत्सुकता का जागृत हो और वो कुछ आंसर देने के लिए. तो हम जब छोटे थे तब हम भी करते थे, लेकिन शायद अभी के जो अभ्यासक्रम है उस सब में ये मौलिकता जो है वो सब कमी हो रही है. बस एक ये करना है वो करना है ऐसा ज्यादा हो रहा है. तो मैंने जो सबसे पहला जो कविता लिखा है वो है मिसाइल के ऊपर है. जो चूंकि मैं गुजराती हूँ तो मैंने गुजराती में ही लिखा है, लेकिन गुजराती और हिंदी थोड़ा बहुत मेल कुछ एक शब्द है तो जल्दी समझ में आ सकता है. मैंने प्रयास किया है, एक मिसाइल के ऊपर है। तो आकाश में आंधी आवी अने गई। जनरली मिसाइल जब आती है तो बहुत बड़ी एक वो होती है। तो आकाश में आंधी आवी अने गई, જ્યારે કોઈક પ્રકાશ आग लगावी થઈ ગયો उदास। मतलब वो प्रकाश आग लगा के उदास हो गया।
उदास हो गया। बहुत
आकाश में आंधी આવી અને ગઈ, જ્યારે કોઈક પ્રકાશ આગ લગાવી થઈ ગયો ઉદાસ। चिंगारियों वेर विखेर थई। चिंगारियों वेर विखेर थई मतलब इधर उधर फैल गई चिंगारी। साथे बलता होमाता मांसना टुकड़ा, क्योंकि किसी जगह पर जब मिसाइल गिरती है तो बहुत सारा नाश करते, मतलब विस्फोट के चलते बहुत सारी चीजें फैलती है। तो उसमें भी साथे बलता होमाता मांसना टुकड़ा, साथे बलता होमाता मांसना टुकड़ा, खबर नहीं कहीं કેટલીય जिंदगी समी गई। खबर नहीं कहीं કેટલીય जिंदगी शमी गई, मतलब बहुत सारी मौतें हो गई। आकाश में आंधी आवी अने गई। क्षण बे क्षणनी आंधी, कुछ पलों की आंधी जो है, क्षण बे क्षणनी आंधी दायकाओनी किकियारी मूकी गई। क्षण बे क्षणनी आंधी दायकाओनी किकियारी मूकी गई। आकाश में आंधी आवी अने गई। जिसका अभी 2 लाइन में मैं हिंदी में अनुवाद कर देता हूँ ताकि आप सब लोगों को जिनको नहीं समझ में आया वो समझ आ जाए। मतलब जब मिसाइल आती है तो बहुत तेजी से आती है और एक आंधी की तरह आती है, और तुरंत वो बहुत कुछ ही क्षणों का ये मामला होता है। और वो आती है तब बहुत सारे, जहाँ पर भी गिरती है वहां पर बहुत सारा विनाश करती है, और कहीं कितने लोग मर जाते हैं। और जब ये सारी घटनाएं होती है तो जिन परिवारों के अंदर या जिनका भी कोई जिनके परिवार की कोई व्यक्तियों का जो मृत्यु होता है, और उसकी जो वो परिस्थिति का जो सर्जन होता है वो कई मतलब दशकों तक रहता है। ऐसा इस कविता का एक भाव है। दूसरा जो कविता है वो है विज्ञान के ऊपर लिखा है। और जनरली विज्ञान जो है वो विचार से चलता है। जैसा हमारे दिमाग में विचार आएगा, फिर जो भी हमारे पास है उसके आगे जाके हम उसको इम्प्लीमेंट करते हैं, और जो तथ्य है अभी अवेलेबल उस तथ्यों को लेके आगे जाते हैं या कुछ क्वेश्चनिंग करते हैं। जैसा पहला कदम सर यशपाल जी का जो कुछ था उसको मैं बहुत अच्छा लगा मुझे। तो विचारनु विज्ञान, अल्टीमेटली सोचना भी एक टाइप का विज्ञान है कि किस तरह से सोचे। मतलब उसके लिए सोचने के लिए भी एक सिस्टमेटिक हम लोगों को एक्सपोजर होना जरूरी है, नहीं तो हम लोग कहीं एंड अप ही नहीं होंगे। तो सबसे पहले जो हम लोगों को पता है कि प्लेन की जो शोध हुई थी तो उसमें लिखा है ક્યારે વિચાર્યું છે કે पंखी જેમ उड़ूं, ક્યારે વિચાર્યું કે पंखी જેમ उड़ूं। मतलब कब हमने सोचा कि हम पंखी की तरह उड़ेंगे। मनुष्य ક્યારે વિચાર્યું આવ્યું, मतलब मानव ने कब ये सोचा। પણ આજે જુઓ વિમાનો પણ આજે જુઓ અવાજની ગતિ સાથે સ્પર્ધા કરે। हमने 100 साल पहले सोचा था कि हम लोग कैसे उड़ सकते हैं, आज हम सुपरसोनिक और हाइपरसोनिक प्लेन की बात कर रहे हैं। डिफेंस में हम सबको पता है कि जितना स्पीड ज्यादा उतना हमारी मारक क्षमता बढ़ सकती है। પણ આજે જુઓ વિમાનો અવાજની ગતિ સાથે સ્પર્ધા કરે। ક્યારે વિચાર્યું કે માનસિક રીતે વાતો કરવી મળ્યા વિના। कब हमने सोचा कि मिले बिना, पर्सनली फिजिकली मिले बिना बातें करें। मतलब टेलीपैथी एक है लेकिन वो सब लोगों के लिए नहीं थी, कॉमन मैन के लिए नहीं थी। मोबाइल क्रांतिए કર્યું આ સપનું સાકાર। मोबाइल जब ढूंढा गया तो आज हम सबको पता है कि हम कहीं पे भी हजारों किलोमीटर दूर बैठे भी हम एक दूसरे से बात कर सकते हैं अभी। और वीडियो के आने के बाद तो ऑलमोस्ट सब कुछ, मतलब कुछ बचा ही नहीं, जैसे हम लोग अभी यहाँ पर्सनली अनुभव कर रहे हैं। पेन पेंसिल અને रबर विना શું થઈ શકે नक्शा तैयार। हमको पता है कि पेन पेंसिल और रबर हमको बचपन में पढ़ाते स्कूल में, तब ये तीन के बगैर हम कुछ कर नहीं सकते। बट कंप्यूटर ना युग में एनी जरूर थई रद बातल। अभी कंप्यूटर आ गया है तो हम लोगों को पता है कि कई लोगों ने लिखना बंद कर दिया है, और उनकी जो लिखने की जो स्पीड थी, लिखावट थी, ये सब जगह पर हम लोग अभी कुछ मतलब हम लोग सहन कर रहे हैं कि ये सब चला जाएगा। हम भी अभी आज की तारीख में हमें 5 पेज लिखने के बोल दिए तो हम बहुत समय लगाएंगे, कंप्यूटर में वो बहुत ईजी हो जाएगा। अग्नि ऊर्जा, पवन ऊर्जा यानी जल ऊर्जाના नवाचार, मतलब ये जो इनोवेशन है इन सभी क्षेत्रों में, अग्नि, पवन और जल के अंदर मानव जीवन ने કર્યા सुलभ અને सहज, मतलब जो इंसानियत जो अभी हमारे जीवन में जो रोज बरोज की जो प्रक्रिया थी उन सबको बहुत सहज कर दिया है, हम सबको पता है। तो अग्नि ऊर्जा, पवन ऊर्जा અને જળ ઊર્જાના નવાચાર માનવ જીવનને કર્યા સુલભ અને सहज। बाल वैज्ञानिकों विचारों लावसे, अभी हम लोग सब SSIP स्टूडेंट स्टार्टअप इनोवेशन प्रोग्राम, उसके प्रति गवर्नमेंट का बहुत सारा झुकाव है, क्योंकि हमको पता है आने वाला कल वो आने वाले बच्चों का है और वो जब सोचेंगे तो उनका कल हमसे बेहतर हो सकता है। तो बाल वैज्ञानिकों विचारों लावसे भारत मातने विश्वમાં सम्मान, बाल वैज्ञानिकों विचारों लावसे भारत मातने विश्वમાં सम्मान, मतलब हमारी भारत माता को आने वाले जो हमारी पीढ़ी है, वैज्ञानिक पीढ़ी है, वो हम भारत माता को बहुत ऊपर ले जाएगी। जो हम लोग अभी धीरे धीरे देख रहे हैं कि भारत डेवलपिंग कंट्री से सुपर पावर की ओर अपनी गति तय कर चुका है और आगे जाके हम लोग परम वैभव पे पहुंचेंगे, ऐसा मुझे लग रहा है। तो ये दूसरी कविता थी, विचारनु विज्ञान। और अभी हम सब बैठे हैं दूर दूर, इसका सबसे बड़ा जो कारण है और वो है कोरोना महामारी। कोरोना महामारी के चलते हम सब ने ये एक दूसरे से पर्सनली मिलना बंद किया है, या तो अपने सेल्फ डिसिप्लिन में आया है या फिर गवर्नमेंट का जो भी हम लोगों को गाइडलाइन है उसके हिसाब से। तो यहाँ पर हम सब ने देखा कि भारतीय विज्ञान की जो उज्जवल परंपरा है वो आयुर्वेद। आयुर्वेद ने हम लोगों को अभी बचाए रखा है, क्योंकि हम डे टू डे घर में भी बहुत सारी चीजें कर रहे हैं और बाहर से भी बहुत सारी चीजें आयुर्वेदिक मेडिसिन हम प्रिफर कर रहे हैं, क्योंकि हम लोगों ने पिछले 1 साल में देखा कई दवाई एलोपैथी की आई गई, ये चलेगी ये नहीं चलेगी, ये बहुत सारे कॉम्प्लिकेशंस आ रहे हैं। तो आयुर्वेद के ऊपर है उकाड़ा, मतलब ये जो क्या बोलते काढ़ा बोलते हैं उसको हम गुजराती में उकाड़ा बोलते हैं। उकाड़ा भस्म, भस्म शब्द शायद सब जगह से, भस्म छाल અને फल, फल को हम फल बोलते हैं। उकाड़ा भस्म छाल અને फल, आयुर्वेदना उपयोग अगाध, आयुर्वेद के बहुत सारे उपयोग हैं। वनस्पतिना ज्ञाननी जान, वनस्पति में क्या ज्ञान छुपा हुआ है ये हमें कौन बता रहा है? तो वनस्पतिना ज्ञाननी जान करता वैदो अपरंपार, मतलब जो वैद्य जी है वो सारे हम वनस्पति के ज्ञान जो अपरंपार नॉलेज पड़ा हुआ है वो हमको बता रहे हैं। पेटना रोगो અને अन्य व्याधि, पेट के रोग और अन्य व्याधि, पाचन અને रोग प्रतिकारक शक्ति, पेटना रोगो અને अन्य व्याधि, पाचन અને रोग प्रतिकारक शक्ति, रोज रोजना घरगथ्थु उपचार, रोज रोजना घरगथ्थु उपचार मतलब होम रेमेडीज सारी, आयुर्वेदना उपयोग अगाध। हम सबको पता है पेट में दुखते तो मम्मी बोलेगी ये चूरन चाट लो तो आराम हो जाता है, बहुत सारे प्रॉब्लम्स है, तो हम डॉक्टर के पास जाना प्रीफर नहीं करते। वो हमारे डे टू डे लाइफ में हम लोगों ने ले लिया है कि छोटे मोटे प्रॉब्लम के लिए जाना नहीं है ना, और प्रोएक्टिव कंसेप्ट है आयुर्वेद का। शरीर ने सक्षम बना हुआ, मतलब शरीर को सक्षम बनाने के लिए, और अज्ञात रोग आवता पहला अटकावा, मतलब जो अज्ञात रोग आने वाले हैं उसको पहले ही अटका देते हैं कि हमको पता है कि सीजन चेंज होने वाला है तो चलो च्यवनप्राश खाते हैं ताकि हम लोगों को सारे न्यूट्रिएंट मिलते रहे, तो हम वो करेंगे। बस एक अच्छे इलाज, शरीर ने सक्षम बनावा, अज्ञात रोग आवता पहला अटकावा, बस एक अच्छे इलाज, आयुर्वेदना उपयोग अगाध, आयुर्वेदना उपयोग अगाध। तो ये मेरी ओर से था। नमस्ते।
बहुत सुंदर, बहुत
सुंदर
बढ़िया।
सर। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद सर।
जी थैंक यू।
सर मैं आगे चाहूंगी, वीरेंद्र परिहार जी शायद हमारे साथ जुड़ नहीं पा रहे हैं किसी तकनीकी समस्या की वजह से, तो हमारा कोई भी इस इम्पोर्टेंट इवेंट का कोई भी भाग अछूता ना रहे, इसीलिए हमने एक वीडियो उनका हमारे पास है, तो हम चाहेंगे आप सभी को उनसे रूबरू करा दें वीडियो के माध्यम से।
गुड आफ्टरनून, मेरा नाम वीरेंद्र परिहार, पंजाबी पोएट, और पिछले 40 साल तो मैं ਇੰਗਲੈਂਡ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਰਹਿ ਰਿਹਾ ਔਰ ਲਗਾਤਾਰ ਕਵਿਤਾ ਲਿਖ ਰਿਹਾ, ਬਲਕਿ ਮੈਂ ਬਚਪਨ ਤੋਂ ਹੀ ਕਵਿਤਾ ਲਿਖ ਰਿਹਾ। ਮੈਂ ਅੱਜ ਇਸ ਵਿਸ਼ਾਲ ਪਲੇਟਫਾਰਮ ਤੇ, ਅੰਤਰਰਾਸ਼ਟਰੀ ਪਲੇਟਫਾਰਮ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਵਿਗਿਆਨਿਕਾ ਦੀ ਇੰਟਾਇਰ ਟੀਮ ਦਾ ਧੰਨਵਾਦ ਕਰਨਾ ਚਾਹੁੰਦਾ। ਮੈਂ ਬਹੁਤ ਹੀ ਸ਼ੁਕਰਗੁਜ਼ਾਰ ਹਾਂ ਕਿ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਇੱਕ ਗੋਲਡਨ ਚਾਂਸ ਪ੍ਰਦਾਨ ਕੀਤਾ ਕਿ ਮੈਂ ਆਪਣੇ ਵਿਚਾਰ, ਆਪਣੀ ਕਵਿਤਾ ਦੀ ਮਾਰਫਤ ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਨਾਲ, ਸੁਣਨ ਵਾਲਿਆਂ ਨਾਲ, ਆਪਣੇ ਹਮਸੁਖਨ ਸ਼ਾਇਰਾਂ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਅੱਜ ਇਸ ਕਵੀ ਦਰਬਾਰ ਦੇ, ਵਿਗਿਆਨਿਕ ਕਵੀ ਦਰਬਾਰ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਸ਼ਾਮਿਲ ਹੋਣਗੇ, ਸਾਂਝੇ ਕਰ ਸਕਦਾ। ਮੈਂ ਸਮਝਦਾ ਕਿ ਸਾਹਿਤ ਅਤੇ ਵਿਗਿਆਨ, ਖਾਸ ਤੌਰ ਤੇ ਕਵਿਤਾ ਦਾ ਰਿਸ਼ਤਾ ਅੱਜ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਕੰਟੈਂਪਰੇਰੀ ਸਮਿਆਂ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਤੋਂ ਵੀ ਕਿਤੇ ਵੱਧ ਗੂੜਾ ਹੋ ਚੁੱਕਾ ਹੈ। ਜਿਵੇਂ ਅਸੀਂ ਸਮਝਦੇ ਕਿ ਜੀਵਨ ਦੀ ਲੋੜ ਮੁਤਾਬਕ ਵਿਗਿਆਨ ਹਰ ਵਕਤ ਇੱਕ ਫਲਕਸ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਰਿਹਾ ਹੈ, ਇੱਕ ਵਹਾਅ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਰਿਹਾ ਹੈ, ਇੱਕ ਫਲੋ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਰਿਹਾ ਹੈ, ਉਸੇ ਪ੍ਰਕਾਰ ਮੈਂ ਸਮਝਦਾ ਕਿ ਅੱਜ ਦੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਕਵਿਤਾ ਹੈ ਕੰਟੈਂਪਰੇਰੀ, ਸਗੋਂ ਸਮੁੱਚਾ ਕੰਟੈਂਪਰੇਰੀ ਆਰਟ ਹੈ ਜਿਹੜਾ, ਉਹ ਸਟੈਟਿਕ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈ, ਉਹ ਸਟੈਟਿਕ ਖੋ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਵਾਂਗ, ਲੇਕਿਨ ਉਹ ਅੱਜ ਪ੍ਰੋਵੀਜ਼ਨਲ ਹੈ। ਜਿਵੇਂ ਜਿਵੇਂ ਜ਼ਿੰਦਗੀ ਦੀ ਲੋੜ ਵੱਧਦੀ ਜਾਂਦੀ ਹੈ, ਨਵੇਂ ਨਵੇਂ ਵਰਤਾਰੇ, ਨਵੇਂ ਨਵੇਂ ਪੜਾਅ ਪੈਦਾ ਹੁੰਦੇ ਨੇ ਜ਼ਿੰਦਗੀ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਸਮਝ ਕੇ ਇੱਕ ਤਰਕ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਆਪਣੀ ਗੱਲ ਕਵਿਤਾ ਜਿਹੇ ਸੂਖਮ ਆਰਟ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਕਹਿੰਦਾ ਹੈ। ਸਾਇੰਸ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਨੂੰ ਪਤਾ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਲੌਜੀਕਲ ਹੈ, ਇਹ ਰੈਸ਼ਨਲ ਹੈ। ਉਸੇ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਅੱਜ ਦੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਕਵਿਤਾ ਹੈ, ਖਾਸ ਤੌਰ ਤੇ ਪੰਜਾਬੀ ਕਵਿਤਾ ਹੈ, ਜਿਹੜੀ ਕਿ ਅੱਜ ਪੰਜਾਬੀ ਜ਼ੁਬਾਨ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਸੰਸਾਰ ਦੇ ਚਿੱਤਰਪਟ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ 6,500 ਜ਼ੁਬਾਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚੋਂ 10ਵੇਂ ਸਥਾਨ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਖੜੀ ਹੈ, ਅਡੋਲ ਖੜੀ ਹੈ। ਤੋ ਇਸ ਲੌਜਿਕ ਨੂੰ, ਕਵਿਤਾ ਦੇ ਲੌਜਿਕ ਨੂੰ ਮੈਂ ਅਗਾਂਹ ਆਪਣੀ ਕਵਿਤਾ ਦੀ ਮਾਰਫਤ ਗੱਲ ਆਪਣੀ ਕਹਿਣੀ ਚਾਹੁੰਦਾ ਹਾਂ। ਤੋ ਕੁਝ ਦੋ ਸੀਡ ਕਵਿਤਾਵਾਂ ਨੇ ਆਪਣੀਆਂ, ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਬੀਜ ਕਵਿਤਾ ਆਪਾਂ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਹਾਂ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਮੈਂ ਆਪਣਾ ਕਵਿਤਾ ਪਾਠ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਹੈ ਕਰਨ ਦੀ ਇਜਾਜ਼ਤ ਮੰਗਦਾ। ਤੋ ਪਹਿਲੀ ਨਜ਼ਮ ਹੈ ਦਲੀਲ, ਲੌਜਿਕ। ਲੋਕੀ ਜਿੱਥੇ ਖੜੇ ਹਨ, ਰੁੱਖਾਂ ਦੀਆਂ ਜੜ੍ਹਾਂ ਉੱਥੇ ਕਦੇ ਸਨ। ਲੋਕੀ ਜਿੱਥੇ ਖੜੇ ਹਨ, ਰੁੱਖਾਂ ਦੀਆਂ ਜੜ੍ਹਾਂ ਉੱਥੇ ਕਦੇ ਸਨ, ਇਸੇ ਲਈ ਲੋਕੀ ਅੱਜ ਉੱਥੇ ਖੜ ਸਕੇ ਹਨ। ਤੋ ਦਲੀਲ ਦਾ ਦੂਜਾ ਬੀਜ ਕਵਿਤਾ ਹੈ, ਸਾਹ ਰੋਕ ਕੇ ਖੜੀ ਇਹ ਰੁੱਤ ਚਾਹੇ, ਸਾਹ ਰੋਕ ਕੇ ਖੜੀ ਇਹ ਰੁੱਤ ਚਾਹੇ, ਧੜਕਦੀ ਪੱਤੀ ਪੱਤੀ ਅੰਦਰ ਚੁੱਪ ਚੁੱਪ, ਤੁਰ ਅੰਦਰ ਡੂੰਘੇ ਪਰੇ ਜਾਣਦੀ, ਲੈਣਾ ਪਵੇਗਾ ਸਾਹ ਉਸ ਨੂੰ ਕਦੇ ਨਾ ਕਦੇ ਮੁੜ ਫਿਰ ਜਿਉਣ ਲਈ। ਤੋ ਦੂਜੀ ਕਵਿਤਾ ਹੈ ਬੰਦ ਪਲਕਾਂ ਖੁੱਲੀਆਂ ਪਲਕਾਂ, ਸ਼ਟ ਆਈਜ਼ ਓਪਨ ਆਈਜ਼। ਮੈਂ ਅੱਖਾਂ ਮੀਚਦਾ, ਘਣਾ ਹਰਿਆਵਲਾ ਦਿਸਦਾ, ਧਰਤੀ ਧੜਕਦੀ ਸੁਣਦੀ, ਹਵਾ ਜੀਵਨ ਬੁਣਦੀ ਲੰਘਦੀ ਜਾਂਦੀ ਦਿਸਦੀ। ਮੈਂ ਅੱਖਾਂ ਖੋਲਦਾ, ਮੈਂ ਅੱਖਾਂ ਖੋਲਦਾ, ਰੰਗ ਨਿਮਕ ਖਿਜ਼ਾਂ ਖਾਂਦੀ ਦਿਸਦੀ, ਨਬਜ਼ ਟੁੱਟਦੀ ਟੁੱਟਦੀ ਸੁਣਦੀ, ਹਵਾ ਥੱਕੀ ਥੱਕੀ ਦਮ ਲੈਂਦੀ ਜਾਂਦੀ ਦਿਸਦੀ। ਪਲਕਾਂ ਪਿੱਛੇ ਕਿੰਨਾ ਕੁਛ, ਪਲਕਾਂ ਪਿੱਛੇ ਕਿੰਨਾ ਕੁਛ, ਪਲਕਾਂ ਦੇ ਸਾਹਮਣੇ ਕਿੰਨਾ ਕੁਛ। ਮੈਨੂੰ ਕੀ ਚਾਹੀਦਾ, ਇਸ ਦਾ ਨਿਰਣਾ ਤਾਂ ਮੈਂ ਹੀ ਕਰਨਾ, ਇਸ ਦਾ ਨਿਰਣਾ ਤਾਂ ਮੈਂ ਹੀ ਕਰਨਾ। ਤੋ ਇੱਕ ਨਜ਼ਮ ਹੈ ਮੇਰੇ ਬਹੁਤ ਦਿਲ ਲਾਗਲੀ ਨਜ਼ਮ, ਧਰਤੀ ਮਾਂ ਸਾਡੀ ਮਦਰ ਅਰਥ, ਉਹ ਸਦਾ ਆਰਟਿਸਟ ਦੇ ਮਾਰਫਤ ਬੋਲਣਾ ਚਾਹੁੰਦੀ ਹੈ, ਆਵਾਮ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਗੱਲ ਕਰਨਾ ਚਾਹੁੰਦੀ ਹੈ, ਇੱਕ ਸੰਵਾਦ ਪੈਦਾ ਕਰਨੀ ਚਾਹੁੰਦੀ ਹੈ। तो नज़म का नाम है, उन्वान है मैं। बहाने नदियां दरख्त नेजे, पहाड़ टाला, आसमान इस्पात जाल, किधर जाओगे तुसी चुक्की हथियार। खेड़ लवो होर थोड़ा, खेड़ लवो होर थोड़ा, तुहाडे पैरां थले मैं, मेरे उदाले खला। सुराख ए होल, आसमान विच सुराख हो गया, आसमान विच सुराख हो गया, किसे ने कहा ते घर अपने चलिया गया। भीड़ कट्ठी हुई, सुराख आसमान तो भी वड्डा हुंदा गया। नेरा होण लगा, खिंड गई भीड़ हौले हौले, घरी मुड़े लोकी टोल दे टटोल दे। कुछ भी फिर आसान नहीं सी, क्यों जो सिर ते हुण आसमान नहीं सी, सिर ते हुण आसमान नहीं सी। तो अगली नज़म है छोटी जई, दरख्त ए ट्री। चार चुफेरे दरख्तां दियां पालां, चार चुफेरे दरख्तां दियां पालां है जो तुसी वेख रहे हो। असलों ये कोई दरख्त नहीं, बीते जुगां दे घणे परछावें हन। करम कांड विच अटके, परा लबद खातर लटके, रुके हाली दम लैंदे, पड़े खड़े टिकटिकी लाई चिरां दे। मशीनां दे परां हट जाण दी उड़ीक करदे, कार्बन चूस चूस हवा विचों थोड़ा थोड़ा तुसां लई रोज मरदे। तुर पैणगे आखिर एक दिन अतीत वल, अपने घर अपने ही बीते बतीत वल। उदों सारे रस्ते खुल जाणगे जदों, उदों सारे रस्ते जदों खुल जाणगे। तो एक लाल बिरख है, ये बिरख मैं मैराकश उत्तरी अफ्रीका ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਦੇਖਿਆ। ਉਹ ਗਰਮੀ ਨਾਲ ਰਸਾਇਣ ਪ੍ਰਕਿਰਿਆ ਦੇ ਕਾਰਨ ਬਹੁਤ ਜ਼ਿਆਦਾ ਗਰਮੀ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਉਹ ਆਪਣੇ ਆਪ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਅੱਗ ਲੱਗਣੀ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਹੋ ਜਾਂਦੀ ਹੈ। ਤੋ ਲਾਲ ਬਿਰਖ, ਕੀ ਕਿਹਾ ਮੈਂ ਲਾਲ ਕਿਉਂ ਹਾਂ, ਕੀ ਕਿਹਾ ਮੈਂ ਲਾਲ ਕਿਉਂ ਹਾਂ, ਚੰਗਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਲੱਗਦਾ ਮੇਰਾ ਲਾਲ ਹੋਣਾ। ਬਹੁਤ ਆਦੀ ਹੋ ਗਏ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਮੇਰੇ ਹਰੇ ਹੋਣ ਦੇ, ਕਰੂੰਬਲਾਂ ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਵਿੱਚ ਮੈਂ ਸਾਹ ਲੈਂਦਾ ਸੀ। ਕਰੂੰਬਲਾਂ ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਵਿੱਚ ਮੈਂ ਸਾਹ ਲੈਂਦਾ ਸੀ, ਕੱਲ ਸੀ ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਵਿੱਚ ਮੇਰਾ ਵਸਦਾ ਕੱਟ ਕੇ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਲੈ ਗਏ। ਫੁੱਲ ਡੂੰਗੀ ਉਦਾਸੀ ਵਿੱਚ ਮੇਰੇ ਬੇਰੰਗ ਹੁੰਦੇ ਗਏ। ਟਾਹਣੀਆਂ ਇਉਂ ਜਿਉਂ ਬਾਹਾਂ ਭੱਜੀਆਂ, ਜੜਾਂ ਲਹੂ ਸਿੰਜੀਆਂ, ਪੱਤਿਆਂ ਚੋਂ ਪਾਣੀ ਗਾਇਬ ਜਮੋਂ ਹੀ। ਕਿੰਨੇ ਦਿਨ ਹੋਰ ਲਟਕਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਮੇਰੇ, ਚੜਦੇ ਚੜਦੇ ਆਖਿਰ ਉਹ ਸਾਰੇ ਦੇ ਸਾਰੇ ਚੜ ਗਏ। ਪਰ ਤਾਜੁਬ ਹੋਣਾ ਹੁਣ ਤੁਸਾਂ ਨੂੰ, ਪਰ ਤਾਜੁਬ ਹੋਣਾ ਹੁਣ ਤੁਸਾਂ ਨੂੰ, ਮੈਂ ਹੁਣ ਹਰਾ ਹੋਣਾ ਹੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਚਾਹੁੰਦਾ। ਦੂਰ ਖੜੋ ਜਾਵੋ ਮੈਥੋਂ, ਮੈਂ ਬਲਦੇ ਹੋਏ ਫੀਤੇ ਵਾਲਾ ਬੰਬ ਹੁਣ ਬਲਿਆ ਕਿ ਹੁਣ ਬਲਿਆ, ਹੁਣ ਫਟਿਆ ਕਿ ਹੁਣ ਫਟਿਆ। ਤੋ ਅਖੀਰ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਮੈਂ ਇੱਕ ਛੋਟੀ ਨਜ਼ਮ, ਜੇ ਸਮਾਂ ਮਿਲਿਆ ਤਾਂ ਮੈਂ ਸ਼ਾਇਦ ਇੱਕ ਹੋਰ ਵੀ ਛੋਟੀ ਨਜ਼ਮ ਬੋਲਾਂਗਾ। ਦੁਨੀਆ, ਦੁਨੀਆ ਗੇਂਦ ਬੱਚੇ ਦੀ ਹਵਾ ਵਿੱਚ ਉਛਲੀ, दुनिया गेंद बच्चे दी हवा विच उछली पुलाड़ अंदर घुमदी धीमी 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 बल रही बच्चा थल्यों वेखे डरिया खेड चलदी अग दी सिसके रोवे हाय गेंद मेरी क्यों ना मुड़ी खेड मेरी विचे विच रह गई खेड मेरी विचे विच रह गई। बहुत मेहरबानी।
जी, तो ये था वीरेंद्र जी का एक बहुत प्यारी सी कविता पंजाबी में। शायद थोड़ी बहुत हम लोग को समझ में भी आई है क्योंकि इतनी डिफिकल्ट नहीं है समझने में। और तकनीक का देखिए ये फायदा भी है कि हमारे साथ वो जुड़ पाए, पर कुछ तकनीकी समस्या की वजह से कुछ कह नहीं पाए, पर वीडियो की वजह से हम उनका मैसेज, उनकी कविताओं को सुन पाए। मैं
ये इनिशिएटिव बड़ी चीज थी।
जी सर, जी सर।
ये बैकअप रखना ये अपने आप में बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट स्टेप था आपका।
जी 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 सर जी। तो अब मैं सादर आमंत्रित करूंगी आदरणीय वाजपेयी सर को कि सर हम सब आपको सुनने के लिए बहुत उत्सुक हैं, उत्साहित हैं, प्लीज।
सबसे पहले तो मैं एक बार फिर से अपनी खुशी जाहिर करना चाहूंगा कि एक तो कविता, फिर विज्ञान कविता, फिर उसमें मराठी, कोंकणी, तेलुगु, पंजाबी, तो ये जो हमने गुलदस्ता सजाया इससे तो और जिसको कहते हैं वैल्यू एडिशन होना ना, तो अपने आप में एक बहुत अनूठा कार्यक्रम बना। बहुत श्रेष्ठ कविताएं हुई, सबके अपने अपने रंग थे। और हमारे पंकज प्रसून जी उसको इतना हास्य व्यंग में ढाल करके इतना आसान बना देते हैं, तो हर किसी का अपना रंग है। हमारे सिद्धि महाजन जी ने बहुत सुंदर कविताएं सुनाई, फिर वो सिलसिला चलता ही गया हमारे। और हमारे डॉक्टर पवार ने सारा हमें वैसे ही बता दिया कोंकणी को हिंदी में करके। और हमने देखा कि कितनी विविधता थी इन सारी कविताओं में, सबने अपने अपने तरीके से चीजों को लिया है। मेरी कोशिश ये रहती है कि मैं कोई जानबूझकर विज्ञान कविता नहीं लिखता हूँ। मैं चाहता हूं कि विज्ञान कविता भी हो जाए और किसी को भी वो सुनाई जा सके, विज्ञान धीरे से उसमें आ जाए, तो ये मेरी कोशिश रहती है। मैं गजल चूंकि मेरी मुख्य विधा है तो बहुत सारे शेर अपने आप उसमें आते रहते हैं। बहरहाल मैं 2-3 शेर आपसे पहले साझा कर लेता हूं। पहला ये है कि जैसे साइंस ने ढाली हैं मशीनें लाखों, कि जैसे साइंस ने ढाली हैं मशीनें लाखों, एक मोहब्बत से भरा दिल भी बनाया जाए। कि जैसे साइंस ने ढाली हैं मशीनें लाखों, एक मोहब्बत से भरा दिल भी बनाया जाए। और एक शेर ये कि सांस भी अगली सदी में कोई लेगा कि नहीं। अब ये मेरा 20 साल पुराना शेर है और दिल्ली में हम इसे महसूस कर रहे हैं कि सांस भी अगली सदी में कोई लेगा कि नहीं, पूछता है ये हवाओं से खुद जहर यारो, कि पूछता है ये हवाओं से खुद जहर यारो। और एक शेर ये है कि तहजीबें कभी पलती थी नदियों के किनारे, कि तहजीबें कभी पलती थी नदियों के किनारे, अब नदियां ही तहजीबों का पहला शिकार हैं। कि अब नदियां ही तहजीबों का पहला शिकार हैं। और एक आखिरी यूं सुनिएगा, ये भी एक साइंटिफिक फिनोमिना है, मैंने इसको गजल के उसमें ढाला, मतले में है कि न जाने चांद पूनम का ये क्या जादू चलाता है, न जाने चांद पूनम का ये क्या जादू चलाता है, कि पागल हो रही लहरें समुंदर कसमसाता है, कि पागल हो रही लहरें समुंदर कसमसाता है। और कुछ छोटी छोटी कविताएं मैं आपको सुनाता हूँ। पहली कविता ये है, देखिए विज्ञान के जो बहुत सारे जो हमारे परिभाषाएं हैं उनको मैंने उसमें दूसरे पहलू में ढाला है। तो एक मैं फिजिक्स का विद्यार्थी हूं, तो रिफ्लेक्शन, परावर्तन को मैंने एक दूसरी परिभाषा दी है। छोटी सी कविता सुनेगा कि सरकारें जन कल्याण के लिए बनाती हैं कानून, कि सरकारें जन कल्याण के लिए बनाती हैं कानून, वही कानून जब धरती पर उतरते हैं व्यवहार में लाते वक्त एक अलग कोण से मुड़ जाते हैं, कि व्यवहार में लाते वक्त एक अलग कोण से मुड़ जाते हैं। निहित स्वार्थ उन्हीं कल्याणकारी कानूनों को बना लेते हैं उत्पीड़न का साधन। उन्हीं कल्याणकारी कानूनों को निहित स्वार्थ बना लेते हैं उत्पीड़न का साधन। इसी प्रक्रिया को कहते हैं परावर्तन। इसी प्रक्रिया को कहते हैं परावर्तन। तो एक व्यंग्य कविता, छोटी सी कविता और मैं आपसे साझा करता हूँ। ये बिल्कुल अलग तरह की कविता है, सुनिएगा। यशपाल जी सुनिएगा।
स्वागत सर।
कि टीचर बोले ये क्या कर रहे हो, टीचर बोले ये क्या कर रहे हो, रिलीजन के कॉलम में विज्ञान विषय भर रहे हो। टीचर बोले ये क्या कर रहे हो, रिलीजन के कॉलम में विषय भर रहे हो, या मुझे कुछ गलत दिखा है, या मुझे कुछ गलत दिखा है। मैंने कहा मैंने रिलीजन के कॉलम में साइंस को विषय नहीं रिलीजन के तौर पर ही लिखा है। कि मैंने कहा मैंने रिलीजन के कॉलम में साइंस को विषय नहीं रिलीजन के तौर पर ही लिखा है।
बहुत खूब
जी, बहुत शुक्रिया। टीचर बोले साइंस और रिलीजन, टीचर बोले साइंस और रिलीजन। मैंने कहा जी हम तो इसी धर्म को मानते हैं, हम तो इसी धर्म को मानते हैं, इसी धर्म की अच्छाइयों को पहचानते हैं। इस धर्म को मानने वाले इंसानियत के सच्चे स्वरूप को जानते हैं और किसी धर्म ग्रंथ या देवता की महानता को नहीं बखानते हैं। किसी धर्म ग्रंथ या देवता की महानता को नहीं बखानते हैं और दूसरे धर्म वालों को दुश्मन नहीं मानते हैं, और दूसरे धर्म वालों को दुश्मन नहीं मानते हैं। हाँ, इस धर्म के अनुयायी ये मानते हैं, इस धर्म के अनुयायी ये मानते हैं कि कुछ मनुष्य बुरे हैं, कुछ मनुष्य नेक हैं, लेकिन सीताराम पांडे, मुर्तजा हुसैन, फ्रांसिस डिसूजा, गुरविंदर सिंह, सभी में एक सा खून है, इसलिए सभी एक हैं। कि सब में एक जैसा खून है, इसलिए सभी एक हैं। इस धर्म के अनुयायी ढोंगी बाबाओं को नहीं मानते हैं, क्योंकि वे चमत्कारों की वैज्ञानिक सच्चाई को जानते हैं। इस धर्म के अनुयायी ढोंगी बाबाओं को नहीं मानते हैं, क्योंकि वे चमत्कारों की वैज्ञानिक सच्चाई को जानते हैं। इस धर्म के अनुयायी चोटी या दाढ़ी या अन्य कोई धार्मिक पहचान को नहीं अपनाते हैं, लेकिन धर्म के नाम पर कभी किसी बेगुनाह का खून नहीं बहाते हैं। लेकिन धर्म के नाम पर कभी किसी बेगुनाह का खून नहीं बहाते हैं, किसी बेगुनाह का खून नहीं बहाते। बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया। और एक व्यंग में कविता है, कटाक्ष में कविता है। हमारे यहाँ आंकड़ा, पक्का आंकड़ा तो क्या है, लेकिन पिछले कोलकाता में ही बताया गया था कि 0.6% विज्ञान साक्षरता है देश में सिर्फ। तो उस पर एक व्यंग कविता, छोटी सी कविता है कि जब लोग 1% से कम विज्ञान साक्षरता का मुद्दा उठाते हैं और विज्ञान साक्षरता को बढ़ाने के कदम सुझाते हैं, तो हम एक अलग पहलू सोचकर डर जाते हैं। तो हम एक अलग पहलू सोचकर डर जाते हैं कि यदि विज्ञान साक्षरता बढ़ गई, यदि विज्ञान साक्षरता बढ़ गई तो लोग वैज्ञानिक मानसिकता के उजाले में आएंगे। यदि विज्ञान साक्षरता बढ़ गई तो लोग वैज्ञानिक मानसिकता के उजाले में आएंगे। फिर लाखों ढोंगी बाबा, लफ्फाज नेता, चुटकुलेबाज कवि अपनी दुकानें कैसे चलाएंगे? तो फिर लाखों ढोंगी बाबा, लफ्फाज नेता, चुटकुलेबाज कवि अपनी दुकानें कैसे चलाएंगे? धर्म, राजनीति, कविता की दुकानें चलाने वाले लाखों धंधेबाज जब बेकार हो जाएंगे तो बेकारी की भयानक समस्या को और भयानक बनाएंगे, तो बेकारी की भयानक समस्या को और बेकार बनाएंगे। और एक आखिरी में एक कविता है, बहुत लंबी कविता है, ये नदी पर है कविता, नदी के प्रदूषण को लेकर के। तो वो उसके मैं कुछ एक अंश सुनाता हूँ। कविता तो बहुत लंबी है, लेकिन मैं उसके 3 अंश सुनाता हूँ। एक तो पहले नदी, और फिर वो नदी जिस तरह बहती जाती है। बहुत लंबी कविता, एक दूसरे उद्देश्य से बनी थी, इस पर एक डॉक्यूमेंट्री फिल्म के लिए। और तो लेकिन फिर वो कैसे उसमें प्रदूषण होता है और कैसे फिर अंत, तो उसमें से कुछ कुछ अंश सिर्फ आपसे मैं साझा करता हूँ। बहुत लंबी कविता है तो कुछ अंश सिर्फ साझा करता हूँ। वो यूं है कि नदी को मुस्कुराने दो, नदी को गुनगुनाने दो, नदी की धार मत रोको, नदी को बहते जाने दो। नदी को मुस्कुराने दो, नदी को गुनगुनाने दो, नदी की धार मत रोको, नदी को बहते जाने दो। और पहला सुनेगा कि नदी की धार में के संग संग प्रकृति का प्यार बहता है, नदी के धार के संग संग प्रकृति का प्यार बहता है, नदी की धार में उसका अलग संसार बहता है, नदी की धार में इतिहास की तासीर बहती है, नदी की धार में पूरी सदी की पीर बहती है। नदी के साथ है जीवन, नदी के साथ है सपने, नदी का है सफर लंबा, नदी को चलते जाने दो, नदी को मुस्कुराने दो, नदी को गुनगुनाने दो। और इसी का एक अंश और सुन लीजिए कि नदी के ही किनारे सभ्यताएं जन्म पाती हैं, नदी के ही किनारे बस्तियां जीवन उगाती हैं, नदी की धार से बंजर जमीनें मुस्कुराती हैं, नदी की धार में खेतों की फसलें नदी की धार से खेतों में फसलें लहलहाती हैं, नदी से अन्न मिलता है, नदी से तृप्ति मिलती है, नदी का है भरा आंचल उसे जी भर लुटाने दो। अब नदी चलती जाती है, कैसे उसमें प्रदूषण आता है वो अंश सुनिएगा। अब बाकी मैं 20-20 का सब छोड़ता हूँ। वो यूं है कि नदी में रोज लाखों लोग अपने जिस्म धोते हैं, नदी में रोज लाखों लोग अपने जिस्म धोते हैं, और नदी को बांट कर अस्वच्छता खुद स्वच्छ होते हैं। नदी में पशु नहाते हैं, नदी में वस्त्र धुलते हैं, नदी की धार में कचरों के अनगिन ढेर घुलते हैं। नदी बदरंग हो जाए कि बिल्कुल स्याह पड़ जाए, नदी की गोद में मत मैल इतना भी समाने दो, नदी को गुनगुनाने दो, नदी को मुस्कुराने दो। बहुत शुक्रिया। और एक ये सुनिएगा, ये नदियों के किनारे जितने मिल हैं कारखाने हैं, नदी के बल पे जिंदा हैं मगर दुश्मन पुराने हैं। नदी से धड़कने लेकर उसे ये मोल देते हैं कि लाखों इसमें जहरीले रसायन घोल देते हैं, कि लाखों जहरीले रसायन घोल देते हैं। नदी बीमार दिखती है, नदी बिल्कुल न मर जाए, नदी की धार में इतना जहर भी मत घुलाने दो, नदी को मुस्कुराने दो, नदी को गुनगुनाने दो। और ये अंतिम सुनिएगा और याद करिएगा सिंधु घाटी की सभ्यता कैसे नष्ट हुई थी। तो सुनिएगा कि ये मत समझो नदी चुपचाप हर एक जुल्म सह लेगी, ये मत समझो नदी चुपचाप हर एक जुल्म सह लेगी, सितम पर तुम सितम करते रहो खामोश बह लेगी। नदी जब क्रोध करती है तो दहशत फैल जाती है, नदी जब क्रोध करती है तो दहशत फैल जाती है। नदी तब सिंधु घाटी सभ्यता खंडहर बनाती है, कि नदी तब सिंधु घाटी सभ्यता खंडहर बनाती है। कभी वो वक्त क्यों आए नदी गुस्से से भर जाए, नदी को प्यार की आस की उल्लास की कविता रचाने दो, नदी को आस की उल्लास की कविता रचाने दो, नदी को मुस्कुराने दो, नदी को गुनगुनाने दो, नदी की धार मत रोको, नदी को बहते जाने दो, नदी को बहते जाने दो।
खूबसूरत सर,
बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया, बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया।
बहुत बढ़िया सर, वाह
वाह वाह सर, क्या संदेश छोड़ के गए हैं।
बहुत ही बेहतरीन संदेश सर से हमें मिला है, और सभी श्रोतागण बहुत तरीके से सुन रहे हैं, बड़े ध्यान से सुन रहे हैं। यहाँ लिस्ट दिख रही है, बहुत लंबी लिस्ट है, और सभी की ओर से कमेंट आ रहे हैं कि बहुत ही सुंदर कविता, नदी खासकर परावर्तन आपने सुनाई। और एक बहुत बड़ा मैसेज जो आपने दिया है सर कि रिलीजन और साइंस, अब हमें बहुत ज्यादा धर्म की जरूरत नहीं है, हमें विज्ञान की जरूरत है, और सभी धर्मों का सम्मान करते हुए जो भी इसमें वैज्ञानिक दृष्टिकोण है उसको हमें सामने लाने की जरूरत है। तो सारा कुछ उस नदी में समाहित है, एक एक हर जहाँ से नदी निकलती है और जहाँ पे जाके मिलती है उसके बीच का जो संदेश सर ने दिया है वाकई बहुत काबिल तारीफ है। मैं उसको दिल से सलाम करता हूँ सर को, उनकी कविता के लिए। बहुत ही अच्छी कविता लगी और ऐतिहासिक एक कार्यक्रम हुआ है सर की उपस्थिति के लिए। और सर से अगर इजाजत मिले तो मैं भी 4 लाइनें लिखी है मैंने विज्ञान पे।
स्वागत है, स्वागत है। तो शुभदा जी लिखती हैं तो वो भी सुना सकती है, संकोच की बात नहीं है।
सर आपके सामने नहीं सुनाऊंगी।
आज ही तो मौका है मैडम, सुना डालिए।
अनिरुद्ध जी हमारे बड़े अच्छे मित्र हैं और ये बहुत अच्छे ट्रांसलेटर भी हैं और लगातार इनका वास्ता रहता है लिखने, इनसे बात भी हमारी होती रहती बीच बीच में फोन से। तो इनके अंदर जो कविता का कीटाणु है वो काफी दिनों से है, वो मचल रहा है।
तो आपके मित्र हैं तो कुछ तो होगा ही ना।
बस उन्हीं की छाप है थोड़ी सी।
इसका संक्रमण ये बड़ा पॉजिटिव संक्रमण होता है। ये कोरोना पॉजिटिव तो बड़ा खतरनाक है, कविता पॉजिटिव जो होता है वो वास्तव में उसको प्रणाम करने वाला होता है। भाई ये कविता पॉजिटिव हो गया आज अनिरुद्ध जी, आज इनको सुन लीजिए।
स्वागत स्वागत अनिरुद्ध भाई।
तो विज्ञान क्या करता है, विज्ञान से क्या होता है, उस पे 4 पंक्तियों ने लिखी है।
स्वागत।
कि भ्रमों को दूर करता है, भ्रमों को दूर करता है, नई दृष्टि जगाता है।
वाह वाह।
भ्रमों को दूर करता है, नई दृष्टि जगाता है। नए नए प्रयोगों से नया इतिहास रचता है। नए नए प्रयोगों से नया इतिहास रचता है। विज्ञान के प्रयोगों से बनेगा भारत आत्मनिर्भर। विज्ञान के प्रयोगों से बनेगा भारत आत्मनिर्भर। भारत बढ़ती हुई शक्ति है, अब हर देश कहता है। भारत बढ़ती हुई शक्ति है, अब यह देश करता है। धन्यवाद सर। आप
खूब भाई, आपका योगदान भी शानदार है इसमें।
और सर इस योगदान के लिए मैं बोलना चाहूंगी, इन्होंने अभी अभी बैठे बैठे ये सब
संगति का असर बहुत अच्छा होता है मैडम।
जी जी जी, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद सर। अंत में मैं यही कहना चाहूंगी, आज की हमारी ये शाम बहुत अच्छी रही। आप सब लोगों का आशीर्वाद रहा, आप सब लोगों ने इतनी अच्छी अच्छी कविताएं हमसे साझा की, इस आभासी मंच की आपने शोभा बढ़ाई, इसके लिए आप सभी का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
आपसे एक रिक्वेस्ट करना चाहता हूँ।
जी सर बताएं।
कि सबके व्हाट्सएप नंबर शेयर कर देंगे तो हम लोग एक दूसरे को जरा आपस में जुड़ जाएं।
बिल्कुल 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 सर, मैं आपसे बिल्कुल एक फाइल में आपसे शेयर कर दूंगी, आपको मेल कर दूंगी।
शुक्रिया।
जी सर, बहुत धन्यवाद, आप सभी का धन्यवाद।
सुप्रा जी आप ही एक व्हाट्सएप ग्रुप बना दीजिए और सबको ऐड कर दीजिए।
नहीं नहीं, वो इनको हम कर लेंगे अपने आप यार।
मैं आपको सबका आपस में संपर्क
इनको और बहुत काम है।
जी जी।
विज्ञान कविता का जो केयर है वो निष्केयर ही कर सकती है।
क्या बात है। निष्दिन केयर।
ये बढ़िया। चलिए सबका
बहुत धन्यवाद सर। प्रणाम वाजपेयी साहब।
तो आप सभी की आज्ञा
सर
से
आपका
हम
बहुत बहुत आभार, आपका आशीर्वाद मिला आज।
जी जी धन्यवाद धन्यवाद
धन्यवाद आप सभी का
प्रसन्न भाई, ऑल द बेस्ट।
सभी का धन्यवाद।
थैंक यू।
वेरी नाइस कनेक्टिंग यू श्रीनिवास।
या नमस्ते जी।
शुभदा ग्रेट।
शुभदा जी, thank you very much for this wonderful
Thank you sir, thank you for coming.
Very nice.
शुभदा जी धन्यवाद।
हॅलो, कोकणी भाषा में मैं आपको धन्यवाद बोलना चाहूंगा। देव बरे करो।
शुभदा जी, आप में से विज्ञान की वो कौन देखता है पत्रिका?
जी सर, यहीं से हमारे डिवीजन से प्रकाशित होती है, मैं देखती हूँ जी। बताएं
किसको भेजा जाए अगर कुछ भेजना?
विज्ञान प्रगति सर, मैं आपसे फोन करती हूँ, मैं आपको सारी।
आप मुझे अपना ईमेल भिजवा दीजिए
जी बिल्कुल सर।
ओके, धन्यवाद
धन्यवाद धन्यवाद।
Maybe in the program.